Mass is going live. Okay.
Oh, you're in. Hi. Smile.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Hi, can you
Hello?
hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh, all right. Well, there we go. All right. Well, welcome.
Hi.
I know you just finished the stream on Mass 1. All right.
I have a guest speaker.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get started, shall we?
Sure.
So, welcome to the stream. This is Mass 2. And now we're welcoming Angie Melville from Team Apollo, who will be presenting on Discover, Explore, and Challenge, the FLL family. By following her children's interests, Angie fell into the role of a coach for children's FLL teams. With a steep learning curve, she had to quickly learn all about robots in the world of STEM. With children of varying ages, she has been able to welcome the FLL family into her, now assisting her children through the 3 stages of FLL. Welcome, Angie.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you ready for me to begin?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, great. I'm just going to share my screen. So can you see that screen?
I cannot. Can you try sharing again?
Yes. Share screen, share that one.
Yep, there you go.
There we go. Okay,
Right.
great.
It's all yours.
Excellent, thank you. So, so today I wanted to talk about the FLL family, Discover, Explore and Challenge, as it's now been, the names have now been changed to. So I guess a little bit about myself to begin with. As Daniel said, I am a coach of 3 levels of FLL. So we have a junior discovery team, a junior explore team, an FLL explore team, and an FLL challenge team. I am the mum to many children, but while my kids are in our teams, our team is made up of groups of homeschool kids from our local area who all are interested in STEM. So here are some of the pictures over the years of our superstars. We started in 2015 with just an FLL team. We grew, as you can see, and then we shrunk again, and we incorporated our juniors in 2017, and then in 2019 we were able to welcome our first Discovery team. So the first LEGO League family, as I said before, there is first LEGO League Discover, first LEGO League Explore, and first LEGO League Challenge. For me, the reason we look at it as being a family, I guess, is because it is related to my family in that we have children who can explore areas of STEM and grow with the first program from really young ages right through to the older age groups. So today I just wanted to talk a little bit about each of the areas, what's involved, who can join, who can be part of it, and why I really enjoy coaching those areas. And I've also got some guest speakers who are desperate to get on screen, who will be sharing what they like about each of their sections that they are involved in. So starting at the top, we have our first LEGO League Discover. Now, who can be part of First Lego League Discover? You can have 2 to 4 team members in First Lego League Discover, and they are ages 4 through to 6. So these are our youngest kids. These are our little ones who are super keen to play with Lego, really enjoy that idea of learning through play, and really, really want to be involved in all this kind of learning. So what you need to run First Lego League Discover is you need the Seasons Discover build set. So in the photo you can see here, this was the Discover build set from 2019-2020 Boomtown. So they had a bridge that they had to build. It was entirely up to them how they built the bridge. They had the parts and there were some generic ideas, but it was up to the kids to decide how they built that. And then they had to continue to build the town around that bridge. They'll also need the Lego Duplo Steam Park set. So this is just a set that you can get from your local local Lego education supplier, and this is just their Steam Park set, and it has a bunch of tools in there, a bunch of Duplo based Lego pieces that are all around simple machines. So how it all works is each year has a different theme. And for example, last year's theme was called Boomtown, and the children explore that area, that theme for that season. They then come up with ideas of how to solve or help with those problems. So in the Boomtown Discover season, the children were asked to build a bridge to link their town and help build Boomtown. So they were building houses and hospitals and schools. They had to think about what would we need if we were to build a town. And so they had to come up with ideas and then build those ideas, create those ideas. So they using the build set and pieces from the Lego Duplo Steam Park set, and any other Duplo pieces you might have, or any other Lego pieces you might have. You build a scene. Then once they've built their scene and they've defined their problem, they've created their idea, they might even create a little bit of a story about that. They then share their ideas usually at a expo or a celebration event. Sometimes they'll be linked in with a First Lego League Explore Expo, and sometimes it might just be a family and friends of team members might come around and visit different teams to see what everybody's ideas were. So why I really like it is really it's the first phase of all things STEM. So kids are great at learning through play. They learn best when they don't realize they're learning. So this is really a great opportunity for them to learn about everything from simple machines through to, just designing, constructing, redesigning. So that idea of planning a design and then rebuilding it when it doesn't work. So it introduces that design process thinking model. Sorry, here is my little superstar who's desperate to get on screen. And and they learn about the importance of teamwork and having fun along with the other first core values. So I will introduce my superstar. So this is Elijah. Hi, Elijah. Say hello to the world. Okay, so would you like to tell everybody, how old are you, Elijah?
5.
You're 5. And what team are you in? What's your team's name? I'll give you a clue, it's on your shirt.
Team Apollo.
Team Apollo. Now, what do you like about being in Team Apollo's first Lego League Discovery team?
Then you get to build Lego stuff.
Oh, you get to build Lego stuff. And what do you find the most challenging? What's the most difficult thing to do? Would it be to stop building when I say it's time to stop? No?
Okay.
What do you think is the most difficult part?
I like when you say to stop.
When I say to stop, okay, yeah. What do you think? Should other kids be involved in First Lego League Discovery? Yeah. What do you think? What would you tell them the best part is?
About building Lego.
About building Lego. All right.
And about getting lollies.
About getting lollies. All right.
Like Mentos.
High five, buddy. You can jump on out, and I'm going to move on to the next level. So I guess, yes, one of the hardest things with these young guys that I have found is that they love to build and they're very creative in their build, but then they want to rebuild and rebuild and rebuild. And that's what Lego is designed for, is to be built and rebuilt and built and broken apart and rebuilt. So getting them to stick with a story, getting them to stick with a scene can sometimes be a coach's challenge. So moving on to the next level in the First Lego League family is the First Lego League Explore. This used to be referred to as First Lego League Juniors. So who can be involved? This is for 2 to 6 team members. And these guys range in age from 6 years old through to 10 years of age. So next level up, but still quite young when we're thinking all things STEM. So what do you need to participate in First Lego League Explore? You will need the season's Explore mission model. So they change every year. The kids will get sent a mission model as part of their registration process. There will be build instructions, but along with those build instructions is room for creativity. And there's also room for deciding how they will use that mission model. So in addition to that, the team will also need their Lego Education We Do. 2.0 is the latest one. So the photo that you can see here is a picture of Team Apollo's We Do, or the version that they made, their spy bot that they had for last year. And you'll also need a device for programming and the software that you will use. So this is all downloadable from the Lego Education website. And of course, you're also going to need additional Lego to build your scene, to build your children's scene. So you can see here in the photo, this is Team Apollo Junior's scene from last year. Again, the theme was Boomtown, and the idea was that they had to create a scene based around their problem. So the first thing is, how do they actually do that? The children use and explore the theme of the season and define a problem. So the Team Apollo Juniors, in terms of Boomtown, they wanted a town where everybody could be part, and it was a sharing community town. So up the top here was a community garden, and all the team members built their own houses. You can't see all of them, but built their own houses, and they were part of a full community. And if you were part of that community, you could access things like the community garden or the playground and things like that. So then they do their research. So this team did some research on communities and community gardens and shared spaces within communities that do utilize shared spaces. And then they come up with their solution. And that's where they use their mission model. So this yellow crane that you can see was part of the Boomtown Explore mission model from the 2019 season. So they have to incorporate that into their scene. And then they design and create their scene. And the scene that you can see here, it must include the We Do, it must include at least a simple machine, and it must also include the mission model from that year. Now, that may be that they incorporate all those 3 things into one aspect. So Team Apollo Junior used the We Do to operate the crane. They also had wheel and axles in their little spinny merry-go-round contraption here. And they also had levers and ramps. There's a playground over the other side, and they had levers and ramps for children to play on or access equipment. So then it's up to the team to share their ideas. So these guys will go to an expo, and at the expo, they will display their scene and also a poster. And with that poster shares with everybody who would like to come around and have a look about their journey through the FLL program. It will explain their problem, it will explain their scene and their solution, but it'll also explain how they've incorporated the first core values. Now, for this age group, they are kept simplified, but it is still along the lines of teamwork, cooperation, working together, and of course the famous gracious professionalism. We've got cheers in the background. So I'm going to introduce my next special guest, who is a member of our Explore team. So come on over. So would you like to introduce yourself to the world?
Hi, my name's Eden. I'm 7 years old.
So you're 7, and what team are you part of?
Bike Prime?
You are part of Team Apollo
Junior?
Yes, yeah. What do you like best about being part of Team Apollo Junior?
Well, the best thing is about making new friends
Making new friends
and solving the problems.
and solving the problems. What bit do you most enjoy doing in the solving the problems?
What I most enjoy doing is sharing my ideas, because if you don't share your ideas, then no one will get to know what you were thinking.
That's great. Great. Do you like Lego building? Do you like coding? Which one do you prefer, the Lego building or the coding? Both. Now, anyone who was watching earlier, they may have seen you build some great things using the Spike Prime.
Yeah.
Did you code some of that?
I
So-
coded most of it.
You coded most of it. So remind
I
everyone.
coded the dragon.
You coded a dragon. So remind everyone, how old are you?
I'm 7.
You're 7, and she's already up to coding dragons with Lego education equipment. So thank you, Eden, for sure. Oh, one more thing. What do you find most difficult about being in FLR?
Nothing.
Nothing? It's all good fun? Excellent. Thank you for joining us. You can go again now.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Miss. So one of the reasons why I really enjoy the Explore section is that the kids get some choice into exploring problems. Now, it's really interesting to hear what problems 6 to 10-year-olds come up with when they look at the world. To give you another example, in the previous season, which was Mission to Moon, the team had to build a rocket that would go to land on the moon and create perhaps a world there. The Team Apollo Juniors were most concerned about where would the poo go when the astronauts went to the toilet. Of course, 6 to 10-year-olds, poo's a big thing, right? So they created a composting toilet that fed a garden that would allow the astronauts to grow food. So go figure, they came up with that as their problem, and then they had to research it and come up with solutions. I love that they get to incorporate all areas of STEM into their Lego model scenes. So when they're looking at, when they're building their scenes, they are using science principles, they are using technology, they are using engineering, and they are using their math skills as well. Even if those math skills are simply, that's how many squares you get to build on, and this is how many squares I get to build on. It's the beginning stage for them of learning about the design process thinking model. So that idea of defining a problem, researching, coming up with a solution, testing your solution and seeing if it works. And if it doesn't work, going back and rethinking up some more solutions. And for me, really importantly, is that they are introduced to an introductory level of visual coding. So the WeDo software is purely visual. There are no words involved. There are some numbers that they use that they can increase the speed and duration of how their motors operate. They can add text to screens to make animations happen on their screen, so they can incorporate some literacy if they want to, but in terms of actual coding, they don't need to have any literacy skills. So I love that it's all purely visual. They aren't reliant on parents. The kids now, usually once you've shown them once, they are jumping on, they are moving buttons, they are testing how things work. They don't mind if they break the system. They don't see it as breaking it. They just keep going. They just keep having fun. And of course, for me, it's also important that they learn about teamwork. You heard from Eden, the biggest part she loves is about making friends and sharing her ideas with friends. So of course, incorporating those really crucial skills that FIRST incorporates in their core values is great. So moving on to the next session, we have our first LEGO League challenge. So this previously was just known as the First LEGO League, but from this year on, it is now going to be known as First LEGO League Challenge. So this is for teams of 2 to 10 team members, and they range in age from 9 through to 16 years, although I'm aware that in the US, you have an age limit or an age cap on 14 years of age. But for, I believe, the rest of the world, or at least here in Australia, it is 9 years through to 16 years. So what will you need to make a First LEGO League Challenge team? You will need the season's field kit. So that kit has your robot mat and all your Lego pieces to build your preset mission models that your robot will try and interact with to score points. You will need either a LEGO Mindstorms EV3 robot or the LEGO Spike Prime robot set. I have a First LEGO League Challenge team that have been competing since 2015 and have always used a Mindstorm EV3 robot. Just recently, they have had access to a Spike Prime and they are converted, and they have decided now, although people may consider it a younger age group or age bracket robot, this team that includes up to 15-year-olds are super keen to use the Spike Prime for this season. Obviously, you'll need a device for your programming and your software, and then you'll also need, this is optional, but extra Lego parts to build your attachments or build your parts that will interact on your robot with the mission models. So how it all works. So the team have 3 areas that they need to focus on. Firstly, they need to design, build and program a robot that will interact with the field and earn the team points. They only have 2.5 minutes to complete as many missions and score as many points as they can on the field. And so sometimes some of those missions can be more challenging than others. Some of them require much more complex actions or much more complex interaction between the robot. But as the missions increase in complexity to complete, so do the points. So the team need to weigh up, do I complete more easy challenges or more easier missions and score more points and more of them in the allocated 2.5 minutes, or do I try for more complex missions and get more points in one go? They also have to identify and research a problem based on that year's theme. So each year has different themes. So our team has competed in from Trash Trek, Animal Allies, Hydrodynamics, Into Orbit, and then this latest season was City Shapers. While they are very broad name themes, they do narrow it down. And so the team, within the parameters that are set by FIRST, the team need to identify a problem and then come up with and research that and come up with a solution to their problem. When they're coming up with solutions, they do need to explore who else has created solutions to these problems, and why do they work, or why are they effective, or why are they not effective? How could they create a better solution? Once they've come up with a better solution or an alternative solution, they either create a detailed drawing and design or a prototype of their solution. And then they need to share. Now, in the share concept, it is to share it with relevant parties, people that would be relevant stakeholders. So if your idea is within regards to City Shapers, obviously building cities, building infrastructure for your local area, it would be obvious to contact your local council and have interactions with them and share your ideas about something that might make your local community a better place or a happier place to live. They also need to come up with a presentation. So that presentation has to, in a 5-minute time slot, share or identify the team's problem, the research they have done, share their solution and how their solution maybe improves or is an alternative to current solutions, and who they shared that with. And they have to do that in an entertaining or engaging way so that the judges will remember them. So 5 minutes has always been a challenge for my team. They always struggle to get it in under 5 minutes. They like to talk and they like to share everything they possibly can, but they do get there sometimes. And of course, this group are following those first core values. I was a little bit disappointed a year or so ago when First changed the core values for First Lego League to bring them further in line with the rest of the First family of FTC and FRC, when they took away the core value that said our coaches and mentors don't know everything. We learn together along the way. Or as some of my cheeky team members used to like to say, our coaches and mentors don't know anything. That for me was the core value that I would fall back on continuously, in that I didn't need to know everything. And quite often the kids knew a hell of a lot more, particularly when it came to the robots, knew a lot more than I did. But together we could find solutions. My role was purely to facilitate their learning and to facilitate how they come about, or help them troubleshoot, ask those questions that will help them solve the problems when things aren't going right. So why I like this area? It is a complete application of the STEM and design process thinking model. All areas of STEM are covered, and they really do have to work through that design process. And that design process is used in so many areas, so many careers, that it's a really key and important role for the kids or method to understand for the kids. It creates critical thinking. The kids learn that through their solutions, through their ideas, they have the power to change. They have the power to change the world that they live in. They can, instead of just looking at problems and waiting for someone else to solve it for them, they can actually solve the problems. They can actually be part of that change and create the solutions. And that, watching kids get that empowerment from knowing that they have that ability, is fantastic. For example, in 2018, Team Apollo's solution was an app that they created that would be used by astronauts to help with their sensory processing while in outer space. That particular app could also be translated into the use for children with special needs. So their app has been shared with a number of different organisations, and has been taken up by a number of organisations and a number of schools as an app that they use for children with additional needs to help their sensory regulation. So the kids knowing that what they actually created, their idea, has actually been put into practice, has been a really empowering thing for them. Of course, they learn some programming skills. So nowadays it seems that all kids know some kind of programming, but this helps them develop those programming skills. It also helps with their presentation skills. As I say to our team all the time, you can have the most fantastic idea, but unless you can tell people about it, unless you can get up and you can share and talk about it, then nobody's going to know about it. Nobody's going to want to buy it. Nobody's going to even know that it exists. So learning those presentation skills and presentation of themselves as well has been a really key part. And of course, it's about the first core values, growing the global citizens of tomorrow. And my team, if you're watching, I apologize now, but here's an example of some of our global citizens of tomorrow. They'll shoot me for that later. So knowing that these are our young people are our next generation. So again, I'm going to invite a team member from Team Apollo Challenge to talk about her experiences in the First Lego League. So would you like to introduce yourself to the world?
Hi, I'm Amelia. I'm 15 years old and I've been doing FLL for 5 seasons now.
Great. So what do you like most about FLL?
It's a great experience. It opens up so many opportunities. Meeting new people, networking, getting to, see how other people look at the world,
Great. And what do you find the most challenging part of FLL?
I would definitely say for our team specifically, time management.
Okay.
Time management and staying on task.
Okay. Do you think that's because you're a big team, or why do you think
we're a big team and we like to have fun, which does not always coincide with getting work done.
Okay. Great. What would you say to other people that would be interested in being part of First Lego League and the challenge?
Definitely do it. There's a place for everybody in FLL.
Okay. Can you give me some examples of where there's a place for everybody?
So, for instance, one of our team members a couple of years ago didn't know anything about robots. He didn't want to know anything about robots. The only thing he knew was the emergency stop button. And that's a story that we share with everyone to say, it doesn't matter if you don't know anything about one particular area. This kid was incredible at motivating people, keeping, de-stressing everybody, keeping up the hype. They brought prizes every week, you know. Yeah, just, you don't have to know about robots, or you don't have to know about one specific area. There's a place for everybody.
Sure. And I'd just like to add that same team member, after 3 seasons of being the team's motivator and saying, I don't want to know about robots, we had a particular week where a great percentage of our robot sub-team were away. And so he said, I'll do it. I'll jump in. And we discovered that he was a brilliant strategy. He had brilliant strategy skills. And so the following season, he became our new strategic analysis. Now, he possibly resented me for putting him into that role, but he also said, yes, he learned and he grew and he realized that he had more skills than he previously knew that he had. So as Amelia has said, yes, there is a role for everybody and there's room for growth in all areas. Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that with me. So that's my insight into the world of FLL and the FLL family of Discover, Explore and Challenge. I'd now like to just open up if anyone's got any questions about FLL. I'm more than happy to answer.
Hello. Right. Well, first question would be that, what is your favorite memory of FLL?
My favorite memories are usually when the kids have those aha moments, when they don't realize that they've been learning along the way and they've just been playing, and then they have those aha moments and things suddenly click. So those kind of memories, there are many of those. I also like seeing our team interact with other teams. So at the events, at the expos, at the celebration events and at the regional tournaments, watching the teams interact with other teams and make friendships and connections, it's kind of becomes a kind of a big community family for them all to be part of. So I enjoy that.
That's fun. And do you think it's worth it for schools to invest in FLL or robotics in general? Because in a lot of places around the world, like, this type of STEM education is very limited. So do you think it's worth it for these places to develop this form of education?
I don't only think that it's worth it. I think it's crucial. I think that the FLL program itself, the way it is structured through all 3 levels, even if these children don't even go into a field of STEM, for example, the skills that they learn through this program is amazing. The investment, the financial investment, let's say, is quickly outweighed by the academic and emotional and social gains that they get. So yes, by all means, definitely. I don't just think that it's beneficial. I think it's essential.
Yeah. And how do you think participation in FLL will impact the rising of the next generation?
So for us, for the teams I've coached, it was interesting watching the younger ones. Before we had the younger teams join, they would come along to competitions and they couldn't wait until it was their turn to have their hands on robots. Now that we have our younger teams as well, they are super keen. They enjoy learning that coding. They get that same sense of accomplishment and they're super keen to move on to the next levels. And I have kids in the challenge section that are super keen to can't wait till they're old enough to make it into the FTC ranges or FRC ranges. So I think that it inspires them to keep learning. and it inspires them to want to participate and join in and learn more.
Oh, that's cool. Do you think your children will continue down the path of FIRST into, say, FTC and FRC as they become older and go into, say, middle and high school?
Yeah, so one of the team members on our challenge team is a member of an FRC team as well. And so I think some of the others will. I think the idea is that there is, I guess one of the things I like about the FIRST program is that there is a place for everybody, and you don't just have to be robot minded. You can be outreach minded, you can look at media, you can look at so many different areas. I think a lot of the kids in our team will head that way, but if they don't, they're going to have learnt valuable skills along the way anyway.
Right. I think that's all the questions we have for now. Let me double check.
Sure.
Right. I think that's it for now.
Okay.
That's all the questions
excellent.
we have.
Thank you
All right. Thank you so
much.
much for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So as Angie just now provided insight into the world of robotics and how robotics sort of start from bottom up, starting from Legos, FLL and FLL education, all the way up to more complex robotics such as FTC or FRC or even VEX robotics. We wanted to provide a little bit of insight into, say, what these higher levels of robotics would look like. And here's our friends from Complete Chaos, an Australian FRC team that documented 2019 Australian Regional Finals.
Whereas like when you actually have something to apply it to, something that's cool and something that you really enjoy, it makes you actually want to learn more and it makes you more engaged in your classwork. So I think that's been something really cool for our students, is it gives you like, you know, a goal and something to actually put into practice. And then also it's learning real like tech stuff. It's, you know, we're working with engineers and we're working with like real people who are in the industry, and we're learning so much from them every day.
Best robot in Australia, there it is. Wow.
So like for us, we were so inspired by all of the people who we would meet at the competitions. And now we go back and we volunteer at multiple competitions, and like we do everything. So we're refereeing, we're judging, we're emceeing, we're, you know, leading all the dances and playing with all the little kids and getting them inspired about the like FIRST and robotics and all of this stuff. It's really, really cool.
So irrelevant of whether we win or lose, it's still been a great season. We've learned so much, we've met so many people, and the FIRST robotics experience is just totally worth it, no matter whether you make it to Houston or not.
Team 7433. There's a lot of cells on this spreadsheet.
There are a lot of cells.
What do they tell you?
They're telling me we're going to be complete chaos.
Happily and graciously set.
You attack the right side, we'll attack the left side, and we'll swap.
Yep.
And this is all 3D printed?
This is 3D printed. This is not a high stress area, so
Yeah.
the high stress areas like spacers, I don't see why not.
We're doing a hatch, Iona's doing a hatch, and they're doing a wall. Yep, we're good. All right, let's go. We got this.
We're through the quarterfinals and now we're into our semi-final tiebreaker. So we've won one game, the red side has won one game, and so now we're going to see who goes on to the finals.
What would it mean to you if you guys won this one?
It means we're going to the finals, which would be insane. It's really, really tense, scary.
You just keep going balls, Jaya. Keep going balls. You've got them all day long. 449. You're coming for 5, 449. That's the way. Got it. You got it. Another ball. One more. 30 seconds, guys. 30 seconds. Well done. Okay. So we've been playing really well these last few matches. We're going into the finals really positive. We've got a really strong strategy, amazing defense bot, and two that are really good at scoring points. We're just going to hold on, see what we can do. Finals, here we go. I know, it's crazy. Good luck.
Love it. Okay.
So we're going hatches, they're going balls, and they are going defense. Let's go. You guys have got this. Let's do it.
6, 3, and 6.
Yeah. That's the way, Jaya. That's the way. Go balls. Go balls in there. Go balls. That's it, Jaya. Well done. Come here, and we're going front cargo ship. That's it, defense. Come back. Go. Now. Ball. You're winning. You're doing good. Drop it. No. Oh my God. It's going to be close no matter what happens. So they got 9 more points at the end of the game.
It's all good. Bring it in.
What can you do?
Hey, it's all good. Sorry about it. Bring it in. Okay.
We had a really strong alliance. We just couldn't pull it together at the end. So we had a good strategy. We did everything we could, but right at the end, one of our robots tipped over, and you can never predict what's going to happen. It doesn't look like we're going to be making it to the US this year. We've had a really good season. We did all that we possibly could, but in the end, it just didn't quite work out. If we don't get a qualifying award or a wild card, that'll be the end of our season.
We lost the finals and we're super gutted because, so much goes into the strategy and, working with your alliance, and there's always random factors that will come in, like the other team's defense and, a robot broke down, the climb didn't work. So, we played the game as well as we could have and we're super proud of how we did, but yeah, pretty gutted about the finals.
This team has designed their machine to play and win the game, even if half of it were to be blown off. Guided by a $10 cat toy laser, we are proud to announce the winner of the Excellent in Engineering Award to team number 6579!
We can't believe it. We've just won the wild card and we're going through to the US. All of our hard work has finally paid off over the 6-week build season and the last week competition. We're finally going to Houston and we're going to compete with teams from all over the world now.
I'm so stoked. I'm really, really excited to go to Houston with our whole team and participate there in front of all of the world's best FRC teams. It's going to be so crazy. I'm really excited.
All right, so that was Complete Chaos's 2019 Australia regional experience. And that's sort of a little taste into what FRC is like, higher robotics such as FRC, after you complete, say, FL or FTC. It's more advanced, the robots are much larger, and the competitions are more complex, and there's a lot more strategy involved. Actually, we would like to also introduce to you guys the teaser for first theme next year. They call it First Game Changers, and that's sort of the theme of FRC. Here we go.
For centuries, sports have played an integral part of our culture. Moving, collaborating, competing, celebrating. We rally around our athletes, lift them up, and admire their awe-inspiring moments and stories that give us hope. The nature of traditional sports is shifting, and we have the power to be forces for change and redefine the game. No matter whether our talents lie on the court, in the lab, or with a controller in hand, there's an athlete inside each and every one of us. Let's work together to champion every sport and every person that plays the game. It's time for us to revolutionize the way we play and move. It's time to be game changers.
So that was the overall theme for the first robotics competition next year, Game Changers. And speaking of FRC, our next presenter is going as a FRC coach, also FLL coach. So it really shows that you could go a long way starting out from the basics, starting from FLL, going all the way up to FRC. And these competitions are sort of an integral part to education and integral part to the future development of this world. And let's welcome our next presenter. Hello.
Hi, Daniel.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
All right. Well, everyone, This is Andrew and Little Clark from FRC 5985 Project Bucephalus, and today they'll be talking about how to kick off an FLL challenge season.
Andrew, come sit down. Come sit down.
All right, there we go. So, hello everyone. Have we got the slide up, Daniel?
Yep.
Awesome.
We're up. So Andrew and Little Clark have been first mentors ever since 2010, and they have 10 years as they have been coaches of Project Bucephalus's FLL team for 10 years, and 5 years they've spent 5 years as the lead mentors of FRC team 5985. They have run the Wollongong FLL regional for 5 years and have served as volunteers, judges, and referees at events across New South Wales, Australia. Both mentors are FRC Woody Flowers Finalist Award recipients. FLL is a passion for Andrew and Lyndall, having trained and mentored 126 FLL teams over a 10-year period. They want to equip every team to enjoy and learn during an FLL season. So without further ado, take it away.
Okay, hello everybody. So we're being joined today by several special guests. On my right, we have the Donut Eating Llamas, another FLL team from Wollongong. They're here to help demonstrate. And on my left, we have members of our Project Bucephalus FLL and FRC teams. All right. So we've been told that our job is to run one of our kickoff events, but a generic one, because we're not entirely sure what the competition is going to be like in the coming year. So we're going to skip things along and try and do our best to pass on as much knowledge as we can in the next 2 hours we have. Can you skip on the slides for us, please, Faith? You got to click on the screen. There we go. So, who are we and what are we doing? Well, there are 2 Project Bucephalus teams. There is the Lego League team, which has been running for 10 years. This is actually our 11th season. And we have our FRC team. We're at 5985. We've just managed our 5th and we're about to start our 6th season. Kick it along. We are from the country of Australia. And that red dot down on the side is the town of Wollongong, the city of Wollongong, where we're from. And that's Wollongong. We have the mountains and the sea. It's a lovely place. So if ever in Australia, you should come and visit it. Right. So who are we and what have we done? So in the 10 years that we've been running FLL, we've gone through 10 seasons. Yeah. Yeah. We have gone to 10 of the national championships in Australia. We've qualified for 10 international FLL tournaments. We've run 6 regionals in Wollongong. I actually gave the wrong number to Daniel. We've actually mentored 170 FLL teams between us. And we've at various points been judges, referees, teachers at competitions across Australia. Now, that's not trying to brag, that's just saying we got a lot of stuff to share. That also means that we still have stuff to learn ourselves. So I'm hoping at some point during this presentation, somebody's going to ask a question that's going to make me learn something. Right. So FRC is also something that started taking up our time. Not that we had a lot of it to begin with. Our team has done pretty well, and we are hoping to represent everybody quite well in what we're doing today. So this is what's going to be happening over the next couple of hours. So format. First thing to realize, when we normally run one of these events, we take all day. We've only got 2 hours. So we're going to try and cover everything we can in the shortest amount of time possible. Now, no team is expected to do everything we say, right? This is drinking from the fire hose here. Take what you can use and go from there. We have a lot of information we're going to be covering. Our goal is to provide a broader picture as possible with everyone learning something. Yep, let's kick in. Right, now, that said, the engineering notebook and team guide that FIRST provides are an excellent starting point, and this is in addition to those things. So bear that in mind. We're trying not to cover too much of what's in those particular documents. So what we're going to do is present a series of units on as many parts of the FLL as we can, assisted by our FLL, FRC, and the Donut Eating Llamas teams. Now, we are going to be putting questions at the end of each unit. So if you post them to the stream, we can answer them. And there's going to be a longer question time at the end, assuming we finish on time, for anyone that wants to ask those questions. So if you ask a question, it will be answered. So experience with doing these things has told us that we should start with project and core values, because if we don't, robot tends to take up all the time we can practically give it. So that's where we're going to begin. So I'm going to now go through a bit about what we're hoping to achieve here. And this part's important because how you compete in FLL is probably more important than the results you get. So there used to be called GP1, that rule. It's not a rule anymore, but it's still something that you should remember. We are gracious professionals. You compete hard against problems whilst treating all people with respect and kindness. That should be the attitude you take into doing this competition. And there's a second kicker. If you join First Lego League with a goal of winning, you're in the wrong place. So take those two things to heart as we go through this, because it is probably the most important thing you can take out of it. So if this is the only lesson you get, take those. Now, there are, of course, some limitations here. Number one is we don't know everything. So everything that we're going to tell you is based on our experience. So I'm quite certain there are people out there that are going to add to what we have to say. Also, everything we say is based on our competitions in Australia and some limited internationals. So again, how we do things may not be the greatest fit for you, but that's all right. Secondly, we're not perfect. Every idea we have can be improved, and we can change our minds, and you can even be proven wrong, and we're quite happy when that happens. Lastly, we never stop learning. So everything we present in this is being updated. Every year when we go through this, the slides change as we learn new things. So if you manage to save a copy of this talk or watch it in a year's time, you're going to find that we've changed some things based on the new things we've learned. All right, so do you want to do this part? So this is what FLL teams should do.
All right, so FLL teams should use their own creativity to create a unique robot. You should be inspired by other teams. That's all good, but don't just go copying something else. Try and improve on what you learn and what you see.
There's a motto in FRC: steal from the best, invent the rest. So be creative.
Make your own mistakes and discoveries. This is how you learn best. If everything goes right, you're not going to learn as much as when everything goes wrong. Deal with failure as well as success. It can be harder than it looks, but being able to fail and accomplish is much better than not.
Speaking as a coach, I am proudest of my team when I see them cope with failure with a smile and determination to fix it than I am to see them win anything. So please bear that in mind.
And an FLL team should seek new challenges each season and always set new goals. We've been around for 10 years, but every year and every season, the kids have looked for something new. Whether it's something small or something big, they've always gained new skills. So
that's the FL teams should. Now we're going to get into the FLL teams shouldn't. And this is something that I feel quite strongly about. FLL teams should not fail because of undetected, easy to fix issues. I'm talking about robots failing because a cable is unplugged. If you're going to fail, it should be brand new, spectacular, my robot's on fire mistakes. My personal philosophy is if myself can look at a robot, diagnose it and fix it in 30 seconds, that's a problem that we should have been able to prevent by talking to the team and sharing what we know. So if you get an error, it should be spectacular. 2, an FLL team should not be demoralized. All right, there's no inspiration when a team fails and doesn't know why. And there's also no real inspiration when a team fails and after an event, they found out it was something that could be very easily avoided. So I'd like to avoid that if at all possible. And lastly, an FLL team should not be on their own. There's a ton of information and support out there. So every team should feel able to say, help, and go from there. So to start an FLL, to begin an FLL challenge, the tournament has been released and we're ready to begin a new season. And coaches everywhere are freaking out that they don't know what to do and they don't understand how things work. And some of the kids are probably doing that too. So part 1 is you have to understand the event. So this part is directed at adults. Yes, I'm not talking to the kids right now, I'm talking to the adults. And for every adult out there, coach or parents, doesn't matter. This is a very strange competition. Very, very strange, right? A team that fails on its own will succeed. Adults that do too much actually hurt a team's chances of doing well. And judges are pretty good at telling when that happens, right? It is better for the team to fail together. That's what we want. The mentors teach the skills, but the teams have to choose how to use them. Right? So as an adult, as a coach, my job is to provide guidance, give advice, teach how to do something, but stop there. I can also provide transport and talk to strange adults for them, but the kids decide how to use the skills we give them. And if you can master that, if your team can master that, you will do exceptionally well. Now, the teams are judged through the entire event. So there'll be core values reports filed on how the kids act and how you act. The referees will pass on judgments. We have a saying in our team that if a parent's going to come into a judging session, we bring out the ceremonial duct tape. The tape goes over the mouth so the adult can't say anything. It's very important. And lastly, what we learn is more important than what we win. Now, we're not kidding about that one. The best way to lose, in quotes, at FLL is to try too hard to win it. This is a competition where learning and discovery is way more important than anything else. So there are 3 parts to the competition: the robot game, the project, and the core values. So the core values are big, red, and highlighted for a very good reason. So the way the event works, we have the robot design, we have the innovation project, and the core values. They are all equal parts of the event. Awards are available in each category, and each team gets 1 award max. The robot game is separate, and the robot performance award goes to the team with the highest score, even if they already have another trophy. Now that's important for a reason you'll see in the next slide. The Champions Award goes to the team with the best all-round scores in robot design, innovation project, and core values. It's got to go to a team that has a robot game result in the top bracket of the tournament. Now, in recent years, they've changed what that bracket is, so I'm not putting a number in, but it used to be 40%, but I believe that's not the case anymore. The robot game has no other effect on the competition. So it is entirely possible for your robot to come in 2nd place and you won't receive a trophy or anything. The It's quite common. It happens all the time. Trophies mean something different in this event. So, pro tip to those of you that are coaches out there, make sure your team parents understand that part about the robot game ahead of time. In 10 years of FLL, I have had so many conversations with parents that thought, oh, we finished up in the top 5, why didn't we get something, etc., etc. It's a real big cause of confusion. And if you can explain to your parents ahead of time, that will make a whole lot of difference. So judging. Judging is special. Pele, you've got something up on the screen there. There we go, yep. Each team is going to see judges for the core values, innovation, project, and design. The judges will assess the teams based on rubrics which are publicly available. After the judges are finished, after the sessions are finished, judges will meet, deliberate, and that's where awards are decided. Now, these deliberations are secret. You will never find out how your team did overall. I always say to my kids, if you get an award, you never know if you were the best at that particular thing or whether there was another team that was better, but they got something else. And I think that's a good thing. I think it's a great leveler. It stops any team getting too full of themselves. And it also means that there's a great equality into what goes on. So where do you begin? So many teams will start FLL by looking at the robot game. That's the big, exciting Lego thing. That's not a bad thing to do that, but it can cause teams to miss out on the other parts, on everything that FLL has to offer. So ideally, you should be working on all 3 components simultaneously. Now, we're going to spend some time on each of these areas and give some suggestions on how to proceed. Now, remember what I said at the beginning, we're not perfect and we're always going to learn something. So please, if you think you got a suggestion, we'll take it gladly. So, Lyndall?
All right, so the next thing we're going to look at is the innovation project. So this is the part that makes FLL more than robots. This is what I get excited about. All right, so we're going to look at the City Shaper challenge that's just been on, just so that we can get an idea of what a project might be. So for City Shaper, the teams had to identify a problem with a building or public space in their community, design a solution, and share that solution with others and then refine it. They were free to define the community as any way that it worked best for them. That could be their immediate local community or a global community. All right. They could look at anything in the whole world. So the next thing we're going to look at is how you go about doing an innovation project. So first of all, you need to brainstorm your ideas. Everyone's going to have their own thing that they want to look at. So you need to get as many ideas as you can from the team. Then you're going to get them to conduct research into these things. They need to be able to find a problem within what they're looking for. Then they need to invent a solution for that problem. They need to share it, test it, and refine the solution. In this process, they might need to talk to professionals to do this. They might need to run experiments. They might need to do more research during this time. Then they're going to get their solution ready to present at competition. And they need to be prepared to answer questions from the judges on their project. So they really need to know what they've looked at.
Now, as an example, with Dana Lamas, if you'd like to come over and speak into the mic and tell us a bit about how you came up with your project for City Shaper. So introduce yourselves too.
Okay, I'm Hugo, and this is the coach.
Hello.
Okay, so we've started by thinking of ideas on what idea we should do. So we thought maybe we could do the beach and having plastic on the beach. So we thought of that. We went to our local beach and we found that there wasn't much plastic at the beach, but we saw some black bits in the sand. So we did some experimenting with that, and we found out that that was some magnetic stuff in the sand. So we thought that could be our problem. We talked to Professor Andy Davis. Professor Will Price, and he told us what that was, and we found out that that was mostly iron and something called dioxide. And then after that, we talked to Andy Davis, Professor Andy Davis, and he told us that dioxide was bad for the environment, and it was from steel making. So that's how we came up with our idea, and we were, yeah.
What about your solution? How did you solve the problem?
So our solution, we came up with a drum magnet idea, where we would put what is it called?
So magnet inside of the drum mat?
No, but the thing that drags it.
Oh, beach buggy.
Beach buggy. We put the drum magnet on the back of the beach buggy, and we would roll the drum magnet across the beach, picking up all the iron and magnetic stuff that's not meant to be in the sand.
Good.
Thank you very much.
So that's an example of how a project can go. Inspiration can come from the weirdest places. So.
Right. So for the innovation project, teams are assessed on 2 areas. They have to, at competition, give a 5-minute presentation to tell the judges about their solution. They can do it in any format, any style they like. They can do a song or a dance, a skit. They can do a formal presentation, however they want, but they only have 5 minutes. Then they'll be interviewed for 5 minutes. They need to be able to answer the questions the judges have. This is what a rubric looks like. So there are 4 categories that the judges can put them into: beginning, developing, accomplished, and exemplary. There are several categories that they're looking at. So for this rubric, there was research, their innovative solution, and their presentation. So each of these areas had different things that they were looking at. Judges will also give feedback to the team, saying something they thought was really good about what they did and something that they might need to think about next time.
Right. So the rubrics can change from year to year. So always make the point of checking what they are. First, we'll publish them and use those, understand them. Right. So when it comes to actually building a project, we have something we call the unofficial rules of FLL, something that we've come up with over the years. It actually started off as working with a team in the US called the Cougar Bots, and then Team Smart, but we've sort of expanded it and made it our own. So if you want advice on how to do a project, well, this is how you should do it.
All right, so we're looking at what makes a good innovation project and what makes a good presentation. Well, when we find out, we'll let you know on those. But here is what our team uses, the unofficial rules. So first of all, research the project. Even the project has rules. Read the project challenge guide and understand which subjects are valid. Some years, there's been certain criteria that the project has to fit into. Particular animals, one year we couldn't use. There's been other things that we couldn't do. When they were talking about, what was it, Nature's Fury, there were certain things that were not classified as natural disasters. So read what the project challenge is and understand that.
Also, they will often release updates on the project, so make sure you're aware of those as well.
Don't fear the rubric. In fact, the rubric is a great template for your innovation project. It shows exactly what the judges are looking for. So if you follow that, you'll know. So here we have two things. So in this innovative solutions section, the kids are asked to clearly explain their proposed solution. To get into exemplary, the highest category, it needs to be easy to understand by all. So that means that the 5-year-old and the professor can understand what the kids are talking about.
Rule 3, research, research, research. You can never do too much of it. And the pro tip here, guys, is do not rely on Google. Go check out documentaries, articles, books, interviews, professionals, and most importantly, hands-on experiments. If you can do an experiment with your team, that is a source of information. Multiple sources are good. And also don't hit up Wikipedia and YouTube. Find other places as well. So number 4, keep it professional.
All right. So involve as many professionals as possible in your project. An emailed list of questions can be just as valuable as a personal interview. You might not be able to get to visit the professional in person these days with Zoom. That's a great way to have an interview with them. I lost count of how many professionals our team used last season.
Yeah, 12.
12? 12. That's a lot of... Oh, and Faith reminding me, on the phone, often they've had phone calls with the professionals as well. All right, milk it for all it's worth. Every team has their own opportunities and perspectives, locations, hobbies, jobs, contacts. These are all opportunities. Use them to research the solution or even the presentation. There was one year we had a parent who was a chemistry professor, and she was able to give the team a higher level of understanding of the chemistry that was involved in dung beetle poo. No? Cow pesticides, sorry, cow pesticides.
We've also trained a few scout FLL teams. And being a scout teams mean you have access to all kinds of resources that your average school won't. Campsites, hiking, adventurous activities. Those things are all potential ways to look at your project. So find out these little connections and use them. Number 6, start with your passions. So begin your research in areas that interest your team, right? You may have theatre kids, you may have sport kids, you may have karate kids, you may have roller skating kids, hikers, campers, great outdoors, surfers. Find the things, find the hobbies that the kids have and use that as a starting point. You can be surprised how many unique problems can turn up when you start looking at something the kids are already interested in. Rule 7, rocket-powered wheelchairs are cool.
All right, don't restrict your ideas to being sensible solutions. Sometimes crazy ideas are fun and interesting and valuable. Just remember to treat them seriously. If you are using rocket-powered wheelchairs, you need to research the type of fuel that you're going to use, the aerodynamics, and all of that stuff.
And safety.
Oh, yes, safety.
For your FRC teams out there, safety.
Safety. Never underestimate the power of an idea. Don't be too quick to dismiss a project idea. Many solutions have come from ideas that instantly seem lame or uninspiring or just a lost cause. Sometimes you'll go back to that idea because nothing else seemed to work.
Now, this one is a suggestion. It's slightly different to the others. This works for us, but it may not work for you. We call it escape the obvious. And what we mean by that is don't pick a subject that is going to be picked by a dozen other teams at the tournament you go to. It can be somewhat demoralizing. Our first international, we rocked up with a problem to treat diabetes. 6 other teams at that event had the same problem and pretty much the same solution. The kids had a bit of a freak out, then they went out and compared notes, but it can still be demoralizing. We find you can get some really interesting problems by following an idea down into a niche and then expanding it. So for an example, animal allies. One of the ideas the kids were looking at was roadkill in Tasmania, particularly of the Tasmanian devils. That was an interesting thing, but it was going to be roadkill of native wildlife was going to be a pretty popular idea. So they went digging a little bit deeper and found out there was a very specific problem with one type of Tasmanian devil. Ones that had been rescued and looked after by humans and then released were more likely to get hit by cars because they weren't afraid of them anymore. That was the problem, a very niche problem, which you could study and then expand on. And that can get some truly interesting ideas. Now, your team may prefer the broader picture, that's fine, but that's just what works for us.
Number 10, join the circus. This is about your presentation. They can involve anything, music, drama, special effects, gymnastics, dancing, mime, or anything you can think of. Be impressive, be passionate, be outrageous. My favorite presentation that our team has done over the years was when we did a magic show. It was for World Class, and they used magic as part of their solution to their problem. And so they decided to incorporate that into their presentation. And it was a lot of fun for the kids to do.
That picture you can see on the screen right now, that's our vanishing cabinet. We actually made a team member disappear during the project. It was pretty cool. Number 11, 300 seconds. That's how long you get for your presentation, and you don't want to waste them. So I will always tell a team, when you're doing a presentation, start strong. Set the scene, set the characters in the first few seconds, even if it doesn't involve a skit. Even if it's just a row of you standing in a line and talking to the judges, set the scene strongly. Go over the script before the event and look for words to remove or shorten. Be efficient in how you deliver it, right? Be memorable. That's the big one. I always tell my team, you win at the project if you make the judges laugh. But that's us. You may come up with a different idea. And rehearse. It sounds really good if your kids are polished and they know what they're doing. They can still read off palm cards or scripts, but if they're familiar with what they're saying and they know what they've got to do, it can make a huge impact on the judges.
Number 12, the first read-through should always go long. This is especially if you have done a lot of research. It's a good sign. You will have to cut the material down, but you've done the research. If you have time to spare, go and visit an extra professional or two, or read more books, do some more research if you can't fill out the 5 minutes.
Right. Frequently asked questions and answers.
The judges will ask questions. How do you prepare? Get your team used to being interviewed before the tournament. Ask them questions. Every meeting, ask them questions. Make sure that they know what they're talking about and can tell the judges what their problem was, what their solution was. What else did you look at? What other ideas did you come up with? Sometimes by the time you get to competition, the kids forgot what they did in August. That was months ago. So every week, remind them by asking them questions so it keeps at the front of their mind.
I believe the engineering notebook and the FLL team guide actually have some sample questions. So get your children used to answering them. Right, this one has caused more grief at FLL teams than anything else that I'm aware of other than cables coming out. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. In other words, Murphy's Law for the innovation projects. The closer you are to a tournament, the more likely you are to discover that someone has just solved the problem you're researching or come up with the very same idea that you've created. It's happened to us twice. So what I would suggest when that happens, because it will happen to you at some point, don't let it discourage your team. Instead, research it as part of your project and mention it to the judges. Right? Nothing looks, also, it's very impressive when the kids say, hey, we had this idea, but we just found out this happened. It just shows how in-depth their research is. And it can actually be a massive point in their favour. And lastly, we have what we call the good project. And this is actually very, very important. You got to understand the purpose of the innovation project. It's discovery.
Yep. So a good project will see team members exploring, learning, asking questions. Anything else they do is a bonus. The whole idea is to get the kids excited, curious about the subject that they're looking at, explore the world and talk to professionals and learn.
Okay. So that covers the project side of things for the moment. Oops. So are there any questions up on the stream? Yeah.
So I guess you mentioned strange solutions earlier, right? Like, don't be afraid to think out of the box. And so what is the strangest solution that a student has told you before, or a student has showed you before, that you thought was really funny, but it works?
What, first?
We're just having a think.
What's the strangest one that works?
What year?
Well, the dung beetles one was a good one.
No, that wasn't it.
Yeah, how do you solve the fly problem in Australia? It all comes down to dung beetles. And because we've got so many cattle, the solution to getting rid of the bush fly, the bush flies swarming your barbecue, is introduce dung beetles. That was a fun one.
You guys mentioned so many FLL teams before. What's the hardest part in mentoring so many teams?
Keeping track of which one is doing what.
What each team is up to.
Right. How many?
We now use an Excel spreadsheet to remember. Oh, you're that team. What was your project again? What was your robot doing? Okay, good.
Okay, so are there any other questions in that, or do we move on, Daniel?
We can move on first.
Yep, okay. So what we've got now is some videos of when we were giving an encore performance at the World Festival back in 2015. Now, unlike your normal presentation, this was given in public, so teams could see what a good presentations look like. And there were a few of them. So I thought that we'd use this as an example of how you can be creative. This is our magic one. And I've also got one from a team called Caught in a Brainstorm. I don't think they're active anymore, but it impressed me with just how powerful they could be. Turn up the volume, Faith.
Introduce posture.
Seems we seem to be losing some video volume, we'll move on. Right, so as you can see, we've got kids dressed up. We're doing a magic box. We're doing tricks on stage, and we're working in a story into what we're telling. Now, that particular style is something our teams decide they want to do each year, and that's something we're probably going to be continuing. So this year, have we got Faith and the others back yet? No. So this year, the kids dressed up as Thunderbirds. The year before, they were Muppets from Pigs in Space. So that's a creative way to deal with it. There are other ways, which I like showing this one. So this is a team called Caught in a Brainstorm. There is no props per se, no special costumes, no skit. It is, in fact, however, very, very powerful. We'll see if the volume works on this one. So you can, whoops. So you can see from that one, the power of that presentation came from the girls speaking together. They were standing, they were talking heads, but it was still one of the most powerful presentations I've ever seen. And they got their message across really well, and they had an excellent project. So that is an example that is worth looking at. Whoops, and I just skipped.
You're at the beginning.
Yep. Can you go adjust me, please?
Yeah. Technology.
Technology. So when it comes to a project, it is important that you find something that the kids are passionate about, something that they can get behind, and something that lets them explore. Sometimes you may even have a solution before you have a problem. The magic year was that for us. One of our kids was a really, really enthusiastic street magician. He wanted to use magic into our whatever we were going to solve. So that year we had to look for what effects does magic have? And we ended up tackling shyness and self-confidence, which was a very powerful, again, a very powerful thing to do.
We're ready to go.
Right. So when it comes to documentation, we're going to touch on this a few times during the video. Documentation is one of those things that can take up a lot more time than it's needed to, but it can also be seriously underestimated. So, documentation, what? Well, for the project, it could be a poster, it could be a full-on logbook, a flyer, all this type of thing. Why do you do it? Well, you can leave it with the judge as a reference and as an explanation. And that's very important because as a judge, I really appreciate not having to remember everything. If I've got a document in front of me that says, hey, this team did this, then that makes my job so much easier. Now, not all competitions are going to let you give documentation to the judges, but even if you can't leave it with them, you've still got it in your pit. It's something that the kids can use and remember. You can also show it to sponsors or professionals, which makes a very powerful thing. And it is a record of everything you've done, which makes a huge, huge difference. And as Lyndall said earlier, your kids won't necessarily remember everything they did in August, but this makes it easier.
So as a coach throughout the season, I tend to take lots of photos of the team doing things so that when they come to wanting to put something together, a poster or the logbook or whatever, they've got something that they can go back and look at and go, oh yeah, that's how we did that experiment and there's photos there, or that's the professional we went and spoke to.
Okay. Right, so start simple. A very simple project documentation is a one-page handout with a team photo and a logo, a one-paragraph summary of your problem, a summary of your solution, a picture of it, and a list of sources and research. Just some bullet points. That's all you need. Now you can, of course, on the professionals too, you can, of course, get a lot more hardcore. This is the index from our Into Orbit project logbook, right? This is massively comprehensive. So you use the rubric as a guide, you give an executive summary, you list your sources and reports, diagrams and designs, and your implementation. That is something that's important to talk about how you implement your ideas. And also do bear in mind, this is overkill, right? Very few teams are going to need this. Even at an international event, this is overkill, but it does make it easier for our team. So that's why we do it. Right, so now I'm going to get Faith and Sawyer up to explain what we did for our project for City Shaper, and then we'll take some more questions.
All right. Before it, Sawyer, what was our project about?
So our project was about fire escapes, really, and how wheelchair users have a more difficult time using fire escapes since all current solutions that we could find require someone else or some other thing to help you to escape rather than just yourself on your own.
Yeah, and obviously you can't use elevators in a fire. So our solution was technically something that's very similar to an elevator. So we just looked at what things existed and how we could improve them and make it better. So a fireproof, super fast elevator on the outside of the building is what our solution came up with. Made from steel and glass, goes super fast, and gets the wheelchair user out of there.
Awesome.
All right, thank you very much, guys. So yeah, we'll take some more project questions now.
Now I do see a question on the stream about team building exercises. We will get to that shortly. But Daniel, have we got anything else that's come in?
Let's answer the team building exercises question first. So how do you incorporate team building exercises, and are they mainly or how do you accommodate them?
Yeah, so we'll deal with that in the core values,
which is up next. Yep. Is there any other project questions?
Well, I guess let's move on to the core values then.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Right.
Right. So after you've managed your project, the next step is to discover the core values. And this is critically important. I will tell my teams every year, there are plenty of teams that will build Uber robots of death for the robot game, but will never progress anywhere because their attitudes stink. Or they need to learn a little bit more about sportsmanship. So to understand the core values is critically important as a coach, because it's your responsibility to teach the kids how they work. So how you compete is important, just as important as what their results are, perhaps even more so. So number one on the core values hit list is gracious professionalism.
Woo!
Don't worry, if you've been to Brazil or Australia, you know why that happens. Now, gracious professionalism is like sportsmanship. If you're a good sport, you play hard, you play fair, you respect your opponent, you obey the rules. If you're a gracious professional, you do all those things, but you're also rocking up to the opponent's training session and teaching them how to compete better in the lead up to the tournament. That's what your team should be like. And that leads us into co-opetition, cooperative competition. Both of these phrases, by the way, come from Woody Flowers, a man who is going to be sorely, sorely missed. But the idea that you can compete like crazy and mutually benefit with other teams, that's what's going on here. There's no weakness in what's happening. Some of the competitions at these events are fierce, but at all points, you're going to see the teams cooperating and helping each other. If we were to drop the robot on the way to the field, and I've seen so many teams do this, you'll have half a dozen teams on them in about 30 seconds, helping them put it back together again. That's what the core values are about. So these are the official core values. All right, we're going to go through them in a bit and explain how you can get these into your team. Now, like the team building exercises that were earlier, the off season, the all those type of things, this is a year-round thing.
All right, the first one is discovery. We explore new skills and ideas. So this is easy for rookies, obviously, because they're learning everything new often, but it is also necessary for veterans. You should be expanding on existing knowledge, look at other teams for inspiration, and trying something new. Every season we try and find something new, whether it's to do with the robot or whether it's to do with the project. And it's not just STEM. It can be leadership, service, teaching, volunteering, all of those things.
Right. Now, go back a step. So we've just had a question come in on the professionals. So I'll look at that. How do you access the professionals if they weren't directly related? Googling and having the kids seek contacts.
And then we as coaches will make first contact. If it's going to be a phone call, or the kids will draft an email and we'll send it from our email, our coach email address. That we often include an introduction about who we are, who the kids are, what the team is, and what it's about.
And then we'll supervise the contact. But yeah, we make the first contact.
I reckon more than half of the professionals we spoke to for City Shaper, we just looked up on the internet and they were the first result to come up.
What was your, same for Donut Eating Llamas?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Right, back to core values. So innovation, we use creativity and persistence to solve problems. So fail fast and fail cheaply. That's what another FRC is saying. Get used to the idea that things are going to go wrong and get past it. Be persistent. In fact, the judges love to hear about all the times that you failed and then kept going. There are 3 ways to solve missions on the field and most problems. The obvious way, the creative way, and the absolutely crazy way. We used to have somebody's role. You are the crazy person. It is your job to come up with a crazy solution, but it has to be viable. So that's how we got some of our more interesting ideas on how to solve missions, with somebody deliberately looking at it upside down and left to right. Right. Looking for inspiration. Now, this is a biggie because I've seen so many teams fail just by copying what they see on YouTube without understanding how it actually works or why it was done that way. So find out, get inspiration from other teams, and then figure out how it works and improve on it.
All right, impact. We apply what we learn to improve our world. Encourage your students to use their skills and values outside of the competition. What can they do? How can they expand on their skills? How can they improve themselves? Can they teach others the skills that they're learning about robots? If you're in a primary school, can you go and do a fun class with your kindergarten students? Can you go show some of the skills that you've learnt with other classes or with other teams, sharing with other teams what you've done.
Some of our students do Scouts, like I mentioned before. They will say, what I've learned in FLL has made me a better leader at Scouts. And this is things that the judges want to hear about. It's a way for them to reward you for being able to recognize the value of what the kids have learned. So take what they've got and use it. Don't just leave it locked up in the Lego room. Right, next, inclusion, respecting each other and embracing our differences. So this is very, very practical. Make sure everyone has a voice. The veterans can teach the rookies. Good ideas can come from the 9-year-old that just touched Lego for the first time last week, or the 16-year-old that's been doing this for more years than I can remember. The different ways of looking at things, like actually make a point of celebrating it and making a point of getting that information across. So all this stuff is about building a team that accepts each other. Now, a rule I apply in both FRC and FLL, you don't have to like each other, but you do have to respect each other. And a team that works to that credo actually does quite well, because if the directive is respect, your team will do very, very well.
Right. Teamwork. We are stronger when we work together. Encourage your team to form an identity, a fun logo, something about what they're going to wear at competition, whether it's a funny hat or a color pink or a horse or whatever it is. Encourage team identity. Develop a team structure. How is the team going to operate? Use teamwork games as training and include your students in planning before and after each meeting. Make sure everybody knows what's going on, how the team is going to operate.
Oops.
And the last one.
Now, the teamwork games, this is something we do. I believe we've got a question about that. This is what we do every week. We will do at least one teamwork game, usually 3 or 4.
The kids love them.
Where lateral thinking exercises, cross the river without getting your feet wet, get everybody over the electric fence.
Build a structure from marshmallows and spaghetti.
Yeah. Encourage
Dry
them.
spaghetti.
Yeah, dry spaghetti. Encourage everyone to get involved and give them practical exercises in how to work together. And that works incredibly well. And make the entire FLL experience a team event. You succeed or you fail as a team and you celebrate both. And the fun. There's no point in doing this if you don't enjoy it. None at all. So celebrate the small wins. Do team celebrations. Set fun traditions. And most importantly, enjoy the tournaments. Dance, sing, devour large amounts of sugar.
One of our team's traditions is that we get some hot chips or wedges after we've been on an excursion out to see a professional or something like that. We used to have, sometimes we'd have ice cream, and in the summer we get to go for a swim if they've got their work done.
Do the llamas have any traditions or celebrations?
Do you eat donuts?
We eat lots of sweets.
We eat lots of sweets.
Okay. So one last tip, right? Meet up with other teams. You're going to get opportunities during the season, and meeting with another team can be invaluable, like practicing on their table. Do a swap that can reveal a host of robot issues. Sharing your ideas, teaming up to do a display, sharing an opportunity, visiting workshops and schools, and any chance we get to go on an international event, we'll make a point of visiting a school or a group near where we're competing. And that has created some fantastic opportunities for friendship and the kids to learn about each other. Most recently, we were in California for the North American Open event, and we got to visit a school, and our kids had a blast. And the school was going to be coming here, but COVID put an end to that. So we're hoping to revisit that come replay.
All right, so again, we have a rubrics for core values. So that if you go through and look at that, that will tell you the sorts of things that the judges are looking for and maybe give you an idea of what sort of questions that the judges will ask the team.
Yeah. So also bear in mind that when you're in a judging session, this tells you what the judges want to hear. So it is very important that they're able to talk about it. Because the judges, in my experience, are looking for reasons to give your children points, to reward them. So it's up to your kids to give them that opportunity.
So in a judging session, teams are assessed on their performance during a tournament and their work during the season. So it is based on the rubric, as we said. So make sure you look at it. GP reports. So these could be positive or negative. These are filed by others during the competition. They could be the people watching the practice tables or at the robot game or in the pits. You never know who's watching what your team's doing.
Personally, I make a practice, I make a point of every tournament I go to. I look at what's happening around the practice tables, and I'm making sure to file a positive report for anyone I see that's showing GP at the practice tables, because sometimes that can be the toughest place to be in a tournament, particularly if your robot's failing and you've got to get off the table because it's someone else's turn. So stuff like that.
So in a typical judging session, you'd have 10 minutes, and this can change between countries or even seasons how core values is judged. We've had a few different ones over the last few years. In Australia, usually we get a teamwork challenge. Now this challenge has to remain secret. You can't go and tell anyone else about it because or talk about it, because then that gives other teams an advantage. So everyone's presented with the same challenge. And then there is an interview, a 5-minute interview after the activity. So you want to, again, get your kids used to asking questions. What does gracious professionalism mean? How have you shown your skills or used your skills outside of first? Things like that.
Right, so some optional items. Some regions ask for a core values poster. It might be required, or it can just be a useful tool. So making one is not essential most of the time, but check with your region first.
It can be very helpful though to help the kids see what they have done in the core values.
Yeah. Also, sometimes you're allowed to prepare a short description of what you've done with core values. So nothing fancy or dramatic. It's not another performance. It's not usually required, but if your team has done a lot, it can be quite helpful in getting some points across. But again, if the judges don't allow it, it's still the kids have thought about things to say. So it's a useful tool. Okay, now documentation. For the same reason that you want documentation for your project, some documentation for core values is really helpful. So if you're going to start simple, give me a one-page handout that is your team photo and a logo, who you are, what you do, some challenges you've overcome, achievements that you've made, and some impact you've done on yourselves or somebody else. There's your one-pager, hand it to the judge. I'm going to have a much easier time remembering who you are and what you've done. Just remember though, it's not essential. Right, and this here is the comprehensive. This was our part of our core values index. And again, this is overkill. Use the rubric as a guide, do reports, background, learning, challenges. You can really fill it in. So we have our guys write a 2-paragraph report on activities they do when they go and teach others or do Skype calls with other teams, things like that.
Or do a demonstration, things
Yep.
like that.
Just it also serves as a history for the kids to go back and say, oh yes, we did that. It makes the coach's job a lot simpler.
as I said before, I take photos of lots of the kids doing stuff during the season.
Right. Now, do we have any questions on core values? So Faith and Sawyer, you want to?
So going back to the question on the stream, how do you guys incorporate team building exercises? Like, is it a sort of weekly kind of thing, off season, or do you guys just like, hey, we feel like going across the river without getting ourselves wet? Like,
so what we'll typically do when we start a team meeting, we'll do a sit down. This is what we're going to achieve today. We will then spend a first working session of however long we have. Then we'll take a break, have some food, and we'll do some core values activities then, at least 2, usually more. And then we'll get into the next work session after that. So we make it part of each meeting and we use it to break up the work.
Now our team meetings, because our team is homeschooled, we will meet during the day for a couple of hours, probably 3 to 4 hours once a week. That's what our team does. Other teams we mentor might only have 2 hours to meet. So we'll work out how to do a core values activity with them as well.
Ummers, what do you do with exercises? Do you do similar things?
More informal things, yeah.
Yeah.
But we practice a lot of the interview type things.
Yeah. Does that answer the question, Daniel?
Right. And how do you guys access professionals if they weren't directly related? Like you mentioned earlier that a parent of one of the teams were, say, a chemistry professor, and then you got to ask them and like sort of learn a lot from them, right? So how do you access professionals if they weren't directly related to the team? Like, say I have a project that's focused on this certain subject, like, oh, how do I solve water pollution? And you don't really have any connections. How do you go from there to contacting professionals and setting up meetings with them? And like,
Faith, you want to come and answer that one for us? How do you contact professionals
that aren't related to the team?
So what we normally do is if we have an idea of a professional that we want to talk to, we just Google search for the professional in our area. So as we said with our project, we were looking at lifts. So we just searched up lift engineers, New South Wales, Wollongong, Sydney, went with the first link, sent a contact us, sent them an email saying, hey, if we didn't get a reply, we'd go to the next link and just keep on sending until we'd get something back or someone willing to talk to us. So yeah, that normally works a lot and we've gotten a lot of professionals that way.
You guys, you want to come up and...
How do you contact your professionals?
Yep.
So usually we'll get the kids to write an email and then the parents will send it to the professional. So similar to what Faith said, with Google search the person. So we were looking for metals on the beach. So we looked up metals expert Wollongong and we found a link and then we found an email and we just went from there.
Awesome. Sorry, did you have anything to add? No? Okay. Right, and I see another question on the stream about the format of the meetings being structured. Yes and no. So we have like basically, I guess, 5 parts. We have the sit down and talk about it when we start. Then we have the work period, which is very unstructured. The kids do what they need to do. Then we have the break where we do core values and food and run around and scream and all the rest of it. Then we have another work period, which again is very open-ended. The kids are given broad directives. They know what to work on. And then we finish with another meeting. We sit down and we go through what we achieved, what still needs to be done, so everyone's aware of it. So there is an overlying structure, but within that structure, can be pretty chaotic.
all right. And a few more questions. How do you receive the funding necessary to start a FLL team?
Okay, so
What we started ours with, we went to Rotary clubs.
Yeah.
Back 10 years ago.
10 years ago, we visited a Rotary club and asked. Since we've been working with other FLL teams in Australia, there's Google grants you can apply for. So we've been helping teams apply for those grants to get funding to enter the event. We've also seen teams do the levy approach. Every family pays $50 and that covers it. Do you guys do something similar?
Yeah, we just get parents to pay.
Yeah.
We've also seen teams that will do fundraising. One of the teams from down at Nowra in Australia, you can do get 10 cents for can and bottle returns. So they have funded their team through doing a lot of bottle and can returns.
Is it 10 cents a can, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and they've raised over $1,000.
Doing that.
That's a lot of cans.
Yeah. So yeah, you can be creative. We've also had know of teams who have approached a local business in their area, and the business has been it's aligned their philosophies with what First is about, and so they've paid for the kids' entry fee to the tournament.
Great. And for someone coming into FLL, what is the most important trait that they should have? Like, what is the most important, say, characteristic, personality, or mindset they should have?
Sure. No, Faith? I always say an ability to learn and willingness to work hard.
Yeah.
Lamas, you got anything to add to that?
Everyone's got their own unique thing that they're good at. So we just like to make sure everyone gets a chance to show off what they're good at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the ability to learn is probably the biggest one.
Yep.
All right. Shall we move on to robot? We've got a lot to cover with robot.
Right. Please.
Okay. Alrighty. So we have kept mostly to time because we now have an entire hour to devote to building robots. And we do this last because there are teams that would gladly have us work with them for like 2 or 3 hours to do robots. So we're going to try and break this up into meaningful chunks. We've got some robot demonstrations from Izzy, Faith, and Hugo. And we are going to try and keep this meaningful and organized. So take a look at that list of subjects, and that only just starts to cover the top. So there is a lot of ground to cover in building a robot. Now, it's good to recognize that this is a tough thing. This is a robot competition after all, but it's also equally important to make them understand that this is only 1/3 of the competition. Robots aren't everything. All right, oh, Faith, what are you doing? Right. So step 1, yep, is we're going to go through what requires to judge a robot.
So again, there is a rubric. Again, there's the ratings, the categories, and the comments for the judges. All right, so the judges will be looking at the mechanical design, the programming, and the strategy of your robot.
Right. Now,
the robot design session allows teams to show off the design of their robots. Teams do not operate their robot, and there is now no FLL table in the room. The team should demonstrate how their attachments move and operate, describe and show how their code, display documentation, describe their development process, and answer questions.
Now, at this point, we're going to introduce something called the RDES, the Robot Design Executive Summary. Now, I believe the engineering notebook is an example of this. In a way, it's something that you can use or you can design your own. Now, we've developed our own style over the years, and rather than use the engineering notebook, we've continued using what we've done. So we're going to share that with you. I strongly suggest you look at the engineering notebook as well, just so you can see what's happening. So in an RDES, it's a template to help the teams explain the robot to judges. So this is an organized talk. Your kids don't have to memorize anything. They don't have to be uber creative. They've just got to pass on information. So it's not a requirement for Australian competition, but some events, I believe the World Festival used to require it. Right? It's a very useful tool. Now, all you have to do is read from a piece of paper. There's no need to memorize anything or put on a show. Please bear that in mind. I don't want to put more onto a coach than they're already dealing with. And there's normally a limit of 4 minutes. But again, check with your partners to find out how your tournaments run. Year to year, things change. So here's an example RDS outline that we use. We'll start with some robot facts. Does your robot have a name? How many pieces it uses? Things like that. Then we'll get into the design phase. We'll talk about something fun. Like the kids used to talk about how many hours they had to spend arranging the cables so they wouldn't break. The process that led you to where you are now, and any unique features on your robot. Strategy and innovation. Again, talk about how you approach the missions. Innovative features you have on how you do it. Programming. Give me style as a judge. I want to see comments. I want to see how your code has been organized. I want to see structure. I want to see functions, programs, variables. I want to see how you've coded. And lastly, I want the demonstration. I want you to point out the highlights of your design and programming. So your kids should go into that room ready to show their code, whether it's a printout or on a laptop. Now, when we get to the documentation, same type of deal as everything else we've said, right? If you want to do it simple, you should, but this is the one I would spend some extra time on. If you're going to do 1 pages for everything else, make this a 2-pager. Spend some time getting it right. Team name and logo, some pictures that show me a summary of your robot design and your process, even if it's just pictures or text. Some code. Innovations, point out what you think is special and the challenges and lessons you had to overcome. The engineering notebook gives you a lovely template to use for this type of thing. And it's very, very helpful for the judges. As a judge, I love it when a team gives me documentation so I can look at what's special about their bot. I want to make sure I reward you for all the hard work you've done.
Can I just mention with documentation, we make sure that each section, our innovation project, our core values, and our robot design are separate. We don't put it all into one great big document because the judges, often you're seeing them at different times or different judges. So you want to be able to separate out what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Right, so here's the contents of our robot design logbook. So code, design process, innovation, it's all there. Right, so do we have any questions on the judging or the documentation? Anything else we'll get to in a moment?
Nope, not right now.
Not right now? Awesome. All right. So we got your robot ready to roll. They're not straight away, but we're ready? Yep, okay. So developing an FLL robot strategy, it depends what you're wanting to achieve. If you're wanting a robot that works and something that makes the kids get really excited, the first thing you're going to have to do is sit down and think. If your team starts the process by just jamming pieces together, it isn't going to end well. So here's our design process. We start with robot development roles. We understand the game. We look at our robot classes. We design basic principles, strategy and robot planning, programming. So it's long. So first step is, how do I get a team of 10 kids working on a robot together without them killing each other? Particularly if there happen to be siblings on the team. Isn't that right, Izzy? Right. And this is how we answer that question. This is our robot roles for a team. We use these in the teams we mentor, and we use them in our own team. They are suggestions only, so feel free to tweak as required. So, number 1 is strategy. If you are on the strategy role, your job is to plan and document each run from base or home or launch area, depending on what they call it, right? The path you take, the motors you use, the missions you do. Your job is to figure out what sensors you need to use and what your robot designs are. If you've got to drive under a bridge, you need to tell the rest of your team, my robot can be this many studs tall and not a stud taller. You've got to look at the missions and start looking at how you design the attachments to make them work. It's your job to tell the Pathfinder where you need to go. We'll tell them all about one in a moment. You've got to give the design specs to those building the core robot, and any special code tasks go to software. So you have direct inputs into each of the other roles. Then we have the Pathfinder team. Your job is to build a really simple robot. My personal favorite is Riley Rover from Damien Key. Look up his website if you want to see how to build it. He's made the instructions free. And just put similar sensors on it as you put on your robot. The wheel size, everything else is irrelevant. Program the robot to get to the area of the board that the strategy tells you to, or where you think it's important or likely, right? Don't do the missions. That's not important. That comes later, right? Give your code request to software. And once the core robot is finished, they will adapt your code to work with that actual robot. And if software has built custom code, like the code you've written may just be spaghetti code. Go here, do this, use sensors. But then the core robot team and the software team will take that and convert it and make it proper for the main robot. The Pathfinders is a great role for a beginner because they don't have to do anything fancy. They've just got to make the robot move. Then we have the core robot team. Your job is to build the competition robot. So build requirements, sensors, width, height, weight, all that type of stuff. We usually get you to design a way that things can clip onto your robot. You've got to build the actual robot. Test it with repeatable turns and movement. Put it down on the mat and say, drive forward 2 rotations, then drive back 2 rotations. And if it doesn't end up in exactly the same spot, you have a problem. Do a turn for 2 rotations and then do it again. If you don't end up in exactly the same spot, you have a problem. Do your best to make a robot that can do repeatable moves. Test the Pathfinder code and identify the differences. Using a different size wheels, you may find that everywhere they say put rotations in, you just got to add 20%. Works quite well. Lastly, we have the software team. You've got to identify common programming tasks. For example, drive to touch. I'm going to be driving until my touch sensor goes off a lot, so I better make a function to do that. Right? Parameters, functions, my blocks. You want to make code that's reusable and useful. Right? If you're using EV3G, you're making my blocks. If you're using Python or something, you're making functions. You're going to build a library, a software library for your team to use. Right? Share your code with Pathfinder, test code with Pathfinder and Core Robot. All those things together make a good robot team. You can move between roles or even finish a role. At some point, strategy is going to be done. Core Robot will be finished at some point. This way, everybody can be involved all the time. And they have to keep talking to each other. And make sure everyone is useful and busy. If you've only got 1 robot, that makes it a little bit harder. But if you've got 2 robots, you can keep a team of 10 busy with 2 robots easily. 1 robot, you just got to be a little bit creative in how things work. So, do you have any questions on the team roles, Daniel?
Nope, not currently.
Not currently? Yeah. Right. So strategy overview. So now we're at understanding the game. Right. So we're about to have a look at this. Yep. So there's a couple of rules on robots that apply each year, but they do change kind of. So City Shaper had some special ones. And your robots can look very different. Very, very different. So some important rules to understand. You have to read the challenge guide to understand the game. You have to. If you don't understand the rules, then something's going to go horribly wrong. These are the top rules that cause problems. Right, this used to be a rule, but it's not anymore, but I figured it's worth keeping. FLL is a game about loopholes. Look for hidden freedoms. Right, can I get someone to demonstrate for me the freedoms in the safety mission over here? The house.
You might need to push the camera.
Or move the, take the mission off the map. Okay, Faith, can you and Izzy show them how that works?
Sorry, there's just a cable in the way there.
Now put it on the mat, Faith, and lean across it.
Where?
Right there, on the mat.
No, you can't see that.
Okay, there's good then.
So the way this one works is you have to have the house.
Lower, Faith.
Is that right?
Yeah.
No. So you have these blue beams, and they had to be knocked out, and the house had to still be standing. So, sorry. So this counted as score. This counted as scoring. That counted as scoring. And this counted as scoring because the house is just supported by the blue beams. So, so there's all sorts of loopholes you can exploit with rules.
Yep. Okay. So if a rule is put the person in the house, it doesn't say they have to go through the door. It doesn't say they have to be right way up. They could go through a window. They could go in legs first, head first, or bundled up into a little ball. So keep that one in mind. Beware of Captain Obvious. Sometimes the obvious way is the only way, but sometimes there's a lot of room for creativity. Right, construction. This is what we generally know as the deal with it rule. Right, at tournaments, you should expect the mats to be different because they haven't been worn down as much. The tables are not going to match the ones you have at home. They're going to be little differences. The light levels are going to be different. So you've got to be ready to deal with that. Right? Do not depend particularly on anything outside the wall because walls can be different widths. There can be camera poles. There can be anything happening. So be aware of that. Now, can we see the inspection zone? Is that possible? Yep. So in the current scheme, yep, that's good. In City Shaper, the rules are that your robot has to fit in the small or large inspection area before a match. So over here, Hugo is showing me as a referee that everything fits in the small area, which gets us a points bonus. This thing we've built here, this is our Lego height ruler. It is the height limit of the robot. And as you can see, Hugo's robot fits beautifully inside the height limit, doesn't hang over the edges. So Hugo is now ready to compete. Sorry about that, you can set up now. Oops. So launch area is the area outside there, the quarter circle. That's where your robot has to launch from. So this is a big change from previous years. All right, this is the first time it was introduced last year. It did cause a lot of grief. So read the rules on that one. Home is that whole area down the side. The robot has to come home for the team to touch it. So again, hanging over the edge can cause a problem. Hardware, I've seen a few teams struggle with this. You're allowed one EV3 brick or one Mindstorms brick or one Spike brick or whatever you're using, one computer. You're allowed 4 motors max. When you go to the table, there should be only 4 motors with yours within 10 meters. It doesn't matter if they're unpowered. You can't use them as a counterweight. 4 motors total. If you're going to use it as a counterweight, you've only got 3 left. You can use as many sensors as you want, but you can only plug 4 in at a time. Do be aware, however, that infrared sensor is not allowed because it does potentially allow remote control. There is no remote control. All right? So before you go to compete, you should really turn off Bluetooth on your robot. Very bad things can happen if someone connects to your robot in the middle of a match. No infrared and 4 motors only. There have been problems, even at internationals, with these rules. No other electronics other than what you've got there. So no power functions, no pullback friction motors either. That's it. Pneumatics is fine. Rubber bands are fine. Magnets are fine.
As long as they're Lego magnets.
As long as they're Lego magnets. Yeah, everything has to be Lego. Right. Before the match timer starts, you're allowed to go to the table and check it, but you can't touch it. You can ask the referee to make sure it's all good. You can set your robot up, and you've got to have that done in 1 minute. 1 minute to get to the table and be inspected, another minute to get ready to compete. During the match, you're not allowed to take stuff apart. Right? So even temporarily taking something apart is not allowed unless you're allowed to. Twisting it is fine. Just be aware of that one. Right, you can't touch the robot. I'll skip through this part, but you can't basically touch the robot while it's moving, and you can't touch anything the robot is touching while it's moving. If it drops something, it's largely going to be tough luck unless it ends up completely in home. Now, those rules may change for replay, but just be aware of those. So I won't go spend too long on that. So when you arrive at the table, first thing you do is everything, or you can calibrate, set up. All equipment must be in the large or small inspection zone under the height limit. You then arrange everything in home and launch area as you're going to play. And then before you start your launch, everything still has to be under the height limit. And then in the match, any touch of the robot when it's not completely inside home is an interruption and you lose points. Right, so I will do a run here. So can we turn the camera to, so when you get to the, yeah, I'll actually stop sharing. When you get to the mission zones.
Stop sharing.
No, take the other way, sorry. These are all the missions that you got for City Shaper. You will have all these for replay. Read the rules and understand them and what you get for it. So I'll just skip through these so I can be at the right spot. Right. Oh, I hit the wrong button, but we'll stop there. Right, so Hugo is now going to demonstrate his robot. Okay, Hugo. We're not going to time this one, we're just going to play it. So can we have a 3, 2, 1 Lego, please, guys, for the first round?
And ready? 3, 2, 1, Lego!
So the robot's done its first run, it got back into home, and away we go. We're changing over the attachments. Hugo is Sam's teammates today, so he's going to be having his coach help him. There's the swing. We're going for the blue building, the blue beams. Nice.
One down.
Oh. Oh. Now watch carefully here. I can't touch the robot, so it's completely in home. There it is. No, there it is. Next run, we're going to try and put the bat on.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, we got the crane. And that brings us to one of our robot rules. Sometimes the only explanation is that the robot hates you. On our last run. This is the last one, isn't it, Hugo?
This is the second
last one. At this point, your team should be making a lot of racket.
Yay!
Go Llamas, go Llamas. And done.
Hey!
And cheer, well done. Okay. Now you will notice in that particular robot run, the robot itself wasn't doing anything massively complex. The lifter at the front of the robot was a nice rat gear system, but it didn't require huge amounts of complexity. It was reliable and it worked. Reliable beats super complex every time. Yep. Don't get too close, they won't see it, the focus is out. And because this is the donut eating llamas robot, we even have donuts all over the robot, which is my personal favorite. Lego donuts.
All right, do you want me to get that back to the slides?
Okay, so resuming where we were.
That was kind of like the right angle, sir.
Just got to set up the share again. There we go. And now we're going to take a quick look at robot classes, which is an important part of the design. But we're going to skip through this because we've got half an hour left. So a robot class is basically our classification system for FLL robots. Now, class 1 through to class 4, a 1 is not necessarily better or worse than a 4, they're just different. So, a couple of things to remember as we go through this. The point of this is that it's also giving your teams an idea of what general strategy they can take. So we add new classes, none is better than another. Some can actually belong to more than one class because these kids can be pretty creative. Can also exist between classifications just to really mess with your head. So when we talk classifications, we talk a standard robot, which is something that has 2 motor-driven wheels, 1 or more unpowered wheels or sliders, and can use 1 or 2 motors for manipulations of objects. An attachment is something that can integrate with your robot and alters the abilities of that robot. It's usually powered by a motor, but maybe by other sources. Gravity, pneumatics, elastic bands are examples. And a frame is an attachment designed to be a vehicle that's operated by the robot. So basically a frame is a super attachment. So a class 1 robot, standard robot without sensors. Dead Reckoning may have attachments. All tasks are performed by the robot movement or motors. Can be complex or simple. There is a class 1 robot. Most rookie teams will have a robot like that. Now, if you are a rookie coach listening to this, I would strongly advise against building a class 1 robot. I would jump straight to a class 2. A class 2 robot. Can you go back a step for me, please, Faith? I went one too far. A class 2 robot is a standard robot with sensors and a core movement. So the donut eating llamas robot we just saw has class 2 elements. It has its core movement, which is its up and down lifter. It uses its sensors quite well and has the attachments. So there we go. So class 2 robot will have attachments that secure to the body, changing what it can do. The core movement is planned, up and down or running into stuff, solves most missions. Missions are carried out by the robot with abilities modified by the attachments. So that's our class 2 robot, our very first robot that we ever built. It was a forklift. Not quite as elegant as the donut eating llamas robot, but it worked most of the time. So a class 3 robot is again standard robot with sensors, heavily modified by attachments. Like the attachments really change what it can do. And some attachments are self-powered. That means the motor isn't necessary to make them work. So the attachments greatly alter the robot shape and function. They don't have to be secured to the robot, and their missions are done by the robot or by the attachments themselves. So that was our second robot. That's what we call a class 3, taking attachments on and off and pushing things around the board. Now, class 3 robot can work quite well, but it is mechanically more complex and does tend to involve a bit more labor. So class 3 is something that I would only pick if you know what you're doing. Class 4, and this is the type of robot we use. It's a standard robot with sensors that exists to provide power to other attachments. Here's an example. This is our robot from Into Orbit. The core robot, versatile device, has motors that attach to other tools. And the attachments fit on, over, or to the core robot in some way, can often be larger than the robot and can be left behind. Sensors are located on the core robot usually, but they could also be on the frame. Have a look at the robot coming down the path, you'll see what we're talking about. Slowly moving down the wall. And off goes the frame, and the robot is left behind, on goes the new frame. So that was a huge robot. The rules don't allow those anymore, but that's okay. So once you've identified what type of class of robot you want to work with, then we get into the basic design principles. So if you want to avoid making mistakes, these are the type of things you need to be aware of. Number one, design your robot so that you can get to the charging port and the download port. Hugo's smiling. Hugo knows about this. 2, if it can come apart, it will, and at the worst possible time. So maintain your robot and make it strong. Now, this one is highlighted and underlined and bolded and everything else. Be aware that your light and color sensors can be affected by pollution.
Oh boy, did
Right.
we find that out.
Yeah. Bright lights can wash out your sensors. So calibration and or shielding. We do both because we've had a very bad experience and we're now overly paranoid. So again, learn how to calibrate your light sensors. When you're line following, unless you want to get involved in a lot of maths, keep the sensors in front of the drive wheels. Robots should be balanced over the drive wheels as well. If your robot's tipping and not turning consistently, you have a problem. Support the drive axles. Faith, can you grab our bot and demonstrate how that works? Yep. So your drive axles carry a lot of weight and you need to support them on the outside of the robot or on the inside, wherever you can. Otherwise, your drive axles will end up looking like bananas. You guys support yours too, don't you? The outside. Drive axles are braced.
So if I grab our wheel here, I cannot move it. So we use stop-it axles. I don't know how well you can see, but the stop-it axle goes through the panel, goes through the panel and into the motor.
Right. Now, your gyro sensor can be fragile and doesn't like impacts, so make sure that you're protecting it. Now, be prepared. We really don't like building with robot bricks on the angle. That can be very painful to try and build, so keep it flat. And be aware of height restrictions. You don't want to have a robot that you can't compete with. Right, maintenance. Make sure you test your attachments before a match. Test the axles, keep testing them. They will eventually wear down and break. Clean your tires. Clear sticky tape. You want stuff that'll lift muck off the tires without leaving any residue. Check and replace your drive axles from time to time. You will see them wear down. Firmware and software versions, they do get updated, but please don't change them just before a competition. That's how to make things go horribly wrong. Anything that moves on your robot will wear down over time, so be ready to replace it. Check the strain on your cables. A broken cable can be a nightmare to track down. For strategy, never, ever rely on dead reckoning. There's just so many ways it can go wrong. Dead reckoning is relying purely on motor movements. Don't do it. Okay, never expect your robot to drive straight. No two motors are the same, no two wheels are the same. Your robot will not drive straight. If you have that expectation and code accordingly, you'll have a much nicer time. Now, caster wheels and slider wheels are your unpowered wheels at the back of the robot or the front, depending on how you're driving. They both have different properties. Be aware of them. I always tell our team, the wall is your fifth sensor. You can square up on it or you can run along it. It is a very useful tool. Make every use of it that you can. Aiming jigs are good. Starting against a wall is better. And when it comes to missions, choose quality over quantity. You want something that works 99% of the time. There's no point saying you can score 500 points if you can only do it once in a blue moon when you're all hopping on one leg and humming the 1812 overture. If you are a technician, plan your match. Practice it. Tag team versus dedicated operators. We always use dedicated operators, 2 people that run the robot. Some teams tag in and out. What do the llamas do?
We have 2 dedicated.
2 dedicated? Yeah. Both can work, just be aware of how it happens. Right? Be prepared to deal with unexpected differences. There's a story about a team member, the robot never actually worked for them. It was just them. That one person, the robot, never actually worked. And they figured out why it was. They were the shortest person on the team. And when they put the robot on the table and pulled it into place, they were putting force on it in an entirely different way than everybody else. And that was what was causing the error. When they got them a step stool, the problem went away. So be aware of little things like that. And your technicians should know the robot. They don't have to know everything, but they should be able to recognize when something's about to go wrong. And more, they've got to be able to cope with stress, because all eyes are going to be on them, and they've got to be able to cope with failure. Gracious professionalism, they've got to be able to display. And for everybody else on your team, the worse it gets, the louder you cheer them on. And that's important. All right. So I'm going to skip, oh, I hit the wrong button again. So do we have any questions on that stage?
So about how long does it take for you to develop a robot?
Faith, how long does it take to develop a robot?
Well, for us personally, we've taken 10 years to get this robot up to where it's at. We've kept on iterating on previous year's designs, making it smaller and smaller and smaller, making it easier to build, tuning up all the mechanics and stuff. But for a lot of other teams, for a lot of the teams that we mentor, it'll take them
a few weeks.
Yeah, 4 weeks. 4 weeks, sometimes more, sometimes less, normally to get a cool robot built.
And what would you say is the most stressful part about a fellow competition? Would it be like, oh, the robot's not working, oh, my sensors aren't being calibrated, or what's the most stressful part?
For me personally, it's rushing from judging session to judging session with less than 5 minutes in between. That has got to be one of the most stressful things for me. But that's just me personally.
Izzy, what's the most stressful thing about competition?
Exactly what she said.
Exactly what she just said. Hugo?
I think it's forgetting a line in the middle of the presentation.
Oh yes, scratch that. Forgetting your robot for robot judging.
It happens. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to run through how we plan our robot, this process that every team can use to build an FLL robot, and then Faith and Izzy are going to run our robot, and then we'll take more questions. So you got anything else up on the stream at the moment, guys? No? Okay.
Let's keep going.
Right, so this process is how you build an FLL robot, or how we build it anyway. If you follow this process, you can come up with a really, really good design. So step one, decide your basic robot dimensions, right? You want to check out the field, figure out, look at the missions, and answer, does my robot want to be narrow or wide, long or short, tall or low? That gives you something to work with. And again, with the team roles we were just talking about, this is something the core robot people and the strategy people all need to know. 2, you want to identify useful sensors. Are there walls to run along? Are there lines to follow? Objects to square up on? Which sensors are going to be useful? Step 3. Highways. Highways are an important part of building our strategy. Izzy, can you just put your head back a bit? Thanks. Highways are what we call reliable, easy to navigate paths on the field. Often there are lines and stuff on them because the mat designers have intended them to be highways. So that line along the south wall of City Shaper, that's a highway. Landmarks are important, and you want to examine the board and look for potential paths. Identify your highways. 4, Plot your navigation points. There are 3 types of navigation points in the Project Bucephalus method. 1, there's a strong point, an exact position. Your robot knows exactly where it is because 2 or more sensors agree on where it is. Remember, the wall counts as a sensor. Medium is a general position. It's got 1 sensor lock, maybe dead reckoning after a strong lock. You got a rough idea of where you are. Weak, no sensor information. You're based purely on dead reckoning. 2 dead reckoning steps out from a strong point. Knowing what type of location you're at, strong, medium, or weak, makes a huge difference in knowing what you can do at that location. If you're going for precision mission solving from a weak point, you are going to have a really bad time. Now, I said rotation sensors don't count unless a wall is involved, and walls themselves count as a sensor lock. Next, analyze the mission models. Faith, can you come over and do this? So every mission is assigned to a team member, and they've got to figure out what movements activate the mission. They've got to figure out how many ways can it be approached. Is it near any others? Can they be clustered? Could it be activated without a motor? What's the best way to reach the mission? And then compare notes. So can we see the elevator on that camera? Yep. So how can we approach it, Faith?
You could bring something up over it. You could poke it from the back. That's not as effective though. You could flip it over and then try and balance it out.
This side.
And once you can whack it that way on the angles, you can just run into it and you don't really need to use a motor to do it. So normally you just poke and play around with the missions, figure out what works best.
Thank you. So get your team on that. Get everyone to be master of one particular mission. Next, plan the robot runs. Use that information that you have to sketch the robot's path. Now, after each movement, the robot is going to be in a strong, medium, or weak location. Now, you want to plan your movements to avoid weak positions. You never want 2 in a row. And you want to find ways to get to strong positions at every chance. Here's an example from World Class. The wall, running along the wall gives us 1 sensor lock. And every time we hit a line, that's a strong point because a light sensor agrees and the wall agrees. So all those red circles and blue circles were missions we did as we were traveling along that line. And we tried to do them all from strong points. 7 is plan your robot layout, right? No pegs, no beams. Play with the layout. Where do the motors go? Where does the brick go? Where do the sensors go? Play with all those things. Do not peg anything together yet. See how many different ways you can plan it all together. Now, this leads you to knowing what your robot needs to do before you build it, right? So a common mistake, for example, is someone will build a drive system and brick and then try and add on sensors and motors. It's much, much better to plan it and put it all together as an entire unit in one go. You can integrate sensors and motors into the chassis from the beginning. And don't forget about the non-powered wheels and test it and test it. Make sure it can turn and move reliably. And if you're feeling particularly cruel, you can actually include more sensors than you can use at one time. I have seen teams hot swap sensors out in the middle of a match, although I personally do not recommend ever doing that. Now, here's some templates for sensors. The basic, if you are a rookie coach, I strongly suggest you start with this as your basic model. 1 touch sensor, 1 light sensor. You can now get to just about anywhere on the board and know where you are. You can do a heck of a lot with just those 2 sensors. And you can always put the touch sensor behind the light sensor. This is the reversible model. You have the light and touch on both ends. Suddenly your robot doesn't care about which way is front or back anymore. The dual line follower or single line follower, 2 light sensors out the front, touch sensor in between. You can line follow off either sensor and be offset on the line. Or you can be wide and get even more offset. So both these things are, both these methods give you different abilities. Wall followers, well, you can use your touch sensor to know if you're actually touching the wall. Touch sensors can be quite useful. This is our configuration that our kids tend to use. 2 narrowish light sensors at the front, a touch sensor and a gyro sensor. Now this is all done with EV3, of course. Spike Prime may be changing how this works, but the general principles still apply. Right. Do we have any questions on that before we get to our robot run?
So I got some general questions, I guess, or some questions going back to what we talked about earlier. Like, what do you do when a judge nitpicks your robot, even though all you did is competition legal? Like, would you try to reason with a judge, or would you go with their judgment? Like, say if I'm going on the field and something seems legal to us, but the judge does not deem it legal, would you try to reason with him and clarify the rules, or would you, yeah?
Well, if you know the rules and you argue with the judge respectfully, and it's the team members who do it, not the coaches, generally that's okay, as long as you're respectful and you realize that the judges do have the final say.
Right.
Because there have been instances where we think our robot's been scored wrong, or our robot's just in the height limit and they think otherwise. We've been respectful, voiced our concerns, say we think it should be like this, here's why. And sometimes they've gone, yep, okay. And other times they've gone, nope, and we've just had to accept it.
Don't forget to ask the head ref.
Yeah, if you think that ask the head ref, see what their judgment is, because sometimes the head ref's judgment of America for a loophole is going to be different from the Australia's head ref judgment. Changes from different countries, but as long as you're respectful, yeah.
So, well, we're just going to move the camera around now so we can see the field properly. So keep talking, Daniel.
Yeah, no problem. Going back to team roles.
Going back to what, sorry?
Team rules.
Team roles.
Yep.
Do you guys have a team captain for FLL teams?
Faith, you want to explain the team, or Izzy, do you want to explain the team structure? Oh, Faith, you do it then.
So what our team does is we use a subgroup system. So our team splits off into small groups of two or three, and each group has a subgroup leader. And what happens is for a core values activity or general stuff like that, we split off into the groups. The subgroups discuss their ideas and then bring them to the subgroup leader, and the subgroup leader brings it to the decider, who then makes the final decision. This way everyone gets a voice, and yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what we're about to show now is a robot run. We will time it.
Oh, we're timing?
We're timing. Yep, they're ready for it. They're good. Now, the important thing here is to also watch how the operators move. Now, these guys have been practicing in a way that means that they cannot get in each other's way. They don't waste time and they don't risk dropping stuff, do they, Izzy? Okay. So here we go. Ready for the countdown. And 3, 2, 1, Lego. You can see there, we're using the on and off approach and the quick change. Robot's back in base, everything lifts on or off. We're not getting in each other's way. The rubber band loaded?
Yeah.
Yep. We lift the traffic jam without using a motor. We flick the swing with a rubber band. Again, no motor needed. We line up on the wall. Going into the building. Uh-oh. Yeah, you catch the robot from there. Again, we're going to use the wall. You can see we've used the same highway twice, so able to reuse code.
Oh, of course, you get stuck.
Now this is going to show an interesting part of our code called error handling. The robot has detected that the mission didn't work, so it's trying again. 25 seconds remaining. There we go. 20 seconds remaining. And the llamas are going to catch the robot. Here we go.
It should stop.
2, 1, and that's time.
You see, it stopped.
Hey, well done, girls.
It stopped.
Okay, put the camera. Can you put the camera back or not?
Sort of.
So, what you just saw there was an example of a pretty good robot. The girls are pretty pleased with themselves how that went. Just a little. One mission failed. But you also saw the last thing I wanted to talk about before our time runs out, which is code. Yeah. So programming, there's one last thing you're able to do. As you saw with this mission here, the robot failed to lift it on its first go. And something you can aim for is the robot detecting that it didn't work and then making autonomous responses to recover from it. So the robot the kids built also has a timer in it, and they programmed it to not go into this section of the field if they didn't have enough time left to solve the missions. So that is something that you should aim for as a challenge. Make your robot intelligent enough to make decisions on its own and use input to change it. And that type of thing really impresses the heck out of me as a judge. Okay, Daniel, so that I believe is everything. Is there any other questions or comments? I've got 2 questions. What are they?
One question, I guess. How do you guys come up with your team names? Like Project Bucephalus, Donut Eating Llamas? How do you guys come up with it?
So Hugo can go first.
We came up with our name by voting on different parts of the name. We started by voting on different names. We came up with all these different weird ideas for what the names should be, but we ended up voting on one part of the name and then putting it all together, which made us come up with Donut Eating Llamas.
Izzy, do you want to tell the story? No, okay. Okay, so our team name came from 10 years ago. We had a group of teenage girls in the team that were horse crazy, and they insisted on having a horse mascot. And the boys refused to be rainbow ponies. So Bucephalus was Alexander the Great's war horse. So by using Bucephalus, the girls got their horse, and the boys got their dignity. So it all worked out. And on the plus side, we get to mess with judges all around the world because nobody can pronounce it. Now, we did run into a team from Macedonia once that was absolutely delighted with the team name and insisted on photos. So that was pretty good. Now, I see we've got 2 questions from Rob Turok. Hi, Rob.
Well, sorry, but the time is up and we have to get ready for our next presenter.
No worries.
So sorry about that. But if you would like to finish answering up the questions on the YouTube chat, feel free to do so. And thank you so much for your insightful presentation.
Guys, come up. Come up.
Right. Thank you guys so much.
Hang on a sec, Daniel. Yep. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. But if you would like to finish answering up the. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hey. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. All right. So, everyone, this is Jay Heimlich from FRC 3132 Thunder Down Under. Jay is a Thunder Down Under alumnus who served as the team's Chairman's Award lead presenter during Thunder Down Under's win of the 2017 Championship Chairman's Hall of Fame Award. Jay was also the former media sub-team captain for 3132, and an interesting fact about her is that she enjoys listening to audiobooks and studying medieval history during her spare time. So without further ado, take it away.
All right, so I'm gonna share my screen. There we go. As Daniel said, my name is Jay, and I'm from Sydney, Australia. I am on Team 3132, the Thunder Down Under. Even though I'm from Sydney, I don't really sound like it. So I understand if y'all are confused. I'm actually from America and my family is from America. And we came over here and we started Thunder Down Under. And around 2010 was our first season. So that's about 11 years now. And today I'm going to present about chairmans. And I've done a few presentations on outreach and awards, but this one is specifically for chairmans, and it's going to go into a lot of detail about it. It's about 2 hours long. In the middle, I'm going to do questions as well as at the end. So it can break up the time a bit. 2 hours is a bit of a long time to be listening to me. Anyways, we'll get started. And a lot of people, I don't know how many people are watching, but a lot of people, when they start and get into FRC and get into robotics, they don't know the different awards in FRC. And Chairman's is one of the hardest awards to really get your head around when you start, because it's one of the highest awards. It's the highest award. And here I've copied the definition of Chairman's that is on the First Inspires website. I'm not going to read it all to you. I'm not going to read it all to you because it's a bit long, but it pretty much says it's the most prestigious award. It honors the team that best represents the model for other teams. It enables first to recognize teams for their exemplary efforts in spreading the first message. So it's not really a robot award. It is an outreach award. And it is about what you've done in your community. It is about how you've spread STEM. It is about how you've impacted people. And everything that is outreach, everything that is STEM outreach. But it also has a bit of an aspect of the robot. But all of the guidelines, all the specifics are up on First Inspires. But what I wanted to talk to you about in terms of the idea of what is the Chairman's Award is the content. So the content is what the judges are looking for in the Chairman's Award. And people overlook this a lot and kind of jump right into the award and start, doing things and getting things off their list that they really want to do. But if you're really going for the award, there are about 4 things that you really have to keep in mind when you're doing your presentation, you're writing your essay, you're making your video, and all of the submission content that you're going to submit to the judges. The first is measurable impact. So it's not just impact, it's measurable impact. And that makes it a little bit more complicated because it means an impact that you can put to a number, an impact that you can size up to something. So what's really good to put that shows you've had measurable impact is statistics. So if you say we've reached 50% of our local community, that's a really good way to show your measurable impact. If you say we've taught at 5 schools, that's a really good way to show measurable impact. And then there's promoting STEM through FIRST programs. So for those of you that don't know, FIRST it doesn't just have FRC. There's FLL Junior. There's actually a program that's even lower than FLL Junior now. I forget the name. FLL, FTC, and then FRC. And so what that is looking for is you using the programs that FIRST is set up for you to spread STEM. So FIRST has created a really good platform for you to use to spread STEM, not just through your own means. FTC reaches some of the younger ages, FLL reaches primary school, and you can pretty much reach a whole bunch of new communities through each program. And then the next thing is a sustained period of time, specifically within the last 5 years. So what they're looking for is what you've done, not for just one year or what you've done one time, but something that you've sustained and continued throughout 5 years. So the things that you've done in the last 5 years that have kept going and stayed alive. So if you created a program and it went well for about a month, but then there started to have a few problems, you weren't able to keep it going, that's probably not the best thing to include in your content because it's not what they're looking for. They're looking for something that keeps a sustained impact on the community throughout, however long. And then there's impact on the broader community. So there's your community, which is like the town you live in, the school you go to, the people that you're in direct contact with. And then there's the broader community. And the broader community extends globally, it extends nationally. With the term broader, that also comes with the definition. So the definition of broader can be thought of as international, it can be thought of as national, but just bigger than your main community in your main area. So with everything that you've done, you should be thinking what corresponds to these things. So if you have a list of the things that you've done, you should be thinking, which of these has measurable impact, which of these has used the FIRST progression, which of these has been around for a long time, which of these has been impacting the broader community. And all of the, the little nitpicky things that the judges are looking for in the rubric, which is on the FIRST Inspires website, and all you need to do is look that up. I didn't put it in here because it was probably a bit too long. Next, the thing that really helped us to to not only create what we wanted our goal to be, not only what we wanted our goal to be, but how we were going to get there, was by creating a mission statement, a motto, and we didn't really call it this, but it's for all of the people in school, it's like a topic sentence. And that's a really easy way to look at it. So the definition from Google of a mission statement is a formal summary of the aims and values of a company, organization, or individual. So in my personal definition, I take away from that, it's a summary. So you want something that kind of sums up your goals and your team and what you want from FIRST. So our mission statement was innovate, improve, inspire the world. And that kind of clearly tells everyone, what do we want to do? We want to innovate. What do we want to do? We want to improve. What do we want to do? We want to inspire. Who do we want to do that to? The world. And then a motto. The difference between a motto and a mission statement is that the motto is the what. Yes, the motto is the what, and the mission statement is the how. So we wanted to, as our motto, we wanted to spread STEM for everyone, everywhere. And then how we were going to do that through our mission statement was innovating, improving, and inspiring the world. So it doesn't, your motto and your mission statement, how you want to define your mission statement and motto doesn't have to be along the same lines. It just has to be a really clear summary of where you want your outreach to be taken, what kind of impact you want to have, why you're doing what you're doing, and who you're doing it for. And then the topic sentence is the motto and the mission statement added together. So our topic sentence, as you can see, was we are creating and implementing the blueprint to change the face of STEM in Australia, the Asia Pacific, and around the world, and we are committed to inspiring the millions of stories yet to come. So it doesn't particularly have any of the words from the mission statement and the motto, but it is telling you how you're doing it. Like it says, we are creating and implementing the blueprint to change the face of STEM in Australia, the Asia Pacific, and around the world. So that's who we want to impact. And how we are doing it is by we're creating and implementing the blueprint. And then just to top it all off is we're committed to inspiring the millions of stories yet to come. But what these three things do for your chairman's award submission is give the judges a really repetitive and clear way to see what your team is about, and a really clear way to pick out your team from the rest of the teams that they're judging. So a lot of teams don't really specify these things in their submissions. They don't really think about it, they don't really define it, and they don't really compress it into something that's understandable. But what you want to do is you want to use these things to persuade the judges. And it's a really good way to do it because it makes their job easier. And the more you can make their job easier, the more likely it is they're going to be able to fight for you when they're talking about you with the other judges. And it really just sets up a clear way for them to identify the things that they're looking for. So they have a list, they have the rubric, they know what the award is about. But sometimes teams don't make it particularly easy to look at what they're doing and how they're doing it. So this is a really good way to do that. Ooh. All right, so that was just the general overview. Next, we're going to talk about the video. So this was our 2017 video, and I'm going to play it. I don't know if it's going to work, but the copyright issues should be fine because it's our video. And I'll talk about it afterwards. However, just while you're watching, think about what kind of things, what kind of motifs are in the video, what kind of energies, what kind of themes, and what kind of vibe that you get from the video. Because we had a set idea of how we wanted people to react to the video, and that's what we based our making of the video on. So here we go. Hopefully it works. There's no sound. Whoa. All right, Daniel, do you have any? Nice.
Check your screen share settings. There should be an option for sharing with sound on, so that the audio from your display is shared into the stream.
Okay.
Potentially try redoing the screen share. It's a setting in the bottom left corner, if I'm not mistaken.
Bottom left.
When you press screen share and you go into the window that makes you select the screen that you're going to share, it's the bottom left corner that says like enable desktop audio or something like that.
Ooh, that's well. I suppose you can watch it in your own time. However, I will talk about what was in the video just because we didn't get to watch it. So the video that we created was meant, ooh. Okay, technical difficulties. One moment, please.
Would you mind if I shared your video instead?
Yeah, go ahead.
No problem. Give me 1 second. Yep. Right, here we go. I'm gonna stop your screen sharing first.
All right, yeah, all good.
If you can build a robot, you can help a team build a robot. Help 10 teams build a robot. Help teams in every continent. Well, maybe not Antarctica. If you support girls in STEM, connect girls around the world. Break that glass ceiling. Shatter it. If you can use your phone, create a Google Hangout. Use that Hangout to assist teams from around the world. Get other teams on board. Do it 24/7. If you can program a Lego robot, you can run a RoboCamp, run a small business, make enough money to run a team, franchise it. If you can mentor a kid, mentor a school in your neighborhood. Mentor a school in a foreign country. Create a space to mentor. If there's one team in your area, start an off-season event. Grow it. Start a regional. Heck, start too. If you can inspire your team, inspire a community. What, too easy? Inspire 200 towns. Inspire others to pick up the cause.
Start a team for homeless teens in the inner city. Be a role model.
Yeah, you go, Steve. If you can build a robot, you can do more. You can innovate. You can improve. We can inspire the world.
All right, that's the video. So if you would like to continue your screen sharing.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for that.
No problem.
All right. So yeah, so that was our video, and at this point in the season when we were starting, to figure out what we wanted our video to look like, we were actually debating even submitting for chairmans at all, because we felt like what we were doing wasn't enough. We felt like we really wanted to have a much bigger impact than what we were at that point, and we didn't really want the restrictions of a rubric to hold us back, and we thought it was a bit stupid for us to just do something to change the world but only do it for an award. We thought that was not really what we wanted our vision to look like, and we were really debating whether we wanted to stop doing chairmans altogether, or take a break from it and come back the next year. But we decided that we would keep going, because we wanted to use our voice. We wanted to use our voice to through FIRST and through the award to raise more impact, raise more awareness, innovate more, and do what we love to do. And we thought that the Chairman's Award, while it is an award and it is restricting in some senses, we thought that it was one of the ways that we could do more. And so when you're coming up with your video, you have to do a lot of things that require a lot more thinking, and a lot more thinking about what you want the team to be about. So I've written some questions down here that pretty much summarize what helped us the most in making our video. So what do you want this video to do for your audience? So the people who are watching. And obviously that's one of the main groups that we wanted to make the video for. And all of our videos before, in 2016 and 2015, they had been good. In our eyes, they had been, what we had envisioned for them. However, they did not make you want to do something in the world. You would watch them and they were like emotional videos. They were inspiring. They had that inspiring like violin music that you see all the time. And that was good for us for a while, except we realized when you sit down and you watch our videos from 2016 or 2015, it doesn't make you want to immediately change the world. And that's what we thought was one of the big factors that we wanted to put into our video, because if there was no action coming from our videos, then why were we making them? Like, the video is something for visual people. And it's really, we really wanted it to encourage people rather than just be part of the award. So the audience is a big part of that. And there's a story that I tell everyone when when I talk about our video, because it really just summarizes everything. This one time I watched The Karate Kid. I had never seen The Karate Kid until like 2 years ago. And I watched it, and you know, you see the kid fighting and whatever, and it takes them like 1 month to get rock hard abs, absolutely solid, can probably punch a hole through your door. And I was watching, you know, lying in bed, absolutely, you know, eating so much, just absolute couch potato. And I was like, this is what I want. This is what I want, and this is how I'm going to do it. I am going to get abs. I'm going to get up right now, and I am going to do a few push-ups, and I'm going to have abs, rock hard. 1, I did not get abs, but that's not the point. 2, it made me want to get up and do something. I actually did work out for about 2 days. So the reason I think that embodies what we wanted from our video is when I watched The Karate Kid, I got so inspired. I got so inspired to get abs that I actually went and did something about it. It doesn't matter how long I did it for, because that's not the point. But I actually got up after watching it, and I was like, this video has made me want to do this. It has inspired me to get up off my butt and do something. And that's what we wanted our video to do. We didn't want our video to incite, you know, another YouTube spiral into whatever weird videos you get. We wanted people to get up, you know, sign petitions. We wanted people to get up and teach classes because of it. And yeah, that's just what we wanted from our video. The next question was, what do you want this video to show about your team? So the video is a really powerful tool to show the world, show the first community, show the judges what your team is about. And over the past few years, I've been writing a book. On and off, because I can never finish projects, but that's another story. And books always have a theme, whether it's, you know, responsibility, whether it's this quest for glory, whether it's kindness, whether it's, you know, all of those values that have the same vibe to them. And that's pretty much what you want to channel into this video. What theme, what vibe, what theme do you want this video to show about your team? So because the video shows all of these visuals of your team and what your team's done, it's really important to think about what you actually want to show people. Do you want to show people your compassion? Do you want to show people your ability to win? Do you want to show people your competitive skills? Do you want to show people, you know, I cannot think of another one, but that's okay. But that's one thing that you should really think about, is how you want your team to be perceived in terms of the video. Next is, what do you want this video to show the judges? So obviously this is for the Chairman's Award, and there are guidelines, there are rubrics that you have to follow, and that was why we were debating doing it, because we didn't really want to follow the rules, but rules are important. Only sometimes. But what we wanted to show the judges was, and this goes back to the one of the first slides about the content. What we wanted to show the judges was what they were looking for. So we wanted to show them measurable impact. We wanted to show them how we're using the first progression. We wanted to show them whatever the first content points were. But the video, sorry to disappoint, but the video, most judges don't actually look at the video, your video, unless you win like a regional chairman's award. So because of the amount of people that are submitting for the chairman's award, it's so hard for all of the judges to watch all of the videos and read all of the essays all the way through. So the video a lot of the times is for judges who just want to see, you know, what you're doing. They just want to, they want to tick off their boxes, but the video is also for the visual judges. So the reason that there are so many forms of submission, the video, the essay, the presentation, the pit judging, is because not all people learn in the same ways. So the reason that there is a essay is because some people learn by reading a lot more than other people. And the reason there's a video is because some people learn through visualizing things and seeing pictures and seeing videos better than other people. And so it's for the people that don't really understand your theme and your goals just from the other parts of the submission. So that's why the video is actually really important, because it shows the other side of things. It shows the practical side rather than the theoretical. And it gives the judges something to look at, something evident, and something that shows them that you're doing what you're doing. And then there's, does the video fit with your motto and mission? So we talked about motto and mission before, but it's really important when you do create a motto and a mission statement that you include it in the other parts of your submission. If you only use it in, you know, if you only use it in your presentation, it won't do as much impact on the judges as if you use it in all of the parts of the submission, because then it doesn't really live up to its definition. A motto and a mission statement are supposed to define the goals and you know, just the basis of your team, like why your team does things. So it doesn't make sense to just say, this is what we want, this is how we're going to do it, and then just say it once and never again. So it's really useful to use it throughout your submission and throughout the things that you do, as a way to measure what you're doing, as a way to assess if what you're doing is the direction that you want your team to go in. So all of these things are really important when you're thinking of making a video. And there are things that you think about even before you start to, you know, storyboard, even before you start to collect footage, even before you write all the scripts. And it's really important to get these things down before you start making it, because it's really bad. It's really bad when you get, you know, in the middle of editing, in the middle of taking your footage, and you have no idea why you're making the video. You have absolutely no clue where you want the video to go and how you want it presented to people and how you want it to look. And it's really hard. We've done it a few times, and everyone goes through the process of getting used to making videos and media at the start, and you get used to it as you do it more. So like Daniel said before, I was the media captain. I'm now at university, so unfortunately I am not anymore. I am a mentor. But videos do take a bit of doing at the start to understand what you're doing. So it may take a bit of not absolutely having no idea what you're doing, what you're clicking, what you're, shifting around. But after you do it a few times, you start to get the hang of it. All right, so after you've gotten all of the thinking done about the perception of your video, it is really a process. So it is step by step, and it is kind of, repetitive and tedious, but it is how it's done. And how we did it, I don't really know how other teams do it, but what we would do for the first, week or two of build season, or even before that, is we would literally watch all of the YouTube videos that we could. So one of our videos, I think it was 2016 or 2015, I don't know, but it was based on the moonshot video. And you can look it up on YouTube, and it'll probably be the first one there because it's really famous. But if you watch the video, it is so close to that video. And that's how we did it. We watched so many YouTube videos. Like, we would watch Nike ads, we would watch inspirational videos, we would watch TED Talks, we would watch commercials, we would watch literally anything that had any resemblance to the chairman's video. And look, plagiarizing is wrong. However, taking a concept and making it your own is not wrong. So what we did when we watched all these YouTube videos is we would make a list. And what I tell the kids on 3132 when we're making a video is, what are all the things that you like about that video? So it can be a particular way that they've edited it. So if they've done a transition that you particularly like, if it's a particular shot, like an angle or a pan or something like that, just something that you think would be a really cool thing to add into the video. And we would have, each person make a list. So we would come together and we would add all those things together, and we would say, what of these are the best things to put in the video that are going back to this slide, that are going to, talk to the judges? What is going to fit with your motto and mission statement? How are these methods that you've seen in the YouTube videos going to lead to that? And it was really hard at the start because we were trying to kind of remake our ideas of what we wanted the team to do. So our video for 2017 was really different. It was super different to all of the other videos that we had done. And it was something completely out of our comfort zone. We had no idea at first how to edit it. Like, we had no idea where we were going. But we had looked at all these videos. One in particular was a Nike ad. And it's exactly the same. If you look at our video and you look at this Nike ad, I'm sharing all our secrets, by the way. I hope you know. Please keep them. But if you look at our video and that Nike ad, like, the script structure, absolutely the same, except we've put in, what we've done, and we've put in how it applies to us. And we were even thinking of using the same music. Obviously we didn't, but the Nike video that we watched was absolutely the right feeling that we had, that we wanted to give people who watched our video. It was absolutely what we wanted people to feel, what we wanted people to do. And the Nike ads are for sport. They're for apparel, they're for health and fitness. And what they aim to do is to get you active. And so while, you know, the two groups, robotics and fitness, were very different, it was pretty much the same idea. You know, we both wanted to get our viewers out of their seats and do something. So that really struck us as something that we wanted. And multiple times in the season, we went back to that video to see how they did things, to see what their methods were, because our editing system was pretty chaotic. It was not sophisticated. It was fueled on energy drinks and snacks and 1 a.m. editing. So by no means was it perfect. And we had to look back at the video, and we had to keep thinking about what we wanted to come out of the video throughout the season. And then more practically, before we started editing and before we started taking footage, we did a storyboard. So it was really easy with that Nike video because it pretty much set up how we did it with our video. And so I think the chairman's video is 2 minutes 30. If I'm not wrong, I'm probably wrong. But 2 minutes 30 is not a long time in terms of video editing. And when you do it for a few times, you'll find that 2 minutes 30 is actually a really short amount of time to work with. And so before we did anything, we wanted to make sure that we were getting what we wanted to go into the video, to make sure that we had it all lined up so that it wasn't a matter of, you know, running around like headless chickens for a bit. We wanted to make sure that we had everything absolutely planned before we got into it. So it doesn't have to be complicated. It just has to be, you know, little drawings, little frames, whatever. And we just planned out the contour of the video. So we had this intro, we had this story, we had, you know, it was going to follow one person, and what was this going to show? It was going to go into this room, and this room represents what the person is saying. And the script was a really big part, and it was something that we hadn't really done before. So in all of our previous videos, it was like interviews. It was, you know, a few seconds of this person's interview, and we didn't really have a voiceover. It was just them talking. But for this video, it was a planned out script, and you never saw the person's face. It was a planned out script. It wasn't an interview. It was just voiceover over the top of the video. And it wasn't interview style either. It was, you know, uplifting. It was punchy. That's what we wanted. We wanted it to be punchy, and we wanted it to be in your face, in the bluntest of terms. So you do really have to think about what kind of video you want. Like if you wanted to do an inspirational video, if you wanted to do the interviews, if you wanted to do a video like ours or the Nike videos, how the script would play out. And we wrote our own script. We got our own person to read the script, but it was a very complex process of getting the voice right and, you know, saying it right and recording it right. And the footage came from the storyboard. So once you've storyboarded everything out, assuming you've done it that way, getting the footage is really easy. So we wrote our script first, and then we did our storyboard. We mapped out like when the script was going to be read, at which point, and then the footage corresponded to what the script was talking about. And then the editing is super, like, I can't even begin to tell anyone how nonchalant the editing is. Everyone sees the video and they, not to toot our own horn, but they're like, wow, that's such a good video. That's like how long it must have taken you. Like, but our editing, if you look in one of the shots, there's actually, you can see a person in the reflection of the car, and they're like squatting and holding the camera. So no one should be hard on yourself, because our process was absolute crap. Like a bunch of teenagers they have these huge goals, you know, Nike video goals. But eventually we got to what we were envisioning. And when people say to trust the process, that's what they mean. Because the way there is going to be super rocky, it's going to be super bumpy, and it's not going to be fun. However, if you really want to get to the end of the process, then you have to go through that bumpy period. And none of you teams should be hard on yourself, whether you're, you know, 2 years old, whether you're 10 years old. It is unhealthy. It is unhealthy to be so hard on yourself that you get discouraged. What you got to do when you're editing the video or when you're planning the video and it's absolutely going terribly is just get up, walk around, maybe get something to drink. Never underestimate the power of chicken nuggets. Never underestimate the power of chicken nuggets. Literally, taking a break can change your whole attitude, and you can come back and you can get back to work. All right, rant over. Next. Next is the essay. And the essay and I have a terrible, terrible love-hate relationship. The essay and I go way back. Because even before I was on the chairman's team, like the presenting team, I was writing the essay. So I was about 12 or 13, writing the essay. And I don't know if any of you are 12 or 13, but 12 or 13-year-olds' attention spans and ability to do things, not the best on the scale. So I had a really hard time at first, because it would take me ages, I'm not even joking you, ages to write this essay. However, a wee tip for all of you. The last season, because the season's all messed up, last season the submissions for chairmans opened at November 7th, and they closed on February 6th, as you can see here. November, December, January, February, that's 4 months. I would start at the start of November And that is way before build season starts, may I add. And while it was absolutely terrible, it made me want to curl up in a ball and cry. It's a really good way to get things done, things out of the way, out of mind, so that you can focus on the presentation, the video, whatever you need to in the end months of the season. So I would start in early November, and for like a month, however long it took me, I would be holed up in my room with unlimited amount of snacks, unlimited amount of coffee, and I would be going on this, essay writing rampage for like a few weeks. And that's totally okay. I want you all to know that it's totally okay. Whatever you need to do is okay. So when writing the essay, I've written these few little tips. For your first draft, for chairman's rookies, so 2-year-old teams, because rookie all-star comes first, writing your first essay, I want you all to know that your first essay will be crap. It will be terrible. And that's nothing personal, it's just how things are. It's like when you wrote your first essay in high school. It's not going to be perfect, it's not going to be good, but that's where everyone starts. So if you know how to write a standard school essay, that's just what you got to write. And then for non-rookies, if you have an essay that is from a previous year, what I would do is I would cheat. I would 100% cheat. I would take last year's essay and the content in last year's essay. I would copy and paste onto a new document. What you do, this is the main part to writing the essay. This is really important, and I want all of you who are taking notes to write this down. 1, you take all of the content that you put in last year's essay, on any of your programs, any of your events, any of your, everything that you've done that you thought was important enough to put in the essay. I want you to make a list of those things. And then you take all of the new things that you've done in between the year of that essay and now. So you take all of the new programs, all of the new events that you've done in the past year, and you make another list. So you should have a few things. You have 2 lists now. And the essay, when you think about it, 10,000 words is actually quite not a lot of words. Believe me, I do history in university, and 10,000 words is peanuts, absolute peanuts. So with these 2 lists, you're going to take some of the things out of what you did for that previous essay. So all of the things that you can possibly put in your presentation with 1 sentence, all of the things that you can put in an answer to a question in pit judging. Take all of the littler things out. And then that makes room for whatever the new things that you did are. So you're going to compress the 2 lists. You're going to put all of the new things now with the other things that were in your other essay. And then from that, you should have 1 list, and that's pretty much all that you need to put in the essay. That's all the content that should be in the essay when you read it. And what I did was I bunched all of the the events and the programs together that were in kind of the same category. So like we talked about before, the first progression. So that's FLL, FTC, FRC, and all the other first programs, and how you've used them to spread first. So if we had like the Asia Pacific Invitational, which is an FLL and FTC event, we would put that in there. For another category that was diversity, we have a program called First Ladies. We would put that in there. And then all of the things that kind of correspond to each other and are easy to understand under a category go in the same paragraph, or the same 2 paragraphs. And that's just an easy way for you to break it up so that it's not, you know, writing this whole 10,000 word chunk of mush. It's an easy way to write it section by section. And you do not have to get one draft done in a day. You do not have to get even half a first draft done in a day. It can take you however long you need it to take, as long as you know you get it done. But give yourself time to think. Your brain needs to warm up, it needs to warm down, and you need to take that into consideration. When you first write your first draft, it will be over the limit. It will be so far over the limit that you will not be able to see it on the horizon. And that is the most terrible thing to see. I am not even joking you. I once wrote an essay for Chairman's, and it was not 10,000 words, but 20,000 words. And we had to take that much out. So do not look at your word count. Do not even think about looking at your word count. Just bathe in the glory that you know that you've done your first draft. You are the king of the world now. You can do anything. Once you've written your first draft, just give it to the next person. So what I mean by this is it was kind of a family business, the team. So once I got done with my first draft, I would just give it to my dad or my mom, and they would edit it, and they would take out a bunch of stuff, and that would be version 2. So the first draft is version 1, next draft is version 2. And then he would give it back to me, and I would read it, and I would take things out. Do not be afraid to take things out. So the reason that the judges have given you however many submission forms, the video, the essay, the presentation, pit judging, is because they know that one essay is not enough. Like, I can't stress this enough. Don't be afraid to take things out because it's not the end of the world. You will have other opportunities if they're important to put them in other forms of the submission. And we'll talk a bit more about that later, as to where the things that don't fit in other places go. But yes, so after those 2 drafts, you just keep going back and forth between two or three editors, until you get it down to 10,000 words and you are happy with it. 10,000 words is about 3¼ pages. So it isn't that much in reality. People write longer essays in school than that. So don't look at it as such a daunting thing. I know when I first started doing it, it was really scary. Like, how am I gonna get this much done in only 4 months? Like, this thing is gonna take me 10 years. I'm going to be an adult by the time I write this. But if you just put your head down and do it, do a paragraph a day for the first draft. That's how easy it is. Yeah, and now the content of the essay I don't go into much detail about this on the slides, but you should be using your motto and your mission statement throughout your essay, because you really want to drill it into the judge's mind. You really want them to know, even before they see your presentation, even before they look at your video, that that is your goal, that that is your mission, that is why you're doing things, that is how you're doing things. And you want them to have it in their mind when they're listening to your presentation, because it's the basis for what your team is doing. It's the foundation in which you can build upon. You can say, well, why do they want to reach this many people? Why do they want to go to China? Why do they want to do all those things? And then you can be taken back to STEM for everyone everywhere. That's what we want, right? So you really need to develop that first before you do your essay, before you really do any of your submission. It's really good to do like a team meeting and discuss what you want from your mission statement and your motto. And the topic sentence from before is also really important in your essay. The reason is because that is pretty much half of your introduction right there. And it is your motto and your mission statement added together to compress a clear summary. If you've ever done business studies, or if you've ever done entrepreneurship, in a business plan, there's an executive summary. And that summary, while it is a lot longer, about a page, it sums up the main goals of a business. It sums up how they're going to do it on a big picture scale, and it shows why they want to do it. It shows what their motivation is. So that topic sentence is really important because it's really useful. It's really useful to go back to it when you're writing your essay, just to remind yourself that this is the idea that the essay should be showing. Yeah, and the essay, get it done early. That's why I put these submission times, is because by February 6th, we had already had it done for like 3 months. It only takes about a month. So that's one more thing off of your chairman's team's plate. It's one more thing you don't have to worry about. And it's honestly, it's one of the easier things to do. It's one of the easier things to do quickly, because you don't need, like 3 months practice. You don't need to take all the footage for it. All you need is what you've done, and to sit down for 30 minutes a day to write. Yeah, so that's the essay. And like I said before, it's 8 o'clock now. So right now I'm gonna do some questions, Daniel, just to break up the presentation, because I know it is a long time. So if there are any questions at the moment, I'm free to answer them.
Currently, I don't see a lot of questions that are popping up, but what about we do a general question session at the end of your presentation?
Yep, all right, all good.
Yeah.
Okay, so the presentation. Obviously, this is one of the biggest parts of your chairman's submission. And it is the amount of time that you have the most leeway with the judges. Ooh, ooh. So it is the amount of time that you are able to be face to face with your judges that are going to be, so the judges have a list of teams that they judge. And then there's another set of judges that also judges chairmans, and they have a list. And then when they're done with all of the judging sessions, they come together in a big group and they talk about who they think is the best choice for the award. And so in that list of teams, you really want to stand out in your presentation and your submission so that those judges will fight for you when they're deliberating about who to give the award to. So if your presentation doesn't strike them as you know, anything special, then it'll be harder for them to fight for you. It'll be harder for them to give reasons why you should win the award. So forms of presentation, and this is quite important because there are tons of things that could go wrong. You only have 7 minutes to talk, and I can tell you, once you get in that room, they will start the timer. And then when your time is up, they will stop you. So what we did is we did foam boards with graphics. And it's physical, it's a physical thing. It is not a computer, it is not a PowerPoint, it's not a video. PowerPoints, videos, and anything on a screen, the problem with that is that things can go wrong. Everyone knows that technology, it just messes up sometimes, and it takes ages to fix. And let me tell you, you don't want that in the room. You do not want that when you're trying to do your presentation and you know your file hasn't been saved, your presentation hasn't downloaded, or your laptop ran out of battery. There's so many things that could go wrong if you use a PowerPoint or a video or a computer. And that's really disappointing if you've wasted your 7 minutes because of something that you could have fixed beforehand. Some other forms of presentation that are physical, not technology, are like those post-it flipboards. You can just flip the paper over the top. A handout, like a follow-along pamphlet, that is pretty much like visuals to go with your presentation. And what we did. So what we did was like foam boards made for, I don't know, the stereotypical the stereotypical science project display. We had flipboards for that, and we had designed graphics with pictures on it to go with our presentation. And here are some of them. They're not in order, but it's just to demonstrate what they looked like. And it's really important to keep in mind that the judges, like when you're doing a PowerPoint presentation, you don't put all of the things that you're saying on the PowerPoint. You don't have a transcript of your speech for people to read as they listen to you. And it's really important in this sense as well, because the graphics are meant to be a visual stimulation. It should be mostly pictures. It should be mostly, like shortened sentences that really get in the judges' minds. It's statistics that they can remember really easily. and things that they can look at really quick without losing their attention on your presentation. And you really don't want the graphics to take away from your presentation, because there is so much that you have to get in. There's so much content that you have to get into the presentation in 7 minutes, and you really don't want the judges to be so taken by your graphics that that they can't listen to you. So we really wanted to make sure that that was in our minds as we made these. Most of the graphics, they're the equivalent to about an A4 sheet of paper, have mostly pictures on them. And if they do have words, it's catchphrases, it's, you know, the motto, the mission statement, or something built off of it. Or in this one, you see we have a graph, and you don't really have to look at it that hard to tell that that represents growth, a line going up. So it's not a really complicated graph that you got to look at for a good 20 minutes before you understand it. And then statistics on the other side that the judges can really just quickly jot down, or quickly look at, or quickly remember. And it's really a big help to your presentation as well. One of the things that we did is, because the graphics were based off of the presentation itself, we would have little reminders on the graphic boards. If we forgot anything, we used it as a way to remember, like, our lines, what we were saying. So if I was talking about Fisherman's Institute, this graphic on the left, I might look at it. It literally says Fisherman's Institute on it, so that might just remind me there. But we would say, if you forget, all you have to do is see that Microbank plus RoboCamps is Fisherman's Institute, and then we would tie it back to the sentences that we would need to remember and somehow link it. So that's really important in that way for remembering. And then the actual presentation, like I said before, the topic sentence is really important in the essay, but it's also really important in the presentation. Now, your presentation, it is hard for some people to listen to things and actually understand what you're saying. Like, some people aren't auditory learners. Some people are visual learners, and that's what the graphics are for in the room. However, you want to make it really easy, even for visual learners, to be able to understand what you're saying. So you really want your emphasis on your words is really important here. So I got braces right before we did the build season, and everyone with braces knows that when you first get them, you cannot talk without sounding like a complete idiot. Like, you have a lisp, you're spitting everywhere, and it's just preferable for you to keep your mouth shut. However, I could not do this. Like, I could not do this because I was on the chairman's team, right? And you have to do a whole entire presentation. So I pretty much had to be retrained how to talk, to make it so that it was understandable. And it goes along the same lines for everyone, that the emphasis on certain words of a sentence are really important. So I've highlighted here, we are in our topic sentence. This is our topic sentence. And it's really important that we chose those words as well, because if we said something like, 3132 may create and implement the blueprint, or 3132 might create and implement the blueprint to change the face of STEM, or we possibly could, or something like that. There's a term in English, I should know it. Well, all of my schooling out the door. Anyways, strong language is really important because it makes it a lot easier for the judges who are listening to you for 7 minutes, cram in so much information. It's easy for them if you make it easy and highlight the things that help their brain to understand it better. So if you say, we are creating and implementing the blueprint to change the face of STEM in Australia, and we are committed to inspiring the millions of stories yet to come, the emotion in your voice and the emotion that you use to convey that sentence is a whole lot more important than what you actually said in the sentence. So even if you've created this amazing mission statement, topic sentence, it is super important for you to be powerful in your language and your inflection and your emphasis. Because if you say, we are creating and implementing the blueprint to change the face of STEM in Australia, the Asia Pacific, and around the world, and we're committed to inspiring the millions of stories yet to come. That is just terrible. Like, it didn't matter what I was saying, right? You probably stopped listening halfway through because I sounded like an idiot. And that's the main idea here, is that while it is important to put in content that is important, to show what you've done, it is also important to sound like you've done it, to sound like you're passionate, to sound like you know what you're doing, to sound like you want to be there. And that's what's really important about these two words, is they're the beginning of oh my god. Okay, they're the beginning of a sentence or like a phrase in a sentence that if you start off bad, then the judges will not want to listen to the rest of it. And that goes for every one of your presenters, whether you've got 2 presenters or 3 presenters. Like, everyone should be sounding like they want to be there, like they're passionate about it, because that's the most effective way to get your information across to the judges. Oh my god. There we go. So in the room, after your 7 minutes, the judges will have questions for you. And obviously there will be things that you will not be able to put in your presentation. And obviously 7 minutes is not the longest of times, and you will want to put the things that you think are most important to your team, to the content that the award calls for. And so there are some things that are going to be left behind. And like I said before with the essay, there are things that you won't be able to put in the essay as well, because there are other things that are just more important. So in this time, while the judges will ask you slightly specific questions, it is really easy to talk about what you want to talk about. So I took this class with my mom. It was like, I don't even remember what it was like, it was PR or something, how to do interviews with the newspaper or the news or whatever. And their statement about questions was that you can pretty much give the answer to any question. You can put any information in an answer to any question that you want. So if I was talking about that our team is 55% women, and we weren't able to put that in the essay, we weren't able to put that in the presentation, and one of the judges asked me, so what do you think in terms of your team's outreach has inspired you the most? And this one is a bit easy. This one's a bit of a lowball. But while you're talking about what has inspired you, it does not have to be what's actually inspired you. Let me get this straight. It does not have to be completely what the question has asked. Because in theory, they don't really want to hear just what the question is asked. They don't want to hear, the answer to that question is just maybe one thing, but they want to hear you talk about other things as well. They want you to expand on it. So in that question, I could say, one of the things that's really inspired me is the fact that we have this program called First Ladies, and it advocates for women in STEM. But the coolest thing about that is our team is actually 55% women. And in the STEM field, that's really rare. And we think it's really cool that we can have that impact on women. Like, it's super easy to just redirect the question. Even if they ask, so if you want to talk about China, how you went to China, if they ask, what do you think your impact on your community has done, your team's impact on the community? You can say, well, our impact on the community, while it is great, we think it's also mutually beneficial to look outside of our community. We've done this, and this in our community, and then link it somehow to the greater community. So what we did is Robots in the Outback. That's in our community, and it's bringing FIRST Robotics to rural communities in the Outback. But we also expanded that, and we did Robots Around the World. And along the lines of global, we've also gone to China. And it's the questions that the judges ask are they aren't super specific because they want you to go into detail about the things that you want to talk about. They want to hear about your experiences, and they want to hear about they want to hear it from your own voice. They don't want to hear it from, the scripted presentation. The questions are for interaction between individual to individual. Also, if you're super competitive in chairman's, it is important to remember the questions that they ask you, because it can tell you things about your presentation. So if they ask you, so I've heard, I know that you talked about this in your presentation about RoboCamps, but I just wanted to know, how did you do it? How did you first get it started? And that could tell you that you didn't explain it in your presentation, that you didn't explain how you got it started in your presentation, that you need to work on that better. And it's just like a feedback form that you get after an assessment or an exam. Like, the questions that they ask you reflect what they want to know more of. And it might be that you you haven't done a great job of explaining it in the presentation, but it's a great way to improve for the next time. All right. So that's the presentation. Also, one of the most important, I know this looks weird, just out of context, but one of the things that we really looked at while we were doing our presentation, and the most effective way to do our presentation, was how different really influential people, whether bad or good, influential people of the world get across their point. And so this guy did this video of how Trump answers a question. And I'm not going to play it because it's really long. However, you can go and look it up. And it pretty much analyzes how Trump speaks. And whether you like him or not, it is a fact that he is highly influential. While he is definitely not smart, he does have the capacity to persuade people, to get in people's heads, and to influence people. And so this video looks at how he does that and how he uses his words to influence people and to persuade people. So how he does that is through buzzwords and simple language. So when you're listening to a presentation, it is really hard to keep focus when everything is incredibly complex, when everything is super wordy and long and hard to understand. So what the video says is that Trump uses these singular words called buzzwords, and you might have heard it before, but buzzwords are like these one long words. The average word in his sentence does not go over like five, 6 letters, and the average word does not have a complex meaning. It is all simple. It is all something that anyone can understand. And then these buzzwords, there's like 1 or 2 or 3 in every 2 or 3 sentences, and it serves as a word that really gets into the listener's head, because it's the only word that is powerful. So we tried to implement that a lot in our presentation, because we really wanted to do the presentation in the most effective way that we could, to actually make sure that the judges remembered what we were saying, to make sure that they understood what we were saying. And so here's an example of something that I said in our presentation, and it's Robots on the Outback, which is the title of the program, gives rookie teams in underserved communities. So rookie teams in underserved communities, every word from there is pretty, primary level reading, except for underserved. And that's one of the words that's going to really get in your judges' heads, because it really focuses in on that. And everything they need for their first build season. Really easy to understand. We take mentors and send them to new teams. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters is mentors, and that's pretty much in that section. That's like the longest word there is. Armed is a buzzword, with their years of experience, a handshake, and a smile. So people often overlook the keep it simple, silly rule, except it is so important. It is so effective in so many fields. So while it may be important in like the robot and keeping the robot simple, it is also important in how you talk. So keeping it simple with buzzwords and simple language, we've seen is absolutely effective from Trump. And so while it was debatable whether we liked him, we really thought it was a good way to make sure that our 7 minutes in the judging room was actually effective. A lot of people who take up that 7 minutes of time don't actually get in what they want to get in, or don't actually have the judges understand what they're trying to say, because their presentation, their speech is structured like an essay. Like they're literally reading their essay, and it's a lot harder to listen to than it is to read, because you don't have the time it takes to read an essay. You can go back over that sentence and look at it again. But when you're just listening to someone, you have to listen to it once, and it's impromptu understanding. So it's really important to keep it simple. Now, physically, when you're in the room, to do with your appearance and how you present yourself. One of the things that I was always told growing up and in the team is perception is more important than reality. So what that means is that even if you are nervous, even if the judges know you are nervous, the perception is that you are not focused and you are not taking it seriously. And it's a subconscious thing. It's not like people think about it. When you are fidgeting in the room, when you're standing in your line and the other person is talking, and you're fidgeting with your shirt, you're fidgeting with whatever you're wearing, you've got a watch on, you've got jewelry on. If you're fidgeting with that, even if the judges know that you're nervous, it doesn't matter, because it looks to them like you are not focused. So the easiest way to combat it is to just remove all of the things that you may want to fidget with. So if you have a watch, take it off. If you have jewelry, take it off. Anything that obviously is not your clothes, that you can, while just standing, that you can touch, that you can fidget with, should not be there. And the easiest way to just keep yourself from not fidgeting, or to keep the judges from not, seeing it, is to have, your hands either by your side or at your front. You can have them together. If you have them together, it's easier to keep them from moving around, doing things if you're ADHD. And also, a lot of people don't know where to look when another person is talking. So if another person is talking and you're just waiting to say your bit, a lot of people don't know where to look. So they look around the room, they look, over at what's over there, they look at what's on the table, they look at the ceiling, and that's really distracting to the judges. If one of the judges sees you doing that, they're going to be like, oh, he's looking at something over there. Should I be looking at something over there? And while you inadvertently are doing that, it really harms the focus of the judges. So the easiest way to deal with that is to watch the person speaking if you don't know where to look. Or you can look at the judges, but obviously not in a creepy way. Do not stare them down. That's a little bit weird. Yeah, but you can switch between the two, look back and forth. And that's a really good way to while keeping and eye contact with the judges, you're also making sure that their focus is not taken away from your eye contact. Right? And the next thing is pit judging. So it's something that's overlooked a lot of the time because it's one of the lesser forms of chairmans, forms of how submissions are done. And it's one of the things that people don't really focus on and people don't really take into account because they're so focused on the other things, the other parts of the submission. And pit judging is actually really important because while the presentation is a space for one-on-one discussion and contact, it is a formal space. So any interaction that you have with the judges in the room is super formal, and it's blocked out in times. You talk when you have a question put to you, and it's not you being yourself in your own, pit. It's not you being yourself in your own community or whatever. So pit judging, for those of you that don't know, is when the judges come around to your pit area and they ask you some questions. And there are different judges for every award that does pit judging. But the easiest ways to figure out which judge is for which award is the topics that they ask you about. So they'll come up to you, they'll say, "Hi, how are you? Good to see you today. Here's whatever we want to give you." And then they'll be like, "Hi, we just wanted to ask you a few questions today. We wanted to ask you about your sustainability and how you manage your money." And that question is not a chairman's question. Sustainability is one of the key topics of the business award, the entrepreneurship award. So you can easily pick from that exchange of words that's not the chairman's judge. However, if a chairman's judge does come, he could ask something like, could you tell us about the outreach that you've done in your community? Now that is 100% a chairman's question. And it's really hard to tell when you're in your first year of chairmans because it is something that does take practice. However, it'll come to you as you keep the conversation with them going. When you're talking to the judges in the pit, it is optional, but we found it really wasn't for us because the judges did not have infinite memories. We don't have infinite memories, and it's just written word, so it's better. That we prepared a bunch of resources before the competition, and a bunch of teams do this. We prepared just a general documentation book. It was about 100, maybe less pages of all of the major things that we've done, not in full detail, but just a little bit. And it's one book that you can give the judges when you're in the pit or when you're in the presentation, that they can just take and that they can flick back through and look at your main stats, your main programs, your main events, whatever you want to put in there. Next is a one-pager. And a one-pager is really important because it is pretty much all of the things that you've done in the past year or so that are super important. So these two sheets our one pager. This is the front, this is the back. And here we had every kind of major program that we did. So there was First Ladies, Robots Around the World, 24/7 call center, and then it had a little description of them underneath. And then, you know, visuals, a team photo, some stats, and about the team. And it's one page that the judges can have, that they can refer to in the judging room when they are deliberating with the other judges about. They can make notes on it. These are things that you're going to give the judges so that they can take with them to refer back to see all of the things that you've done recorded. And they're going to take it with them. They're probably going to take notes on this one pager. They might give you back your documentation book, but yeah, the one pager is really important because when you're talking to a judge in the pits, you can just, you know, give it to them. You can say, well, this year in terms of community outreach, we did this, this, and this, and you can see it on this page here. It gives it a little description in case you ever want to know later. And it's just a good way to point out the actually important things so that the judges don't have to go find it themselves. Again, it's going back to making the judges' lives easier. I'm making it easier for them to tick all their boxes and making it easier for them to make reasons to promote the reason why you should win. Next is big books. Big books are, again, another love-hate relationship. These are like the large size binders that you can get at Officeworks or something. And if you've been around for, you know, 1, 2, or 3 years, it's not as prevalent for you. But after our 7 to 11 years of doing things, there were a lot of little things that, while they weren't important enough to put in the essay of the presentation or any of the chairman's submissions, they were still important because they were the history of our team. It's things that shaped the team. It's things that happened, programs that we started and failed, programs that we started and they kept going for a while but then failed. And all of those things are important because it shows your growth as a team. And it's important not only for the judges, but also for new members on your team. While it is a little bit boring to be looking through a book of all of the things that the team has done, it's also interesting for newcomers because they can see just from that what this team is about, what they're doing, all of the things that they tried that didn't work or did work. And our big books were not pretty. They were like this mismatch of different categories and years, and it was terrible. By the end of it, I think we have 4 of them for the entire of our existence, and it has literally everything that we have ever done in them. And do not give these to the judges. The judges will not look at them. If you have like 4, they will not look at them. But it is something good to have just open in your pit. It is something good to have on a table so that anyone can walk by and look at it. We have them out at our competitions, and judges do come and look at them, but also just people who are walking around who want to know what our team is about, what we've done, stuff like that. And so it is a good way for people to learn about us. And then less important, but still important, is a giveaway. So I don't know if anyone knows, but we give out these little koalas. They're clip-on. and people go crazy for them, especially Americans. They think they're really cute, and some people have collected them and collect them annually, which is super, I mean, it's a little bit weird. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit weird because we buy them from these markets that sell them for 50 cents a piece. And everyone thinks that we've made them and that they're these special gifts. But it actually makes people's days. Like to have a cute little giveaway. And a lot of teams already do giveaways like buttons and stuff. But to give the judges a gift is a whole lot impactful to them than you might realize, because every team that they pit judge might give them a documentation or a one-pager, but not every team gives them something for them personally, for them to keep, and that makes a huge impact on the judges. And it's all subconscious. It's going back to perception is more important than reality. Even if a team doesn't give the judges a giveaway, it's not that they want to be mean or something. It's just that they might not have a giveaway. Except to the teams that do have a giveaway, it might be in their head, oh, this team cares about me personally because they gave me a gift. Therefore, this team is, a little bit higher in the ranking than the other one. So we did a bunch of those little things that we tried to up our running for the award. And while they may not seem important, while they may not seem big or, something particularly to worry about, it was definitely something that helped a little bit, especially in making relationships with the judges. And then the questions that they ask in pit judging. Again, you can use this time to add in things that you weren't able to talk about in presentation room and the essay or the video. So we had this list of topics that we were not able to get in the presentation or the essay. Like, it was impossible because we were already at word limit. And so we each had our thing that we had to tell the judges by the end of the competition at some point. And we would, if we didn't do it, it was kind of bad because it was something that was important, obviously, except we just didn't have enough resource to put it in our submission. And so in the pit judging and in the presentation room questions, we would absolutely, the first question that they asked, we would link it back to whatever we had to say. And again, remember the questions because it's super easy to improve from the questions that they ask you. Like if they've read your essay and they ask you specifically about your essay and they're like, well, I read your essay and I was wondering actually how you found out that you got 55% of women on your team. And it might be important to add next year, next time you write another essay, that this is how you did things. And you might remember that and remember that the question they asked kind of reflects the things that you can improve upon. And I think that's it for my presentation.
Right, so some questions from you. How did you decide what should be put in the essay versus what should be put in the video or the presentation?
That's a really good question. And I suppose the essay and the presentation pretty much have the same things in them. So the presentation pretty much has the same main programs and events that you've put in the essay. And a lot of the times we looked at the two and we compared the two. But the video was much less structured because it wasn't a direct way for the judges to judge you. So like with the presentation and the essay, it's something that they could read, or it's something that they could listen to and take notes on, and it's something that they could, it had a full amount of content in it. However, the video is a whole different category. It's a lot of the time for the visual, it's for how your team looks, it's how like it's the embodiment, the visual embodiment of your mission and your motto statement. So it's not so much for the rubrics, it's for the judges to get a feel of what your team is about. So you don't really need to add much hard evidence or hard facts or like hard content in your video. And that's kind of what we did in our video in 2017. We came away from the idea of putting lots of content in our video and making it for the benefit of the audience.
And as for your video, what program did you use to sort of compile everything and get the video edited?
So for all of our chairman's videos, actually, we used Adobe Premiere Pro, and we still use it for all of our videos that we put out today. And while, like, I know the first time I used Adobe Premiere Pro, it was super daunting because there are all these buttons and there's absolutely no way you can learn about how to use them all in one day. But the best way to learn how to use it is to just play around with it for a while. And you can make something that doesn't even have any purpose, but it's a really good way to learn.
And as for your team motto, STEM for everyone, everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is a pretty big motto, or that's a pretty big dream or vision rather. Did 3132 achieve this vision when you guys got awarded the Chairman's Award at Worlds, or are you guys keeping on working towards this goal?
So yeah, the mission statement, STEM for everyone, everywhere, is super big. And in some senses, you can say that it'll never be achieved because it's so big. And not everyone will be able to get STEM, but it was really hard for us because when we won, it was like there was no end goal for us anymore. It was like there was no indicator of us doing the right thing anymore. So there was no kind of limit. And it was really hard for us to continue going on doing our outreach as usual afterwards because we had no goal, we had no end goal or something. But we got over that bump because it goes back to us deciding whether we wanted to do chairman's again or not. Because we despite the award and despite winning the award, we wanted to fulfill that goal. And STEM for everyone, everywhere was not STEM for everyone, everywhere, but only because it gets us this award. It's STEM for everyone, everywhere, because we have the ability to do it, because FIRST has allowed us to have this platform to do it. And that was something really hard to get our heads around, that it was really hard for us to have a goal that was not the Chairman's Award. So in answer to that question, yes, we definitely are trying to still reach STEM for everyone, everywhere. And I don't know if we'll ever fully reach it because it's so big, but we're doing the best that we can, and we've done a lot of programs after the fact that we've won. And we're still trying to push as hard as we can to do the big things because that's what we love to do.
Right. And you mentioned auditory and visual learners. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Like, what are some types of learners and like say auditory and visual, right? And what does this mean for the chairman's video and the chairman's presentation? The
All right.
audience is different, so what does it mean for the respective sort of forms of media that you're presenting to them?
Yeah, yeah. So the forms of learning revolve around the senses. So there's your hearing, there's auditory, there's sight, people who learn by seeing things, which is visual. There's touch, people who are kinesthetic learners, like to get practical, they like to actually do things with their hands. And the reason that the chairman's award submission has all of these different forms of submission is to cater to the not only the judges forms of learning, but also people in the first community who are trying to learn from you. So while the essay is for people who learn from reading, someone can also go and they can watch a recording of our presentation, because that might be the best form of getting the information into their head, because they can't really read and learn. It just doesn't link. It's harder for them to understand. And hearing and seeing things might be easier for the person watching and listening. And the video is really a representation of that, because for a lot of the people in the first community, they are younger, they're high school kids, and reading an essay is not the preferable form of learning for a lot of people. So a video is a really good form of intaking information if they want to learn something. And it means for the submission that it opens up a lot of doors for you as a team in the submission, because it teaches your team how to channel your mission, your motto statement, what your team goals are, into multiple medias and multiple mediums and multiple ways of conveying that to different groups of people.
All right, well, I think that wraps up your presentation. Thank you so much for the insight you've given us on chairmans. It helps a lot of teams. It helps us. It helps everyone, because outreach, everyone is impacted. Everyone is sort of responsible for it in a sense. Well, thank you so much for the presentation today. And
thank you for being our host, and goodbye to everyone. Hope you enjoyed.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Thank you. All right, and now we will be transferring over to our friends in the Netherlands, Team Rembrandt. Hello, Ren, are you there? Hello?
There we go. It should be working now.
Hello.
Hey there.
Hey. All right. Well,
technical difficulties, but it's working all now.
All right. Well, I'm making you the host now, and best of luck in your host session.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the rest of the stream so far. Hope it all went well.
No problem. Your next presenter is already in the waiting room, and I'll leave it up to you.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Have a good day.
You too.
Our next presenter is going to be Professor Chris Rogers from Tufts University, who is going to talk about, let's take a look here. He's going to talk about the results of online project-based learning in the midst of a pandemic. Mr. Rogers, can you hear me?
Should I go ahead and start?
Yeah, sure. Do your thing.
Excellent. All right. Good morning or evening or whatever, everyone. If you can, Renz, if you can please confirm that you guys can see the presentation.
Yes, we all can. Thank you.
Excellent. So yeah, so I thought I'd talk for 10 minutes about my class in the spring when the class completely changed. So it's a junior level class at Tufts University in Boston, and it's a introduction to robotics class. We started out all Lego, and then when all the students had to go home, we continued with all Lego, and they took the Legos home with them. So I guess before going into showing you what they did, I always like to talk about, well, what is it I'm trying to teach? And so these are the clear learning goals of the robotics class. Really, I'm just trying to teach students how to be curious so that they want to motivate their own learning, so they want to figure stuff out, how to learn on their own. So as any student in this class will tell you, it's very much a case of being tossed into the deep end and trying to figure it all out. How to reflect on what you've actually found to see whether or not you can have enough evidence to support whatever hypothesis you're looking at, and then how to teach self-confidence so that once you understand a concept, you can transfer that knowledge into new areas. The reason I do all this is we actually have a center at Tufts which specializes in looking at how the brain actually learns to engineer. And so I'm leveraging a lot of the research that's been done worldwide actually on how can we optimize the learning process. And what you find is when you do some of these methods, students learn more quickly, they retain the material longer, and they also are more excited about it. The other goal I have is to try and balance the ability to think in a certain way and to replicate other people's thinking. So if you think about it, a lot of our K-12, we spend the time trying to teach you how to think like somebody else, or teach you how to understand somebody else's thinking. What was Newton thinking? What was Shakespeare thinking? As opposed to really thinking for yourself. And you can see this in terms of what people often will call misconceptions, which where kids have models that aren't necessarily in agreement with the latest scientific model. I tend to think of these as levels of fidelity. So the scientific models have maybe a higher level of fidelity, but to the kids that have these conceptions, it actually is a model, and they have reasons for their model. They just might not have been thought about it as much as maybe Newton did. We also spend a lot of time teaching facts, but I'm actually interested in teaching mindsets, so ways of thinking. So how do you approach a problem? What do you do first? How do you work in teams? All this kind of stuff. And what that ends up in is my class is mostly about what we call solution diversity, or a large variation of answers as opposed to one right answer. And I'll show you a couple of these. So the class started out, we used EV3s because we really wanted Wi-Fi and Spike Prime. And you can make a Wi-Fi dongle, but it's a bit of work. So out came the EV3s. And of course, the very first thing you have to do is a sumo wrestling bot. And you can see a few of them here. There were 28 kids in the class. We had 14 different bots competing. And yes, of course, we did throw all the bots into the ring and see who won at the end. Owen's bot in the lower right is kind of cool because it actually is all about capturing you and dragging you away. The next one was to see if you could actually grab the Coke bottle that's in the middle of the room. And you can see a number of different grabbers. The key thing is you controlled your robot from your phone. So students learned how to use a basic online database, and the robot would push and pull from that database. And then they raced. We had a big circle of robots, said go, and they raced to get to the middle of the room first and grab the bottle. We then talked a little bit about basic electronics. So they had to build their own line following system. And you can see here a number of different solutions to the problem of multiple. We just used cadmium sulfate cells and some LEDs, and as well as a little bit of control theory. Then we started to get into haptic feedback. So how can you feel, get some sort of feeling back to understand how to control the robot more effectively? So the idea here was, could you build a robot that could look at a picture in a book and actually let somebody feel the picture? So how can we develop a robot to help the blind actually see images? And so what you see is you're moving a light sensor back and forth, and then the joystick in some way pushes back on you depending on the intensity of the light it sees. And then we put in walls, little wooden walls, and it was a race to identify a letter that we had written out underneath the various robots. We then got into some basic artificial intelligence. We did just a K-nearest neighbors approach to try and model the motion of an accelerometer. So everyone got an Arduino Nano, and that by moving the accelerometer around, you could classify different accelerations to play different notes, and then you had to perform your piece in front of the entire class. And that was pretty funny. In fact, some people even had built-in recording devices, so you would play your notes and then you could do a playback, including erasing bad notes. Then the midterm came, and of course the midterm in this case was can you throw a ball into the cup? So you can see the cup and the ball. The key thing is I can put the cup wherever I want. You can measure it with a distance sensor, and then you have to figure out how hard to kick the ball to make it just go into the cup. The nice thing about this is you can do this with Newton's laws. You can do this with a basic linear regression model. You can also do this with a full neural net. And so people did all of those. Then we did some sorting of Lego pieces. And so this was a neural net, so they use teachable machines. If you haven't played with that, I'd highly recommend it. But the idea was to throw a bunch of Lego into a bin and have this thing hold it up in front of the camera. Camera identifies what piece it is, and then stick it in the correct bin. And then, of course, you need your final project where you have to pull everything together. And so in the final project, we originally had intended to build a robotic system that cooked cupcakes for you. So you would, online, you would choose what you want your cupcake to look like. It would actually bake it, it would frost it, it would package it, and then the other half of the class would build the autonomous vehicle that would then deliver it. Well, that was the plan, but when we sent all the students home in the middle of March, that plan had to be revisited. So what we decided instead was to develop a Rube Goldberg machine that went across 28 different bedrooms across the United States and Turkey. And so we did that. People took their Lego sets home with them. We gave every student a Lego set. And they came up with a rather impressive set of different ways of moving the ball from the left-hand side of the screen to the right-hand side of the screen. And I will try to show you a movie on this, and hopefully you all can see it. So we started off with a dog that responded to voice commands, so you could tell it to sit or stay, and it would move the ball across. Jared's would pick up the piece you had asked for and move it. Of course, mini golf is critical. Priya's video game in reality, a lot of robotic arms. You'll see the kicking the ball still paid off. And of course, we have the ball flying across the room. This one would actually know exactly where the thing was and drop it in the right spot. Another voice command robot. This one actually used every single piece in the Lego set. That's what she was most proud of. A crazy walker. This one you could tell it how many times to swing the person around before dumping them out, being the person being the ball. This one would actually track the motion of the ball and paint it on the left-hand side. And of course, no good Rube Goldberg machine works without Jurassic Park or bowling. Bowling works quite well as well. This one will pick up the ball and put it in one of 3 stacks. Might as well play some cards with your bot. So this one would play blackjack with you and then throw the ball up to 1. This one included chickens. The one on the right actually included the entire student house. And this one detects where the ball is and moves it over using a camera. That's an image processing. This one does active tracking of the ball, so it would catch it and then throws it. The throwing is my favorite. And hits the bullseye every time. And then this one actually was an automated pinball game, and then a basketball player that could dribble the ball. So you can see there's a wide diversity of solutions, a wide diversity of complexity of solutions. And so a lot of the class was trying to figure out how to get each person to be able to master all aspects of that complexity, from the image processing to the artificial intelligence to some of the manufacturing and electronics. I wanted to show quickly some of the past projects. So I teach this class every year, and every year I use a different theme. So you can see at the bottom, we decided to, as a class, feed the provost lunch. He's the one in the poncho, in case things didn't go well. So robots took his order, they cooked his food, they delivered it to him, they cleaned up afterwards, and they gave him a dinner mint at the end. Right above that, you can see the sorting hat from Hogwarts. We had the Marauders map, so it was an IoT class, and we built a full Marauders map that started when you swore you were up to no good. We used Google's voice recognition for that. To the right of that is a symphony that we played. We had, I think it was 10 different instruments, from violins to trombones to even a set of bagpipes to zithers and all that were played by robots. A friend of mine composed a piece for them, and they played the piece. It sounded awful, but it looked really cool. We painted your portrait with a robot. You'll see that one as well. And then the last three were a freshman course that I offered just this last fall, which was pure IoT. And so every week we had a different IoT problem. And you can see in the lower right a little bus stop that tells you when the bus is coming. On the upper right, there's a hamburger that would tell you what's being served using an AR experience, telling you what's being served at the local restaurant, at the local cafeterias on campus. And then on the left is Annika's plant thing for your desk, and with a mark that'll give you all sorts of different information with an augmented reality thing on your phone. So where to next? So what we're starting to play with now is how do we do a whole bunch of this stuff with Spike Prime, mostly looking around, again, home automation and IoT. If two pictures here are some AI stuff that students have been working on. The upper right is a durometer. It classifies hard and soft, and then you can go around and check anything you want around your house and see whether it is hard or soft, depending on your training. The one in the middle is actually a two-dimensional traverse system that moves a light sensor around. It can identify Lego pieces. It then also is going to be able to play tic-tac-toe with you and maybe solve some mazes. We have started to play with what's called a reality engine, which is this ability to take out your phone, look at your robot in your phone's camera, and then hit some waypoints on your phone and say go, and the robot will drive to those waypoints. So we're trying to figure out how to incorporate some of this sort of spatial programming as well into our courses. Hopefully that we can take this down into the elementary and middle school grades. And then finally, for the past couple of years, we've been playing a lot with the OpenMV cameras, which are small cameras that are programmable and can do a lot of artificial intelligence. And so combining them with the Spike Prime or the EV3 or an Arduino or any other robotic kit, you suddenly can have an intelligent camera or intelligent vision system. So that's it. Thank you very much for listening, and I would be happy to answer any questions in the remaining 2 minutes.
Well, first off, I'd like to thank you for this awesome presentation. It was very inspiring stuff. We have some people in the comment section over on YouTube who were all amazed, simply stating, wow, this is amazing, very cool. And we have one question coming in. It was from Belinda Watson asking what age these students were.
So all of the ones I showed you were college students. However, we've done all of these problems with kids as young as 7 and 8, and even some of the more simple problems down ages of 3 and 4.
Okay, well that's awesome to hear. Yeah. Now we have something coming in from Ken. He says that he loves the final project challenge. That integration of every machine that you made so far, was that a real hurdle, or was it easier to overcome than you thought?
Well, for me, it was easy. I just assigned it. It was more of a hurdle for the students, so you'd have to ask them how tough they found it to integrate all this stuff. I think for the most part, they all succeeded. So hopefully they liked it. And I doubt that.
I have another personal question. Do those students, did they ever think of something that you were amazed by yourself, that they really innovate something that you didn't see coming.
Pretty much every time. Every time there were at least 2 or 3 things that you just didn't even think of. I mean, like the ball throwing one guy developed a system that would shoot the ball across the entire room. That one obviously never occurred to me. And the Rube Goldberg one, we had the chickens that were actually interacting with the Rube Goldberg. That never occurred to me. There's one of the things you didn't see in the movie is one of the final projects shot a glider across the room. And that's how he got the ball from one side to the other. So yes, every time.
Oh yeah, well that sounds awesome. We have one more question coming in, and it reads: did the students have to do any documentation?
Yep. So every activity has a full e-portfolio, and then for their final project, they had to build a website that included everything.
Okay. Well, I think that's about the time we have for today. I'd like to thank you for this presentation. It was really really awesome, and yeah. I wish you the best of the rest of the days.
Thanks a lot for hosting me. It was a lot of fun.
No problem. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Bye. So we're now going to move on to our next speakers of today for the mass stream, who are Laurie Shimizu and Sarah Clemens, with their subject, Finding by Losing. Very interesting stuff. They are joining the call right now. There we see them appear on the screen. Hello there.
Hi there. How are you? Good morning. Good morning.
Well, it's afternoon for us right now.
Very good. It is not noon here. So are you ready for me to share our screen?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
All righty, we'll do that. See if we can figure this out, right? Are you seeing it?
Yeah, I'm seeing it loud and clear.
All righty. I'm going to switch it, I think, to the presentation mode. How about that? I think we're set. All right. Are we good to go?
I think so. Go ahead.
All righty. Here we go. Sarah.
Good morning. It is early here in Florida. It's 7:15 in the morning. It's even earlier where Laurie is. It is 6:15 in the morning, but we've all had our first cup of coffee, so let's get going. Our theme for today's presentation, Finding by Losing, is inspired by this quote from Mahatma Gandhi. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Through volunteering with others, working side by side with others, to achieve a common goal, you may grow, build lifelong friendships, be inspired. You may find yourself. We are Laurie and Sarah, aka Laurie Sarah, the Chief First Robotics Competition volunteer coordinators. Along with Brendan, the Special Ops VC for Championships, we have over 40 years combined serving FIRST. Thank you for joining us today. We would like to bring you along as we discuss the path to volunteering. You're about to embark with us as volunteer coordinators on an exciting and challenging journey, that of FIRST Volunteer.
Everyone's path to volunteering is different. It's unique because we really are all individuals. Maybe your company is a sponsor, maybe your child is on a team and you want to contribute to bringing the event to your community. Maybe your friend told you about an awesome volunteer opportunity. You may begin by volunteering for a FIRST LEGO League event, or you might jump immediately into the FIRST Robotics competition. Where you start may not be where you end up.
FIRST has many opportunities available, varying from volunteering to help plan the event, to executing an event, to helping raise money, or spreading the word of FIRST through social media. Behind the scenes or on camera being broadcast around the world, each of you has a role to play.
What will be your story as a volunteer? Will you be a queuer, welcoming the teams as they arrive at the event, at the field, nervous and excited? Will you have engaging conversations with them about their robot? Maybe you'll dance a little bit as the DJ is spinning the music, and perhaps really you're just going to be that soothing, calming word so that they're ready to enter the playing field, ready to compete.
Will you greet the volunteers as they arrive each morning and thank them for their service?
Maybe you're an enthusiastic, people-facing person, someone who just loves to be at an event and willing to do just about everything.
Do you always consider safety in everything you do? Are you always looking out for others?
Maybe you like talking to students about their work, getting inspired by their stories, debates, the suspense novels that they might be reading. You might be a judge.
Maybe being one with the field is your thing. Working at a fast pace, a more physical role. Maybe field repair reset is for you. If you have leadership skills, field supervisor might be a good fit.
Do you handle pressure really, really well? And do you really want to make sure that everyone is having the best possible experience when they come to one of our events? Maybe it's your eye for detail that will lead you to a possible volunteer role.
Do you like being an information guru? Do you like answering people's questions, helping them out throughout the day? Pit admin might be the place for you.
Or maybe you're truly, truly focused and you have a good feel and you're a stickler for all of those important rules.
If you have a gift for entertainment or public speaking, the role of master of ceremonies or game announcer might be a great fit for you.
A lot of what we're talking about today is really about camaraderie. We're doing relationship building, we're doing networking, and it's truly one of those often said things when our first programs alumni want to come back and give back for volunteering. They're coming back because this is really where they have found themselves, and they have found their people to a great extent. Some of our most enthusiastic volunteers are our first alumni. They've made significant contributions while they were on their first robotics teams in high school in particular, and they truly do want to give back. So we're going to talk for the next few minutes about some of our alumni and their pathways to being a volunteer. And here I'll introduce you to Rachel. She was a member of First Team 1816, the Green Machine. And when she first joined the team, she really wasn't sure where her place was going to be, but she found herself drawn to the workshop, and especially to what is happening in the workshop in terms of safety. She has an incredible eye for organization and detail, and truly to everyone's delight, she took on the role as our team safety captain. Her feet then took her in many other directions, including serving at events when she was in college as a student ambassador and in pit administration and some of those other behind the scenes roles. It led to her being asked to stepping in and being an escort for many of the special invited guests that come to the competition. Here she's with Governor Walz of Minnesota at an event in 2019. And she also she was very interested in the emergence of social media. Back then, a few years back when Twitter was still brand new, she decided to take on the role of social media. and was using all of those skill sets to bring that to the planning committee. And she has been a social media coordinator for the Minneapolis planning committees for a number of years. And then one of the biggest leaps that Rachel made is she was named a judge this year. Here she is at one of the Duluth events working in the pit as a machine attributes judge. She, as a team member, often found herself talking to judges, and it's to her great delight that she can now serve in that same capacity, really talking with teams when they're nervously trying to describe their robots in the pit, bringing out the best in every student that she encounters. It really was the ongoing conversation with a volunteer coordinator that led her to this particular position. And in real life, Rachel is a manufacturing engineer with Boston Scientific. Rebecca was also a member of the Green Machine, and she was a captain at the end of her service with the team. And again, she too found herself in the pit, often talking to judges and keeping things going in the pit and keeping the team up and running in the pit. She was a chairman's presenter. So she was also in the room where, as we know, so many things happen at events. But what is outstanding about Rebecca is her calm, unruffled manner. She can take on whatever is needed at an event, and she will still, as you see on the left slide, she's still smiling all the time. She has a very keen eye for numbers. And when she is working as pit admin supervisor, it is the delight of her volunteer coordinator and lead robot inspector and the FTA that she always knows where the teams are, how many teams have checked in, and really what our status is in the pit. She is also now graduated from the University of Minnesota with a degree in actuarial science. And in real life, she is an actuary and she works for United Healthcare in Minnesota. She's truly just awesome. Another of the volunteers I'll introduce you to is Brian. And here you see high school and college. He really was a member of a very elite drum and bugle corps. And we found ourselves, again, in conversation because we had to figure out a role for him at the events that overlapped, didn't interfere with his position in the drum and bugle corps. And we had a lot of conversation over the years about where we might start and where his feet might take him. We started him as a robot inspector, but that's not where you're finding him. His feet took him to the field over and over and over again. He was intrigued by what was going on the field and to keep that field up and running for the teams. He then took on roles as field reset here at Championship, one of the championships, and as a trainee, we'll call it, for field supervisor. But that was not really bringing out the best in Brian. He is a Google expert and Android expert working at Target, and he really wanted to bring some of that work experience to his volunteer role. So after he graduated from the University of Minnesota, he stepped into the role of FTA. Had to wait a while for him to get there, but it's been well worth the wait. He's worked his way through various positions. He's been a tremendous asset to our events and to our planning committees here in Minnesota, so much so that he properly earned the title of Volunteer of the Year in 2017. So many of our alumni truly come to us as volunteer coordinators, and the first thing they want to do, their very, very first position that they'd like to do is FTA. And I'm showing you several of our FTAs out here in Minnesota, North Dakota, because four of the folks on that lower slide are first team alumni. They're either FTAs or they're FTAs in development, and they are learning the ropes as we go all together.
Next, we'd like to talk some more about finding your passion through volunteering with FIRST. This is Janelle. And Janelle is another FIRST alum that is giving back to the program that gave her so much in high school. Lifelong friends, a passion for mechanical engineering, and the confidence to be uniquely her. Janelle serves in many roles, wearing many hats. She's a member of the Regional Planning Committee. She is a Master of Ceremonies. She's an ambassador. She's a robot inspection manager and a field side reporter at Einstein for championships. Janelle attended the University of Central Florida, which just happened to host the first Orlando Regional on campus. She joined the Regional Planning Committee while attending college. I first met Janelle when she was on Team 79 Crunch in high school and had observed her passion for the program for several years as a member of the RPC when I invited her to become my vice chair. Our committee is responsible for all the details regarding the competition. We work with the event manager, regional director, volunteer coordinator, and judge advisor to organize the event. In this role, Janelle recognized her passion for project management, which translated into the career she is in today as a project manager of construction projects at Walt Disney World. A fun fact, not only did Janelle find her passion for project management while volunteering, she also met her husband and lifelong partner who shares her passion for FIRST.
It's not a straight line when you're a volunteer. There are going to be some zigs and zags along the way. One of the volunteers that truly exemplifies what we're talking about with the zigging and the zagging and what's my role at an event is Walt. Walt is a mentor with Team 2177, the Robettes. He is a cat mentor to the team. And he, in his spare time, he is an expert carpenter and does a lot of construction and building. And that is one of the places where he first started with us as a volunteer, building the field. He loves machines. He loves how they work. He's intrigued by how they work. So we thought for Walt that he'd like to try being a robot inspector. So that was where he started in 2012. And he thought, well, maybe not robot inspector. What else do I have? He wanted to learn more about the inner workings of how an event comes together. And one of the things that we do as volunteer coordinators is we do attend a morning meeting where we have a rundown of what's going to happen during the day. And Walt here was trying on the role as a volunteer coordinator assistant. That didn't last very long. Came back to me and said, okay, what else do you got? What else can I possibly do? So we actually decided that we'll go back to being a robot inspector. And that year at championships, when we went to championships, robot inspectors were called upon to be match observers. So Walt said, okay, I'll try that on. I'll be a judge. I'll try match observing. And he got to being a match observer and they said, oh, no, we're going to have you be a judge. And he found himself again in the pits. Now on the other side, talking to teams, yes, about their robots, but from a very, very different point of view. And as you can see here, that didn't last very long either. He thought, okay, this is not working for me. What else could I possibly do? And it was a very long conversation at that point because we really sat down and talked through, what do you like? Where are your feet taking you? What really speaks to your heart? And Walt says, I love the rules. I love the robots. What about referee? So we have placed him as a referee, and fabulously for all of us, he has now landed as a head referee. And you will often now see Walt wearing either the shirt of a referee or a head referee at championships.
Knowing your path and finding your future. If you've been a walk-on volunteer during the past couple of years at either championship events, you've probably run into this guy, our very, very special ops VC. Brendan has a natural talent for interacting with people of all ages, all walks of life. Brendan is also a FIRST alum. He graduated from high school and began mentoring teams in 2008 and volunteering at events around 2015. His goal when he started to volunteer was to find a spot that he could stay in for many years and be able to help the community grow. His communication skills, calm demeanor when things don't go as planned, his creative solutions are all traits that were recognized by the Regional Planning Committee and made him an excellent candidate for volunteer coordinator. Brendan likes being a VC, being able to pull people back into the program that were unsure what to do after they graduated. As the championship Special Ops VC, he's been able to meet and work with much more of the community and really see the passion every volunteer has to help wherever they're needed. Safety glasses, standing outside in the 90-degree heat, moving cars. His goal is to grow the passion volunteers have for FIRST and also help bring in new ideas and experiences for everyone. Brendan was on a FIRST team and had mentored teams for 7 years before becoming an event volunteer. He had a good idea of the role he wanted to pursue. He knew his path. How did he find his future? Well, remember Janelle? Yep, Janelle and Brendan. They met in an elevator at the Orlando Regional and were married 4 years later in 2018, sharing a similar cool passion with your lifelong partner. Then the last story that we want to share today is Jessie's. Jessie's first story begins with her time as a member of Team 2556, Radioactive Roaches. She thought her time with FIRST ended when she graduated, but then came college and the discovery of the support network that you build when you volunteer. She got help finding classes, tutoring. She got furniture for her very, very empty apartment. And then she got the power tools to put the furniture together and the people to help her put the furniture together. She met her lifetime best friend in FIRST. Professionally, through her FIRST network, she received help with her resume, got her first internship and her current career as a product manager for Jesus Film. In her volunteer life, she began sporadically mentoring Team 5816 Gravy. She volunteered for the Orlando Regional for field repair and reset. And now she's the field supervisor for the Orlando Regional and the Houston Championships. She is also co-lead mentor of Team 5816. All of that is amazing, right? But Jessie will tell you that the most important thing that she has gained from volunteering with FIRST is the people. They've become her family, her best friends. They're her support network. They are her FIRST family.
And just like with many families, the fun doesn't stop when the event ends. Truly, volunteering is fun. There's no question about that. Certainly, you'll hear that over and again from our incredibly enthusiastic crew of Masters of Ceremonies and game announcers. So are you starting to get a better picture of what this whole volunteering pathway might be about? Of where you, perhaps, as a FIRST team member, maybe you're stepping into now after high school, you're now an alumni. Where are you going to begin your volunteer career with us? Volunteers bring together their special talents, their special skills, their life experiences, bringing all of that with them when they come to events. They're not just leaving all of that. They're not just checking it at the door when they come in. They're bringing it with them and they're ready to share it with you. They're ready to try on new experiences, new hats from time to time. They're ready for any situation, any challenge that will happen at an event. They're forming lifelong relationships. They're forming lifetime memories. Now we're waiting for you to come join us. Truly, come join the fun. Sarah and I and the volunteer coordinators around the world are really excited and ready to work with you to figure out what your role, what your path is going to be with us at First Robotics, at First Tech Challenge, at First LEGO League. We would really love to help you find yourself when you lose yourself in the joy, the fun of being a volunteer. We would like to work with you and create a very unique volunteer experience that fits you. And thank you for joining us. We are ready for questions.
Well, I have to say this presentation was absolutely awesome. Of course, we all know that these events rely completely on volunteers and the work they provide. So I think every FRC student, every FTC student, every FLL student is very grateful for these people. Right here, I have a comment from Steve Bisson. He said, if you ever have thought about volunteering, dive in. Who knows where you may end up? Which is, of course, an awesome comment and very true. Now, I believe we have some more questions. Number one, how can you find out who the volunteer coordinator is at an event?
So there is a contact email, volunteer@firstinspires.org, and anyone at any time can send a query to that email box to find out who is assigned to be a volunteer coordinator at any particular First event. First headquarters is very adept and very quick to connect a volunteer with the volunteer coordinator in their area, and a volunteer can expect to hear back fairly quickly, especially as we move into the competition season. Volunteer coordinators are always interested in reaching out and talking with individuals who have contacted them through First. Once volunteer registration has opened in the fall, it's possible for a volunteer then to send a message through that system to the volunteer coordinator. And again, the volunteer coordinators will respond fairly promptly to make sure that they're connecting with you as the volunteer.
Okay, well, we have a couple more questions. Number two is, how do I get started with the conversation with the volunteer coordinator?
I'll let Sarah start that one.
I was gonna say, I think Lori just kind of approached that a little bit. I mean, it's like that email that you would send to First, and then hopefully get the volunteer coordinator would either come to you, or you would start the conversation with them in through your volunteer dashboard when you register, is really just express your desire to become a volunteer, but you really don't know what the right role is for you. You're not sure where you fit, and have a discussion about what your skill set is, are you a First alum? What did you do with the team? If you are a First alum, you've been around the field and you might have an idea about some of the roles you're interested in. And if you're not associated with First, don't know about it at all, there'll be a long conversation about all the different roles and where you might best fit.
Okay, very nice. We have another question in between from Janelle Greger. She asks, what is your volunteer story? Like your personal experience.
Our personal experience. Our story. Oh, wow. Okay. So I am one of the early mentors and now a lead mentor for First Robotics team. My oldest son is a founding member of First Team 1816, the Green Machine. And it's through those casual conversations that you have around the kitchen table, perhaps, where your son or daughter says, "So Mom, you seem to be really good at," fill in the blank. Maybe you'd like to help out our robot team. And in 2005, 2006, my thought was, well, sure, I can help out. And one thing led to another. And I was asked at the first regional event in 2008 here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, if I would sort of kind of maybe just come down to the event and see what was going on, and maybe I could find something to do to help out. I was immediately pulled in by the enthusiasm and joy and excitement that was happening at the event at the Williams Arena at the University of Minnesota campus. And I could really see how the students on the teams were just amazing people to be around. And I thought, kind of like that. Stepped into the role of volunteer coordinator in 2008, as it turned out, and haven't looked back since. So I've been a volunteer now at events with First since 2008, worked at championships in the pits as a pit volunteer coordinator. And in the last few years, I've been a championship level volunteer coordinator and took on the role of chief volunteer coordinator with Sarah, who will now talk about her story.
Lori and I actually got involved in First the same year, I believe. I got involved in First when my son joined Team 1902, Exploding Bacon, oink, oink. And the first year I spent supporting the team. And, the lead mentor for the team will tell you that she found out, like at the end of the year, that I'd been doing all this work to help support the team and making pins and flags and all that kind of stuff. And that's how I was volunteering and supporting. And then she found out I was an engineer, which I had not told her. So that was a pretty funny story that happened the first year. But the second year, at the event in Orlando, I was like, well, I want to contribute somehow to helping put on the event. So I volunteered at the information table for one day. Well, one day became 3 days the next year. And then 3 days became, would you be interested in perhaps, training to become a volunteer coordinator? Would that be something that interests you? And I was like, sure, whatever you guys need me to do to help the event, I'm up for that. So I became the volunteer coordinator for the Orlando Regional. And then they were like, how would you like to become, a member of the RPC, the Regional Planning Committee? And throughout the years, I took on more and more responsibility with the Regional Planning Committee. In Orlando, we have a committee called the Competition Committee that does all the pre-event planning and coordination with the event manager, pre-event and during the event, the caterers, the university that hosts us, the University of Central Florida that hosts us, the coordinating with the volunteer coordinator, the judge advisor. It's a pretty extensive committee. So that's my primary focus right now at the local event. I began volunteering at Championship in 2009, and I started out like Lori did as a pit volunteer coordinator, and then became a field volunteer coordinator and served in that role for several years. Then transitioned to Championship volunteer coordinator and a chief volunteer coordinator. So that's kind of my story. And it's a great story. I love First. I love all the volunteers. We are a First family. And I hope to continue doing it for many years.
Well, thank you for your stories. They were very inspirational. We've got another question coming in. Do you have any tips for teams on how to best recruit their parents to volunteer at events or become mentors?
I would really encourage you as a team member. This is a fabulous opportunity to engage your parents, especially when you're in high school and you kind of sort of maybe don't want them hanging around and bothering you with all of these questions. It's in the conversation. Maybe as you're driving someplace, or you can have that moment, that opportune moment where you say, you know, you seem really interested in what we're doing. Why don't you stop by the workshop? Why don't you come up and talk with some of the other adult mentors on the team? See if you might like it. See if you might want to be able to contribute to help out in some way. There's really no task that doesn't need a volunteer, and it's a fabulous opportunity to tell your parents, this is just great. Come up and join us, and then don't bother me. I'm going to go and do what I do with the team, and you can be with the team in a different way. And that also brings you and your parent to a different level of conversation. All of a sudden you're having very different conversations with your mom, dad, guardian, talking about what it is that you're really doing, and you're sharing something significant together. And that turns into some very funny conversations around the dining room table, perhaps. And you're, again, forming some very different kinds of memories and lifelong memories with your family, and now your extended first family. From there, for the events, it's the same kind of thing. A lot of parents would love to come to events. They love to support you and your team members. They don't want to sit in the stands all day.
That's hard.
And that's just really, really hard. And again, it can be a very casual, you know, that person over there, that's the volunteer coordinator. Why don't you just go over and ask if there's something that you can do, or stop by Pitt administration and just say, you know, I'm interested in volunteering. Can you help me out? There is always somebody at the event that you can turn to and say, yeah, that person just standing there in the corner, just kind of looking at everything, they're really interested in the event. Can you go over and talk to them? Maybe there's something for them to do. There is always something to do at an event. And we would love to welcome new people. Bring us your parents, bring us your friends, bring us your neighbors. We have a task, a job, a position for every single person.
I guess the thing that I would add to that is just like as a team member, when you're trying to encourage other students to join your team, and they're like, yeah, but I'm not really into robots. You know, I don't like building things. And you explain to them that, you know, being a part of a first team is so much more about than just building the robot. There are all kinds of skill sets that are needed, and business plans that need to be written, and fundraising that needs to be done, travel that needs to be arranged. There's so many pieces of the puzzle, and there is a place for everybody. And just like we talk about finding the right role for a volunteer at an event, the same thing is true of somebody who wants to help out your team. If you're trying to get your parent to help out the team, there's so many different roles, and they won't know that. All they know is that you're on a robotics team and you build a robot and you compete, perhaps. They don't know about all of the planning that really has to go into all of that, and the support network that's needed to bring a team together and get them to these events. So I would encourage you to tell them about, you know, some of the different roles that they might fill.
The best part about it too, for you as a team member, is you are going to graduate from high school, and you're going to go on to, as they say, a post-secondary career. You're going to go to technical school. You're going to go to college. You're going to take a gap year. You're going to go on. You're taking your first experiences with you. The best part is that your parents, for the most part, and I kept this picture up for a reason, because there were so many individuals in this photo who their children have long graduated from First Robotics, from First Tech Challenge, and they have stayed as volunteers, and they continue to grow and have different experiences. You introduced them to FIRST, and we thank you for that. We really, really do. And we're really, truly thrilled that so many of them have chosen to come back and continue to support other teams and other team members, and to make this experience the best possible for them. Just as you introduced them to FIRST, now they get to share that excitement and enthusiasm with students on FIRST teams. And as Sarah and I would say, we can't thank you enough for doing so. So keep them coming.
Definitely.
Yeah, well, of course, I think every volunteer has a very special story, and always inspirational to hear. We've got some more questions. One is, let me see, do you have any strategies for talking with partner companies about how to get their employees more engaged?
I'll let you take that one, Lori.
What you're looking for within the companies, again, this is where students on teams can ask their parents and guardians for help. You're looking for someone within a local company, a local corporation, who can be the champion for FIRST within that company. There is nothing better than you being that person at your company to be the cheerleader and to get other people excited and interested in volunteering at the event. Think back to Brian. He is a software engineer at Target Corporation here in Minneapolis. And there are, in the photos that you have seen that have been in the presentation, there are others from Target who are now volunteering at our event, because Brian and other alumni have shared their enthusiasm for FIRST with their coworkers, and they are joining us. It's a matter of connection, oftentimes, to a company. It could be that you as a student can contact the volunteer coordinator who works very closely with the local planning committee, and you can say, hey, my dad works for this company in town. How can we get more of his coworkers involved with our events? This is where I call it a wonderful device. You can use your phone to call someone, send them a text, email them, reach out on Twitter through DM. You know, all of those new social media, well, new to me, social media pathways to connect with people, and use those resources to reach out to the local planning committees. And they would be more than happy to work with you and your parents, your guardians, your friends, your neighbors, to find those champions within these companies and get them excited about FIRST and coming out to participate with us.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Let's see. Another question is looking at those examples of Walt, for example. They were a volunteer at an event, but they never really, or they didn't at the beginning. They didn't find a role that they really enjoyed the most. What do you do then? What do you do if you don't really prefer your role over another one that you may like better?
Sarah, do you want to start with that one?
Yeah, I mean, Walt's story was certainly a story that you're very familiar with, but as hard as it is for some people, so many of us that are involved in FIRST, not all of us, but a lot of us that are involved in FIRST are kind of introverts, and we don't like to have those conversations, right? But going to your volunteer coordinator and just having that conversation that's just like, you know, it's just really not the right fit for me. You know, what other roles are available? And there's lots of options to explore, and they can be explored throughout the year if there's off-season events in your area. You know, it could be you could explore some of those roles at an off-season event. If there's multiple events in your state or in the states that are surrounding you that are close by, you could go explore some of those additional roles, you know, at those events. And just find the right fit for you. But as Walt's story relays, you know, it took several several times for him to find, just the right role that was right for him.
You're starting a conversation that at least on my part, I hope really doesn't stop. Some of our volunteers, especially those who are truly enthusiastic, but are having perhaps a difficult time. Where do I really fit in? What really will work for me? Sometimes you're going to feel that this is a hard discussion to have, where you really don't want to tell anybody, oh, I took on this role and it's just not right for me. But any one of the volunteers, again, all of these people that you see in this photo, every single one of them at some point has had multiple conversations with their fellow volunteers, as well as with the volunteer coordinators at an event. So many of our volunteers, and I'm just looking at this photo, have started in one place and have found themselves in such different opportunities and different places that it's actually been very, very exciting. Every once in a while, you do get a volunteer who says, I love being a referee. I'm going to be a referee. A referee is where I am, and that is where they stay. But more often than not, you're trying on different hats, different shirts, different roles. I don't know that you can do it at one event. I don't really highly recommend trying to switch everything up at one event, but it's having a little bit of resilience and tenacity. And yes, you're going to have to find that courage to talk to any. You can go to any volunteer. You can go to the FTA, the head referee, the lead cuer, and have that conversation and launch yourself into many different possibilities. Walt is unique in a lot of ways because he truly struggled, and he doesn't mind me sharing that. He's a very introverted person. And by being a first volunteer, it's really helped him learn how to reach out and talk to others. And because of that life experience, he is what I think of as a talent scout. He recognizes very often in others what he truly struggled to achieve for himself. And he's one of the most approachable, and well, maybe not when he's in the middle of a decision in the question box, but he's one of the most approachable individuals off the field. And you can really have that one-to-one conversation with him, and he will say, okay, here's how we can get started together. And it's that conversation together that leads to so many different possibilities.
You hear my clock in the background.
It's something that I love personally as well about First. They just give even the most introverted people the courage in themselves to actually step up to other people and make those contacts and actually make your entry into this world of technology. Ties into the hashtag More Than Robots very well. But say you have a role at an event that you like, but it doesn't really work out. What do you do then?
During the event? During the event, if it's not working out, that definitely is a conversation that you need to start with. If you're lead, if you're not the lead, like if you're on-field reset, or if you're a team cuer, or if you're a robot inspector, you could start the conversation with your lead and just have a conversation with them about what's not quite fitting right for you, because it could be that there's an adjustment that could be made. But truly, if it's just not a good fit at all, if you didn't realize it was a really physically active role and you need to have a less physical active role, whatever the problem is with the role and why it doesn't fit with you, the volunteer coordinator can help and find the right fit. They can make adjustments during the event. That happens at every event. It happens all the time. Yep. So it's not unusual at all. Don't be afraid to have that conversation.
Okay, very well. And we've got one more question. We oftentimes talk to companies about volunteering, and most of them are happy to help. They are very excited about it. And they sometimes do struggle with the best way to promote that opportunity. Do you have any tips for them or any advice in that field?
Well, I know that from within my company, you know, we have like a newsletter that goes out weekly. Used to be on paper, you know, physically on paper. Now it's all electronic and it's online and you can access it all the time. And they will put articles in there and put blurbs in there about volunteer opportunities that are available. So I know that's one way that my company puts the word out there that there's an opportunity to volunteer.
Social media is your best friend. Use social media to engage with these companies, and because again, we're all on social media and we love seeing all the conversation that happens as a result of reaching out in this different way. And you can help to promote and stir up enthusiasm for FIRST and for the events in that way. And that sometimes then will also feed back to that company where they will reach out and begin a conversation, and they will start promoting it internally to their employees. Every company does a in-house digital newsletter or weekly updates. There are some who still use actual bulletin boards with thumbtacks, but more often than not, it's the weekly emails that are going to employees. The fun thing too about many companies is they do encourage their employees to give back to their communities. And it really, you might have to look a little bit harder to find some of those community engagement employees, but they are there and they are looking at the same time. So you may just find yourself connecting with employees in that way. So I would encourage you to look for the community engagement coordinators at your companies in your area, and you can reach out to them as well.
Okay, that seems like it will work. Yeah. We're just about to reach the end for this presentation, but I have to ask you guys, do you have one tip for all of us watching right now to give with us? One final thing to say, one last thing.
Oh, come join us. Come join the fun. we really do have a lot of fun at events.
We do.
And also want to again also say thank you to the Rembrandts for your help this morning, and also for all of the help that your team provides us at championships. More often than not, your team has helped us with the fields, going up, coming down.
Yep.
And it's just so truly delightful to work with all the FIRST teams. And it's just really, it is truly, yes, the hardest fun you'll ever have. It is more than robots, and it's just so much fun.
It's family.
And it's family. It's
family.
friends.
Yeah, they are truly the best experiences that you get to go through at an event like that. Even volunteering as well, it might not be in the way that a true volunteer does over the course of the entire weekend, but even helping out with the pit or something, or tearing stuff down after the event, it's awesome. It's you really notice the brotherhood between all volunteers. It's quite unique. Let's see. Yeah. Sorry, I've lost something, some technical difficulties.
We're
Do you
used to
have
that
any
too.
stories maybe? Do you have any stories maybe to fill the time when I get back this document?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you actually ask another question? I think we may have lost it.
Oh, yeah, I was looking for some filler. I'm looking back for this document to retrieve it, to find my questions, but do you maybe have some stories to fill up the time during searching?
Volunteering and volunteers sometimes come together in unexpected ways. Many years ago, one of my events, we lost our game announcer. He called in sick. And so I had to call a lifeline So my my husband, who works at the University of Minnesota, I called him up. I said, "Hi, I need a game announcer. How fast can you get over to Williams Arena?" And he said, "Okay." So that has launched my own husband on his own volunteer journey. I am not afraid to call in lifelines when needed. And am pleased to say that he now is a game announcer, master of ceremonies, can often be found on Einstein as a master of ceremonies, wearing some of the wackiest pants I've ever seen, and many hats. But he's as I like to say, he's a real life science STEM hero. He works at the University of Minnesota in immunology and in the graduate school, really walking the walk as a STEM professional. And it's amazing to see him out in front of crowds, very private and introverted, but comes alive at these competitions with all of the first students. And again, has provided an amazing life experience that you cannot get anywhere else.
As far as finding the right role, we've talked a lot about you as a volunteer initiating a conversation, but don't be surprised if a volunteer coordinator comes to you to have a conversation either, because I know that, certainly what happened with me was, they're like, "Hey, you're doing this. Can you, we think you'd be good at this other role." And so a lot of times a volunteer coordinator they're observing everybody, even like when they're on a team in high school, they're observing them and watching them and observing their skills, and they can figure out what a good fit might be before the person actually realizes that might be a good role for them, and start that conversation. And even after you get them in that role, to sit down a couple of years later and say, "You've been doing this for a while. Is there something else you want to do?" And it's not that you're not doing a good job where you are. We're not trying to imply that at all. We're just trying to say, is there another growth opportunity you want that you would like to explore? So sometimes the volunteer coordinator will come to you and have that conversation also.
Yeah. Well, okay, that about wraps up our time for today. I'd like to thank you both for this presentation and the conversation afterwards. It's been a lot of fun, and your experience and insights have offered us a new look on things, so to say. Yeah, I think the chat, the people watching are also satisfied after this live stream. So
wonderful.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your time, and I hope to see you again in the future.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
No problem.
Bye
All
now.
right, have a good day. Bye-bye. So right now we are moving on to our next speaker, who is going to be Michael Light from FRC team 1403, and he has one subject called Cooking with STEM, which should be a lot of fun. He is joining right now, I believe. Hi there.
Hello.
Are you receiving me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right, give me rename. All right, let me just rechange my name. Okay. So I share my screen and then we're ready to go?
Yeah, that should be about it.
Okay. All right. Good there?
Yeah, it's there. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Leitch. I'm a mentor of 1403. Today, I'm going to be talking Cougar cooking is what we call it on our team, but cooking with STEM. So a little bit of background information. I've been an FRC mentor for 10 plus years. I currently work at Beeler of America in New Jersey as a process engineer. I was spent 4 years as a student on FRC team 1403. I'm a home chef, kind of amateur chef, but I like to cook on the weekends and try cooking different things. So able to take that STEM and science stuff and meld it in with cooking. Engineers, just, when I was in FRC, I just thought engineers build robots. And, thinking about it, first is more than just robots. If you take, the science, for the inspiration of science and technology, and I think cooking is a great topic to talk about that. So why are we talking about cooking? I think one thing is cooking is science. Alton Brown's a celebrity chef, and he got me into cooking in the beginning with like a baked mac and cheese recipe that kind of started from there. But 2 quotes he has is everything in food is science, and the only subjective part is when you eat it. And then the last one is the kitchen is a laboratory, and everything that happens there has to do with science. I think that last one's really important to say. You can break down a kitchen, and yeah, it can be artistic in how you plate certain things, but when you break it down, a lot of science. Cooking is STEM. Cooking is biology, the study of living things. Big into chemistry, the study of matter. Kind of the picture there is the Maillard reaction of when you are browning trying to get a crust on a steak. The Maillard reaction, where it takes your sugars and amino acids with the reaction to heat, will create new flavors, different flavors for that, and where that kind of hits your taste receptors is a lot of science there. And then the engineering, what materials are you using, how are you transferring heat to certain things, and a lot of engineering principles can be explained of maybe why you're burning things compared to evenly cooking stuff at certain temperatures. But talk a little bit into that. An overview into this presentation, starting with safety. Safety is important. Safety with cooking, and then kind of some tools, and talking about what tools are important with cooking, and then break down 3 different meals and how you can vary certain things, and there are certain properties of these meals, and they'll yield different results. So disclaimer with this presentation, it's not how to cook, but how to be inspired. How to be inspired by STEM and food. There's a different, besides just robotics, there's all these food sciences and things that you can look into to be inspired by. It just doesn't have to be, oh, I'm going to go into robots. So starting, please have a parent or, adult present when you're cooking. If you're, a minor, please, because there's a lot of dangers in cooking. First is if you're handling a knife, you can cut yourself, or a couple other tools. You're peeling a vegetable, or grating cheese, you can cut and hurt yourself, burn yourself. There's a lot of you have a lot of heat, high heat too. Sometimes that can burn, your hands, or hot food, or even chemical burns, depending on what you're dealing with. And then another, damaging things you have, you can burn your house down if you're not careful, or if you drop something, it can land on your foot, or, hot oil splatters. And, if you're not wearing, pants, that could get onto your legs and burn your legs. And then the other important thing is food safety, is eating raw meats or other products that need to be food safe first is something that is you need to consider. It's taking temperatures of meat to make sure you're past the sterilization point. So some tools and equipment for cooking, just a little diagram here of all the different kind of tools, measuring cups, butter dish, napkins, plate, casserole dish, cooker, fork, kitchen shears, chef's knife, cleaver. Those are 2 different knives, whisk. So these are some different things that we can use in the kitchen. First thing, and kind of the one big important thing, is knives. And we have couple different knives here in a knife set you would get. You have a honing steel at the top. Then that's to kind of straighten your edge, so you have a nice kind of sharp knife between getting it professionally sharpened. Then you have a chef's knife, which is your multi-purpose utility knife for chopping vegetables, fruits, meats, kind of, you know, can get in and give big cuts. Bread knife has a serrated edge, so it's for the crust to serrate the crust, which will, you know, cut the bread a lot better than trying to use a chef's knife and smushing the bread. Then you go into kind of some smaller knives with a paring knife. If you're trying to cut cut the top off a strawberry, a chef's knife won't be that big because it, you know, will be big and bulky compared to a paring knife, which will give you a little bit more precision to cutting. And then steak knives for cutting meat during a meal that, you know, will do better than a butter knife that you normally have at a table. And then kitchen shears. These are important for, you know, cutting vegetables, or they're heavier duty than kind of, you know, your normal scissors that you cut paper with. These will cut, you know, animals up, you know, if you're trying to cut the backbone out of a chicken and preparing a whole chicken, that's, you know, what you can use those things, use the kitchen scissors for. Things to consider with this, you know, what I was talking about was the length of the blade. How easy is it to handle? How you hold the knife is very important as well. You can hold it by the handle and kind of have a rough chopping motion, but then you kind of see some chefs that take it just above the handle and will hold, you know, will pinch it and have the, you know, better precision in cutting. So there's some technique there. And then like the material properties of the knife blade. You know, so this goes into some engineering with your material science. Not all steel is the same. You think, oh, well, just carbon steel or stainless steel and that's it. No, it can break down to different hardnesses in your steel and how much of your elements are in the steel to create that, you know, to create your mechanical compound, your mechanical properties in it. And then just kind of a quick, you know, view here is you have all these different steel hardnesses. And then from that, you can look at each steel will have different properties for ease of sharpening, the toughness of it, the corrosion resistance and edge retention. These are, you know, the four major kind of properties that, you know, if you're making a knife, these are something you want to think about, and how they work and what will give you different results depending on what you're trying to cut or process. So there's heavy material science in just a knife. It's, you know, so there's a lot of different topics, not just, oh, it's cooking and that's it. There's, you know, a bunch of them. So now looking at pots and pans, if you're, you know, what's the difference between a pot and a pan? So your sauce pot is a smaller diameter, taller sidewalls. And then that's for, if you're making sauces, as it's in the name. You want to gently bring it to a simmer. You don't want to add too much high heat and burn the bottom of your sauce because of the smaller diameter. It's more for kind of letting flavors meld together over a long simmer in your saucepan. So you can add a small amount of heat compared to a fry pan where you have a larger surface and a larger diameter. That will, you know, you want to add a lot of high heat and, you know, have a Maillard reaction with maybe browning the outside of a chicken. And then thinking of your materials, can you place these if you wanted to brown the chicken, but it's not fully up to temperature and it's not safe to eat yet? You know, can you finish it baking this in the oven? With the examples I have there, you have plastic, which wouldn't do fairly well in an oven at baking at like 375, where you'd probably want a full stainless steel fry pan that you could finish baking your chicken maybe in the, you know, the oven. So there's two different things. If you're looking just now from kind of an engineering standpoint, you have two different shapes. You have a smaller diameter but taller, and how much heat are you affecting compared to a larger diameter where you can apply more heat to the surface area, and the different benefits in cooking. So as you can see here, the heat transfer and how long does it take to heat up a pan, what your how your water maybe comes to a boil, and if you're cooking pasta or something, and then material properties of cast iron versus stainless steel. Yes, they're two different materials, and what material properties are you concerned about when cooking? You may want to be like, I want to have something that retains a lot of heat, so when I put something on you put whatever you're cooking onto that pan, the heat just doesn't die away, and then it doesn't give you a solid amount of heat. So this is some things you can look at, and if you want to get really technical and do finite element analysis on heat transfer with this, as you can see in the corner there, and how that picking out what you're looking for with your cooking, with your pots or pans, non-stick versus like a cast iron isn't a non-stick, but the way you treat that so it doesn't rust, and go from there. Some other tools to think about: thermometer, so taking temperatures. What's the internal temperature of a piece of chicken? If it's above 165, you're set. If it's below, it's maybe needs more time. Timer, if you put something in the oven to bake, how long does that take? If it goes, there's a certain time where it's like, if it takes too long, you can burn it, or it's not enough time, it's not done yet. There's that fine line needs to go across. You have tongs, spatula, oven mitts, kind of if you're taking something out of the oven, safety there of high heat and protecting yourself so you don't burn. Cutting boards, protecting your kitchen counter. Colander for straining foods. Whisk, and then measuring cups. Depending on what you're cooking, if you're baking, measuring cups and spoons are very important to get your proportions right, of how much wet ingredients and dry ingredients are mixed together to create a batter. If you're kind of cooking with herbs and spices and adding them at certain random times, that may not be as important, but still ratios of how much you add to get a repeatable product or a repeatable recipe down. Vegetable peeler, pizza cutter, can opener, graters, the different textures of what you're cooking. If you're with garlic, if you have a clove of garlic, do you want little bits of garlic, or do you want like a paste of garlic where you'd use a grater or a garlic crusher compared to chopping that garlic up, and a juicer? So there's a lot of different tools and a lot of different things needed to how you process your ingredients to yield the end result. So moving on to breakfast, eggs. Cooking eggs is kind of a staple for most of my breakfasts. Cooking a chicken egg. So how do you cook it? Where does it come from? Breaking down the parts of an egg. So you have the yolk is the whites or the yellow center. The egg whites are the around the yolk. And then you have the shell, which is, calcium carbonate, which is just chalk. But it creates that shell to protect everything. Some things to think about that maybe, take a step back instead of, the chemical makeup of it, but let's look at the environmental impact maybe of where did these eggs come from? Are they locally sourced? Are they farm raised? Is it just a bunch of chickens in a pen, in a processing plant? What is the impact of these eggs and how are the chickens treated? This is another kind of environmental science and that side of it. Have chickens changed over time, over the years? Have we manipulated chickens to lay more eggs? And then where does it, are you getting it from a local farmer? Do you have your own chickens in your property? or you get it from a neighbor. But things to think about with it, are these things you care about, or you just care, I'm going to go to the store and get a dozen eggs and make breakfast? So some things to think about. And then cooking. So the chemistry of the egg and the eggshell, you have your chemical properties of it. And when you're cooking an egg, the proteins denature, in which it unwinds amino acid chains. And then adding heat to the egg will cause those unwound chains to create new bonds, which coagulate solids, which then makes your eggs edible. The heat will also kill bacteria to make your food safe, but you are coagulating these proteins into an edible source or edible substance. And then, so how do you do that? What's your method, and what mode of heat are you adding? So we have different styles of cooking. You have a hard-boiled egg, you have scrambled eggs, you have a fried egg and poached egg. We're gonna look at hard-boiled and scrambled eggs. So two different modes of applying the heat. So for the first one, the hard-boiled egg, you place eggs in water for a set temperature and a set time. What happens if you change the time or temperature is something you can play around with. So to kind of cook a hard-boiled egg, you bring water up to a boil. You place the egg into the pot, cover and remove from heat. And the image I have there, as you can see, depicts what happens to the egg over a set time. So you can start with the egg that has, just a raw egg at 0. And then as you increase time, the egg goes from, the egg whites start to solidify, and the yolk kind of stays runny a little bit in the middle because of the heat transfer coming in. And, 9-11 minutes is usually where you set it, take the eggs out depending on what you're looking for. If you're doing a soft boiled egg, you take it out at like maybe 3 minutes to have a runnier yolk. But then if you get past 12-13 minutes, the egg whites get rubbery and the yolk gets chalky and it's overcooked. So it's kind of, and then once you have your set time, removing the eggs from the pot and placing them in an ice bath to stop cooking them. So this is something you can play around with and see what happens with the time and temperature. If you lowered the temperature from boiling to 190 or 170 Fahrenheit, what would happen, and play around with that. So then the next thing is with scrambled eggs. Instead of placing the eggs in boiling water, you're applying direct heat in a matter of in a frying pan or in a boiler. So you have 3 styles of scrambled eggs. You have the American style, which are large curds. That's on the right. So that would be right here. You have the French style, which is in the middle, and the English style, which is on the left. And the American style is you heat a pan, throw the eggs in, scramble the eggs, throw them into the pan, and move them periodically. This will create large curds of the eggs, the scrambled eggs. Kind of what you see in a hotel breakfast, standard eggs there. And then the French style uses a pot of boiling water and then a bowl on top of that boiling water, and uses the steam from the boiling water to apply heat, and then it's stirred kind of constantly to create this, to slowly bring them up and create a creamier, very, less curds in there, less, bigger formed curds, to create a creamier texture of scrambled eggs. It's just one way of, that style of doing it. And then the English version is kind of a mix of the American and the French. It doesn't use the steam to heat it. It uses, stovetop burner, and you kind of take it off and stir constantly to break down having such large clumps of eggs. So it all depends on how you prefer your eggs and how much time you want to put in. If it's a quick American style works. If you got some time, French or English style, they're delicious. It definitely is different if you're used to the American style and you go to an English style. It's a lot creamier and it's not as dry sometimes, depending how long you cook them for. Going now into lunch, on our team, we enjoy our mac and cheese. So went into how to kind of cook some mac and cheese here. And what you're looking at, you have two kind of versions of it. You have a baked or a box mac and cheese. And then you have baked mac and cheese and what you're looking for. So with the box, it's a shelf-stable product, something that's in the supermarket. You have your cheese sauce mix, which is, what you have contained there. And then, it's a factory-produced product. It's, and it's just a consumable product. So kind of looking at it like, where's the cheese for this? And what is it made of? You have some cheese parts. So with that, wondering, well, if that's what's in this mac and cheese, how does cheese get made? And here is the cheese process. You have raw milk, depending on what animal the milk is from. Most of it, sometimes you have goat cheese, and then most of it is cow cheese, where depending on the industrialized way they make it, if it is in a big factory and it's making block cheese, they usually pasteurize it, filter it, and then you have kind of like a rustic local cheese maker where you have the filtration of it, and then they add enzymes and kind of a fermentation side of things where it coagulates the milk proteins out of solution, where you cut it and it starts to separate the whey and the curds. The whey is the milk protein liquid and the curds are the solids. So the curds get separated from the whey. The whey can be used for other products, but then they take the curds, they mill it up, add salt, and at that point you have cheese curds, fresh, or cottage cheese, cream cheese, and like fresh there, or they place it, compact it into molds and age it for a time being there, and ripen it, and it depends on what you're looking for. This is kind of a cheddar. You also have different other kind of microorganisms in different other cheeses, like blue cheese. The blue little bits are mold, and it's a controlled, kind of a controlled rot with that. And controlling the aspects of it is another, scientific research that people are looking into, and how you can get different kinds of cheeses and control it and get great flavors from it, depending on how you age it. Or and even back into I was on a cheese tour in Vermont, and because of safety concerns in their cheese cave, they had a robot take cheese off the rack, apply brushes to the top, flip the cheese over, brush the bottom, and then would put the cheese back on the rack. So they, instead of having people do that, where ammonia is present in that scenario where they have to limit the amount of time people are in that location, they had a robot do it. So there's a bunch of different applications to the cheese industry, not just scientific research on the lab testing on cheese, but the upkeep of it, and engineering safety factors into that. So once we have cheese, you're going to make a bechamel sauce, where you're going to take butter and flour, make a simple roux, cook the flour taste out of the flour, start to add milk. This starts to create a creamier sauce. This will help emulsify the cheese into a sauce. If you were just to add cheese straight into pasta, you get a lumpy mess where it doesn't allow the cheese to fully melt and create this kind of velvety sauce. So you would make that bechamel sauce, you'd bake your pasta, put the two together. One little bit of things to consider is your shredded cheese versus your block cheese. Shredded cheese is convenient because you're not sitting there shredding cheese, but another thing is they put powdered cellulose to prevent caking or to make it shelf stable, keep it drier, but it doesn't really work when you're making a mac and cheese. So it is convenient, and I know I've used it a bunch of times to save time. Is just add shredded cheese, but it changes the consistency, and it's just based on what they the chemical components to make something shelf stable. And then you add this and bake it in the oven. So with that, and you can get different flavors and profiles and tastes. Not all cheese is the same. You can have cheddar, pepper jack, blue cheese. I mean, there's a massive amount of different cheeses out there. Brie, triple cream, and goes into that. And you can mix different cheeses together to get different flavors. I know when I make mac and cheese, I like to throw sharp white cheddar, and then to add a little bit of like earthy funkiness, a little bit of blue cheese in there to combat the nice sharp saltiness of the white cheddar, to give a different flavor profile compared to kind of just like yellow American cheese on mac and cheese to get different flavors. You also you can play with different shapes, elbows, bow ties, spirals. Even I found one where they're like little rackets, like tennis rackets. I use sauce and spices. You can add buffalo sauce to it. You can add, mustard powder is always a staple into the cheese sauce, and then toppings. Breadcrumbs are usually a traditional, but I've added crunchy Cheetos to add more cheese, or chips. It's kind of whatever you're feeling or whatever you want to experiment with that day. And bake. Just be careful with the toppings; they don't burn if they're in the oven too long. Usually, bake the mac and cheese for a little bit and then add those on top. And then, kind of a staple on our team, and pizza. Pizza is usually every lunch every Saturday during build season. So go into the how is pizza made? What does it go into there? You have a pizza dough, the flour, the water, salt, and yeast. Then you have the tomato sauce, and then mozzarella cheese. Toppings are optional, but traditional, just cheese pizza is what we're going to talk about. So let's start with the dough and flour. I mean, the big component of flour is so in your grocery store, you have kind of two flours. You have a all-purpose flour and a bread flour. Knowing the difference between those is will help you, and why are there two different ones. The bread flour is, to start off, has higher protein content. Then all-purpose flour has a lower protein content. So this will lead to more stability, form, and rise in the dough, allowing to lift and hold its shape. That high protein. The protein content is kind of your gluten content, which will, as you need, will develop these gluten strains, and that will allow for the dough to stretch a little bit, which will get you, kind of those pockets of, as you can see here, those air pockets in your pizza. And then all-purpose flour is more for like cookies and cake, kind of a denser, lighter, lighter breads for it. But if you're looking for this airy bit or airy dough, you want something with a little bit more higher protein content. Now looking at the kind of the chemistry of bread making, which is essentially the pizza dough, you have your proteins that adding water will create these gluten, these protein networks that you build up these gluten. And then you can, another thing when we talked about salt in the dough recipe, that slows down fermentation. And then, so you have your flour, your water, the salts for a little bit of flavoring. And then, you have the last one, which is a Saccharomyces, which is yeast that will chew on the glucose, process the glucose molecules, and then create ethyl alcohol, which gets baked off. And then you have your carbon dioxide, which will get trapped into your gluten matrix and provide that, the leavening of your dough. So this is, you have a single cell microorganism that will add, flavor to. It adds some flavor to it. If you were kind of in a pinch, there's other ways of adding the airiness, like baking soda will create some CO2, but for that, for a better flavor, the yeast is going to when it's metabolizing the sugar into, the CO2 is what the end product is. You also have a bunch of other flavor compounds that come out from the fermentation process that add to the overall flavor of the dough. So then looking at, okay, you have your dough, you have your dough rolled out, you have your sauce on it. Next thing is, I've baked pizza from home, and it's not as the, pizzeria down the street. It's not the same. It's a little more doughy. It's a little like undercooked. And that has to do with, what their oven is compared to what your oven is, unless you have like a pizza stone or you have a dedicated pizza oven. In the industrial pizza ovens, there's special material that perform a couple tasks: storing heat. These stones or steel hold a lot of heat, and when you put the dough onto that surface, the heat will transfer into that, rapidly cooking the dough, and it will create your crust. So if you're wondering what if I make pizza at home in a pan, it's not a nice crust on the bottom, but kind of just this doughiness. It's figure out how much heat you're adding and what, is that pan. The pan's not hot, it's going into the oven that's probably 500 degrees. How quickly are you able to transfer heat on, on a conductive surface compared to a convex or convection mode of heat transfer. So the conduction is going to transfer the heat into your pizza dough a lot quicker and create a crust. And then a little thing of dessert, chocolate chip cookies, a little simple recipe I was able to find online. But then looking at it is if you want to customize that cookie to be, oh, my cookies don't come out as chewy, or they're, cakey or crispy, there's some different things you can add or change in your recipe with this baking to, like, oh, I always want a chewy cookie. How do I get that? Well, add an egg yolk and use brown sugar, and that will, help out. Or, I want a crispier or cakey cookie. So different things to manipulate and bake and test and use this, the scientific method to change that up. And then if you're looking to do more, these are 3 kind of resources that I've used. Binging with Babish is a YouTube series. He does basics with Babish. He goes over, kind of the introductory steps in the basic series. And then Binging, he uses TV, movies, video games, recipes from those to recreate those recipes, and they're real good. A good, Alton Brown and Good Eats is always a solid resource. He goes into the science of things that got me into cooking. And then the Food Lab by Kenji Lopez Alt. I think it's like $50 on Amazon. It's like 300 pages, but it goes into the science and, better home cooking through science. He goes into, cooking chicken at a certain temperature. If you're cooking it at 150 and you hold it for a set time, that'll be just as effective and safe than cooking at 165. And the difference between that, or, different cooking methods and what works through science, and not just, oh, this is what I think worked and how I, worked. So that's one book I recommend if you're starting to cook or want to get more into cooking. And then my resources for this. Any questions?
Okay, thank you for your presentation so far. We have a couple of questions coming in.
Okay.
Number one is, how did you learn about the science behind cooking?
How did I learn the science behind it? Just making this presentation, I didn't really delve into more of like, I would cook and, you know, I'd make pasta or dumplings or pizza and didn't really think about, you know, why I'm doing certain things. And when I started looking into it, I'm like, well, that makes sense. Or like, that's why I use all-purpose flour or bread flour. This is, you know, and kind of answering a few questions in there to why I'm doing certain things instead of blindly just going through it, and helps, you know, or if I'm cooking something, how, you know, why would I burn eggs? You know, I'm like, oh, the heat's too high, and think about it from a, you know, scientific standpoint, then I'm just going to try cooking. So looking into that.
Yeah, well, it sounds fun, yeah. And did being involved in FIRST actually push you to learn more about cooking, or did you just like it beforehand?
I liked cooking. I kind of wanted to be a chef when I was younger. What made me want to do like this presentation stuff was talking with a couple of my students on my team. They were like, yeah, you know, especially during quarantine where they're at home, they're like, yeah, I don't know how to cook, and I always wanted to cook. And it's like, oh, well, let's give them kind of a little life skill or teach them how to cook, or talk into thinking of how to cook. And that's kind of where this came from. But yeah, I've always liked cooking since, you know, at holidays where we'd make, you know, pierogies around Christmas time, or, you know, other foods, just, yeah, always around cooking.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun. I think that about wraps up this presentation. Do you have anything to add?
No. Thank you for hosting this. This was fun, and yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it sure was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for the presentation, and we'll be continuing with some intermission videos. Yeah, I wish you a good day for the rest, and yeah, see you another time.
All right, thank you.
No problem. Bye. So what we're going to do now is we are going to play a couple of videos to fill some time to stick to our planning. Those are going to be up right about now, I believe. In the meantime, I will just keep talking to you all. Of course, still the same thing counts here. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat, and I can talk a little bit about our next speaker. He is going to be very known to all of you, and I'm going to leave it for after these videos. So have fun with these, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, I believe we had some technical difficulties. There was no audio. We apologize for that. So what we're going to do is move up our planning a little bit. Our next speaker on the Mass channel, this is this live stream, is going to be Jay Flores. He is well known within the FIRST community. I think most of you will know him. Yeah, he's going to talk about his idea of what's it called? It's not magic, it's science, which is very cool. And if you are interested as well, on our other stream right now, we have on our energy stream, we are going to start a presentation by Andy Mark, Andy Baker from Andy Mark, which is going to be awesome as well. It will be recorded, it will be available after the stream. So if you want to catch both, that's possible as well. You just need to be sure to catch it at a later date. For now, I'll admit Jay Flores to this meeting. Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Perfect.
Thanks for having me and thanks for volunteering and supporting the effort.
Yeah, no problem. It's been a lot of fun so far. And we're all excited to see what you've got in store for us, of course. So I'll let you share your screen and yeah, take it away.
All right, sounds good. So let me share. All right. Give me one second. There, guys. Okay, I think it's coming. There we go. Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
all right. Well, first of all, I am so happy to be in front of a FIRST audience. It's been a really long time. I was fortunate enough to be able to travel to Mexico and to Brazil right before you know, all of the cancellations happened. So it was great to be able to see some of the students. I went to the FLL National Championship in Mexico, as well as the FRC Regional in Monterrey. And then I went to the CESI Robotics Festival in Brazil, which had FTC and FLL championships. And then after that, all my trips got canceled, and you know, we're all in the same boat together. So I've definitely missed this community. And this community was actually a big inspiration for what I'm about to talk to you guys today. And I'm hoping that what I've done and what I've learned from it will help you guys continue to amplify what you're trying to do within the community right now, because it needs us more than ever. There's a lot of misinformation out there. There is a need for a lot of solutions. And education-wise, students are going to need more help. Parents are now math teachers, and a lot of them didn't like math. Science is difficult to be as exciting at home. So I'm hoping that from sharing what I've been working on and sharing some of the lessons learned, some of the hiccups along the way, you guys will be able to take some of those lessons and be inspired to do your own projects. So if you want to share some of the videos that I've created, that's awesome. But really what I want you guys to do is take kind of the blueprint and apply it to your outreach, especially during this time with coronavirus and difficulty in getting groups together and outreach programs being canceled, school being a little bit more difficult, etc. So I hope that you guys will enjoy it. But again, remember that this is just some lessons learned and some base kind of formula for you guys to be able to do your own work and pursue your own passions in this space of inspiring young minds to do cool things with science. I also share that it was really inspired by, you know, Woody and Dean and the whole kind of work behind creating FIRST and the intention behind a lot of the design of the programs. I'll start with a little bit of background and my journey to problem solving, because it does explain a lot of why I created this and who I am, and why I love FIRST so much. So if you look at the top left, that photo of me in the box, that was my favorite toy growing up. A box could be anything. It could be a race car. It could be a spaceship. It could be a habitat on the moon or Mars. I was very creative, and I was always playing around with things. I wasn't really one to take things apart like a lot of engineers are. But for example, I would take my mom's or our family's pots and pans and put them on the floor and play around and try to find out why the wooden spoon made a different sound than the metal spoon. And so I just had this big curiosity from a very young age, which I think is what led me down a path towards engineering and problem solving. The next two photos are during my time in college. I was part of the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, which is a student organization that really changed my life, helped me persist through engineering when things were difficult, and really introduced me to the opportunities to lead. I had a lot of organizations that helped me get to college and helped me understand what engineering was and why it was important. I didn't have any engineers in my family. So SHIP, or Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, really helped guide me there. And Rockwell Automation, the company I work for now and is a big sponsor of FIRST, helped pay for my school. They did a summer camp when I was in high school that helped me decide I wanted to be engineering in the first place. And then SHIP kind of helped mold me into the engineer and leader that I am today because of the engagement that I had with the organization. That second picture is actually the organization's mission statement. So I was very passionate about it, and early on was able to get onto the national board of directors of the organization as one of the student representatives. And I was able to craft the mission statement because we had kind of a rebranding and recreation of the mission and vision of the organization. And that really showed me the power that anyone, and in that moment, myself and the team that was working on it, but that anyone can have when you're very passionate about something and you get the right people together and you set a mission and a vision to move forward for a community. And so in this case, it was for the Hispanic community in STEM. And that piece of paper was the start of a movement, and is impacting hundreds of thousands of lives that many of them I won't even meet. But it's just an awesome feeling to be able to be a part of that. The last one on the top is me and my dad at my graduation. I graduated from the University of Wisconsin-Madison with a degree in mechanical engineering, and then started working for Rockwell Automation as a sales engineer. So I used my technical background along with my kind of just passion for working with people and solving problems to solve problems for our customers. And my job was basically like to show how it's made. Every day I'd go into a different manufacturing facility and try to figure out how our products could make their process more efficient, safer, allow them to make more or for cheaper, etc. So it was a really cool experience seeing everything made from soda cans to cement blocks. I had dairy plants as customers. I went to a chicken plant, which was not the best experience. A wide variety of different types of opportunities. And during that time, I really began to understand that STEM is everywhere. And if you develop the right skills, you can use those to impact the world in any place that you like. And around that same time, I was introduced to FIRST, which was at our automation fair. It's our biggest event every single year. People from all over the world, customers, partners, distributors, etc., come in. And one of our biggest booths at Automation Fair every year is the Engineering Our Future booth, where we include our STEM partners. So we have the full progression of FIRST programs, along with ST Math, which is another STEM program that addresses the math gap and helping young people in elementary and middle school stay strong within math so that when they are ready to become an engineer or they want to join a robotics team, they have the foundation that they need, and that's not the limiting factor. And right away, I met a little 10-year-old girl in FLL, and she talked to me about her robot that was named Tobor because that's robot spelled backwards, and started talking to me about the ultrasonic sensor on her robot. And I was 20 something years old. She was 10. I was supposed to be selling ultrasonic sensors in my job, and she had actually used them. So I kind of decided in that moment that I wanted to do everything I could to support these students and make sure that they had, the resources and the role models that they need, and that more students could have access to this program. Because man, if I wanted to take her on my calls at customers and stuff, because she was just so knowledgeable and impressive. So I wanted that for more students, and that really ended up turning into a complete career shift for me. And I wouldn't say I shouldn't say complete career shift, because I'm still a problem solver. I'm just solving a different type of problem. And, when I hear Dean speak and his passion for FIRST compared to his passion for design and engineering, and he's super passionate about both, but he always has that little bit of extra excitement for FIRST because he knows that it can amplify more than what he can do as an individual inventor. And that's what got me so excited about supporting FIRST as well, because there's a lot of problems we need to solve. And I wanted to make sure that I could inspire more people to help solve those problems, because I can't solve them all myself. No one company, no one country can solve all these problems. So it's good to see so many people joining this conference from all over the world. And that's what some of these other pictures show, is just some of the travel that I've done with FIRST. I've gone to Puerto Rico, Mexico, Brazil, India, Singapore, Australia. We did work with LEGO Education in Europe. So I've had the opportunity to do work all over the world, inspiring students to keep doing the amazing things that they're doing with FIRST, and to take that on to the next level, which is kind of like the last picture, helping Rockwell elevate that and take it to the next level. We did the You Make It Challenge last year, and it should be coming back as well, so that you guys can continue to expand and grow your ideas. In addition to all this, I've done 2 TED Talks supporting STEM. I've been on 2 television shows. Last fall, I was on one for 3 months. And it was an athletic competition show, which is my side passion, is athletics and obstacle course racing specifically. But they did paint me as the engineer, and it was good to have the opportunity to use that platform to inspire. And that was also part of the inspiration for It's Not Magic, It's Science, because I realized when I got home after the show, and I went to a school in Milwaukee, which is where I was born and raised, and the show was on Telemundo, so it was in Spanish. So I went back to one of the bilingual schools, and I expected kids to recognize me. But when I entered the auditorium and I heard screaming and cheering and excitement, and I was just like, wow, this is a powerful platform. I need to make sure that I can leverage it to take all this community that I just gained from this athletic competition show, all of the followers and fans from that, and help them see the awesomeness of the STEM work that I do and that world, and help, combine those two, so that more of those students that were initially inspired by me athletically can see the inspiration behind all of the wonderful things that they can do in STEM. So the journey, even before the TV shows, but from the beginning of my leadership with SHIP, and once I really realized how much my parents had sacrificed, how much Rockwell Automation had invested in me, they paid for my entire tuition, and all the things that kind of helped me get to where I was. I wanted to figure out, how do I make sure that more of those little boys and girls that are curious and play in boxes and take things apart actually make it to becoming that real life superhero that I believe engineers and scientists, innovators are. Right? You're solving real life problems that are making a difference in the world. It may have started with the box and imagination. It may have started with something like Lego League. But I actually think it starts before then. I think everyone is born an engineer. We just don't really realize it. The moment that you're born, your eyes open and everything is an experiment to you. Everything is new. Everything is a learning opportunity. And from that point forward, something happens. And it's usually adults get in the way. When you ask the question why, which is the kind of beginning of your experimentation as a young engineer, oftentimes parents get frustrated and they say, because I said so, or they kind of get annoyed by how many times a toddler asks the question why. But that's the most important question a young person can ask, and an old or older, wiser person can ask as well. We need to keep asking that question, and that's how innovation happens. The other thing is failure. And whether it's the education system or just in life, this general fear of messing up or failing, that is completely counter to what we need to do as scientists and engineers, that we need to experiment and try new things and figure out what works and what doesn't. You guys experience it every year with your seasons. If you were afraid to fail, you would not get very far in Lego League, right? You're not going to get every mission the first time. And even if you know how to solve it, it's not always going to work out perfectly. So I tried to find more ways to keep that spark alive, because most of the industry is focused on how do we get students excited about STEM, when we should be focused on how we keep students excited about STEM. Like I said, from the time you're young, everyone is excited and experimenting and playing with the pots and pans, like I said, or taking something apart or playing in the box. And we need to make sure that that energy and excitement continues on. And so I'm looking for more and more ways to make sure that we keep that going at a young age. First, and the progression of programs is definitely one of those solutions. But I want to continue to learn more about how that process goes and how do we keep students engaged so they can become the Tony Starks and the Shuris of the world that are the real life STEM superheroes, right? So I'm going to start going into the inspiration of how it's not magic, it's science came about. Please ask as many questions as you want. Any of the background that I asked you, that I shared with you guys about myself, or any of the lessons learned about, how to inspire young people throughout this process. Feel free to throw those questions in there. I definitely want to save a lot of time at the end for those questions, because I think that's where the best learning comes from. And I want to make sure that what you came to this session for is answered. But the inspiration came from the best month ever. The idea of the best month ever happened at the end of March, when everything started getting canceled. It was, very depressing for a lot of people. The stay-at-home orders began in many places in the US and had already been in place in other countries. And so during that time, I was seeing a lot of negative thoughts and people saying 2020 should just be canceled. We need to move on to 2021. And I tried to take a positive twist on it and understand that, okay, there's going to be a lot of difficulty in this year, in the coming months, as we face these challenges as a world. But what can we do to make it the best month ever for certain things, right? So April was not looking like it was going to be a great month overall, but could it be the best month ever for a particular small set of items? So I decided that I was going to set a goal to improve my flexibility and to write a book. And so the goal for the flexibility was I wanted to be able to, when I reach for my toes and bend over, be able to put my hands flat on the ground. So I wanted to be flexible enough that when I bent over to reach and touch my toes, I could actually pass my toes and put my hand flat on the ground. And so I had to reverse engineer that goal. Okay, what can I do every day aside from just try to do that action that's actually somewhat fun or entertaining that I will keep up for 30 days and allow me to get to that goal. And so what I decided was I was going to do yoga every 30 days. So I found a yoga program that I could do online at home. And I did that for 30 days. And on May 1st, I tested it out and I was able to touch the ground like that, right? So it was not the greatest month, but it was the best month ever for my flexibility. And then the book ended up actually becoming a failure. So I realized really quickly that I'm a much better speaker and presenter than I am a writer. And maybe I should just speak the book out eventually. But instead of canceling or quitting that goal, what I did was I made a shift. And I'm like, okay, well, I am comfortable and good at videos and presenting and speaking in front of a camera or in public. So what can I do instead of writing? What can I do with video content? And so TikTok was getting a lot of traction at the time, and I was learning a lot about how young people were engaging with TikTok and what motivated them there. And now that adults are getting on it, et cetera, how can I use that? And I thought about a lot of the ideas that I had in the past, and I chose that it's not magic, it's science. So I decided on a format, and I decided that I wanted to make it available to as many people as I can. So I can't be in front of kickoff, for example, like I've spoken at before, or World Championships. I'm not going to have that audience. But maybe this was a blessing in disguise. Maybe it's meant for me to be able to reach a broader audience that isn't able to go to kickoff or to World Championship or be at the specific events that I'm going to. And as I was brainstorming through that process, Rockwell and I were working on this initiative in this photo, which is with the other partner, ST Math, that I mentioned earlier. And what it is a Math Minds board game, which we donated 500 of them to families at the Boys and Girls Club in Milwaukee. And so we normally do a family math night at some of our partner schools where we provide the games, and all the families come together and they play, and we have hundreds of people there. And obviously that was not going to be possible. But as we were going through coronavirus and staying at home, my fiance and I were playing board games a lot. And we thought, okay, well, there's a lot of people right now that because they either were already in a difficult financial situation, or maybe one of their parents got laid off, the families who are not having the same maybe potential to be able to go out and buy board games or toys or other forms of entertainment during this period. And they also all had to be math teachers right now. So how, a lot of them were not very passionate about math in the first place. So how can we help reduce some of that math anxiety, provide some entertainment, and put it all together? And we did it through the Boys and Girls Club and through their meal service program. So every Monday they were providing a full week's worth of meals for families. And so we knew we were going to be reaching the families that needed it most. And we were going to be able to provide them with something that was as entertaining as it was educational. And so when I looked at the best month ever, I was like, okay, a lot of these families aren't able to go to the events that I'm normally speaking at, or they haven't learned about how awesome FIRST is, or about a lot of the STEM resources that are available. So I need to make sure that what I do is as inclusive as possible, can reach as many people as possible, and has some kind of aspect where they can support it at home. And so I designed all of the experiments with that in mind. And I did a lot of research on experiments people do, and which ones I could do with things I had at home, or for very low cost with something that you could order easily from Amazon. Because that was very important to me, to make sure that we could reach as many people as possible. So whatever you're designing during these times, keep your passion and FIRST in mind, but also realize, for example, that not everyone can have access to certain resources that you may have readily available. So I wanted to make sure that I reduced as many of the barriers to entry as possible. And I came up with a formula of how it was going to work. So I thought about Dean and Woody and First, and how everything kind of has this behind the scenes thought process of how things work, everything from game design to the core values, to the way that there are alliances and how you might be with one team during one match and competing against that team in another match, and how in all of that design, there's a lot of lessons learned, and it was intentional. And so I came up with a 3-part portion that I wanted all of my episodes to have. And I hope that you guys will learn a couple things from this too. And so the first portion of it is the experiment. The experiment is usually 15 seconds long. It's gone up to about 30 seconds, depending on what I'm doing and how easy it is to complete. But I wanted it to be short, partially just studying how young people are communicating now, what apps they're using, how they get their information. The rise of TikTok. A lot of young people were also on Snapchat in the past and on Instagram, and they're used to getting information and learning about their friends or who they're following and the world via these short 15-second snippets, right? They're also competing for attention, and people's attention spans aren't always as long as we'd hope, especially if it's something that's new to them and that may not initially come off as part of something that they're passionate about. So I wanted to make sure it was short. I also wanted to make sure that it was entertaining. It had to be flashy, it had to catch people's attention. And so that's why I thought of the magic concept, right? So all of the experiments I've completed, someone has probably done in the past. I haven't invented, I guess, any of these experiments. I didn't invent the science behind any of them. I just found a more creative, more fun way to package them. Magic is something that is inclusive to all people, boys, girls, different countries, etc. There's not really any inclusion barriers there. It's appealing to all age groups, even young children, like very young children. I've even seen videos of dogs and monkeys reacting to magic tricks. So it's something that I knew that everyone could appreciate at some kind of level, right? Some people appreciate magic more than others, but at the same time, it wasn't something that was very gender specific or country specific, etc. So it had to be quick. It had to be kind of entertaining. And I wanted to make sure that it looked like real magic. I wanted this to be something that I was comfortable, maybe not at the small scale, but on a bigger scale, going on like America's Got Talent or something, right? And being able to show this off and wowing some people. I might not get the golden buzzer or whatever they do, but that it would be quality enough that people would be excited by it and intrigued. And so the experiment does not explain the science. It's just the demonstration of it in a fun, new, energizing way. So that's why right here, I'm calling it the show. The second video, or the second part of the formula, because it's not always video number 2, is the explanation. So this is the reveal of the magic. That's one thing that's unique to this compared to traditional magic shows, is that most magicians do not share their secrets. But I am going to always share the science. So it's one of the most important parts, explaining how it happens. It's the reveal of the magic, which is actually just the explanation of the science. So in this video, I try to redo the experiment because I want to make sure that if this is the first time someone sees the video and they're not like subscribed to the YouTube channel, or haven't seen any of them before on any of my social media, that they'll know where I'm, kind of where it started, and they don't feel like they're left behind because they're on a later video and get confused. So I do a quick recap, whether that's sharing part of the original experiment video or potentially even redoing the experiment, depending on how easy it is or if the materials can be reused. And this is where I show them that, hey, this isn't a magic trick. This wasn't me pausing the TikTok video and moving something or changing something. It wasn't any kind of smoke and mirrors or deception. It was actual science. And I explain in as common terms as I can so that very young people can understand. Because again, I really want this to be an inspiration type platform. Obviously adults and college students and high school students are going to enjoy it as well. But I wanted to inspire very young people. So I try to explain the science in the most basic form possible, but that gives you enough information to understand how it works and potentially what you would need in order to conduct the experiment yourself. Because I want everyone to be able to start doing these at home so that they can, be part of their magic. They might inspire their friends or family members, younger siblings or parents, and get involved and engaged with the science. And again, everything that I've shared is very low cost, or you can find it at home already. So it's easy for them to get into it right away. And then the third video is the exploration. So this is the most important part in my eyes. This is where you take the magic, you've already showed them the science behind the magic, and now why does it matter? Why would I ever need to use this again in my life? Kind of like how we ask in math class very often. And I either share some real life examples and or challenge them to come up with some of their own. And we'll go through a video of each one of these parts of the formula in a second where you'll see an example of that. But I just want to make sure that they're thinking about how could I apply what I learned into making the world a better place, to making the world more fun, to make it safer, etc. Like, how do I start to understand that if I learn math and science, I can use that to shape the world somehow. And, depending on which experiment they're most passionate about could lead down to a career path in whatever, that particular magic trick was about. And so it's also important when I'm going through all of this that the diversity of examples that I use is important as well, because some students might be inspired by how chemistry works, some might be inspired how things work mechanically, etc. And these are mostly material science type experiments, but then by applying different type of real world examples, I can show off different types of engineering. So let's go through some of the formula. Again, keep asking questions, make sure you've got a lot of good ones in there as we go through these. So these take a second to load, but let's just, yes, good, we're good. Renz, if they can't hear them, let me know, but I think we should be good once it loads. Videos always work before the presentation and then decide to go crazy.
What's up, guys? My name is Jay Flores, and this isn't magic, it's science.
So that was a experiment that I did with a paperclip made of nitinol. And so nitinol is also known as memory metal. What looked like, something that people are familiar with, right? So I've done experiments with nitinol and it's just a long wire. I wanted to make sure that it was something that, kind of blew your mind. And so something that you're familiar with, a paperclip, you've probably unfolded a paperclip at some point in your life. And it's not easy to put back together. And somehow I just magically put it in my magic science cup and it came out back in its original shape. The difference is this isn't just your normal paperclip that you find at home. It's one made of nitinol. And that's how the experiment happens. I hope that their mind was blown. It was quick. It was cool. It was fun. And you're confused. Did he do some kind of deception? He's saying it's science, but what is it? I'm going to check back tomorrow to see how he actually did it. And so that kind of initial excitement and engagement is so important to then bringing them into the science. That's why the first video doesn't necessarily have to have all the information. It's the draw, it's the attraction. So with whatever you're doing online at these periods of time, just make sure you have something that's an initial draw for people in communities that may not have had as much access to STEM or information on it. So if they don't understand in the first place, how do you get them excited with something that they can relate to? So the second video, again, here, the explanation.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to episode 4 of It's Not Magic, It's Science with special guest Gigi the Penguin from stmath.com. Gigi had this awesome activity for us where we rolled 3 dice and we got random numbers. In this case, on the top 3, 4, and 6, we added those plus added the ones on the bottom. And without even looking, we were able to get the answer, which was in Gigi's magic backpack. And the answer was 21. So how did we know the answer? Well, Gigi found a pattern in the die, which is that on one side is 6 plus the other side 1 is 7. Each side has that same pattern. So 3 plus the opposite side, 4 is 7. It always adds up to 7. So all we needed to know was how many we were going to roll, multiply that by 7, and you get the answer. So what would the answer be if we rolled 5? I want you to put what your guess is in the comments. And now that you know the math behind the magic, try this at home with your friends and family.
So there's their explanation. The first video of that particular series, I just somehow pulled out the number and there was no explanation, and they're figuring out, well, how did he do it? And you think about when you watch a magic trick online, or if you were at a magic show in person, you just really want to know how that person did it. And so this explanation video helps go through that. I also encourage them to figure out, how many we would do how it would work if we had 5. And just making sure that there's that excitement and incentive for them to try. Hey, this is how I do it. You go try it. That's what I want everyone that's watching these videos to do. I really hope that everyone will try them out. And so when you're doing your activities, even if your activity might be too complex or you can't really have all the access to the resources at home. When you're talking about your first team, for example, not everyone can go and then start building their robot at home all of a sudden, but make sure that you have those actions for them to take the next step, whether that's information on how to join a first team or access to going to code.org so you can learn about coding so that you can then later on program a robot. Just make sure that there's some kind of action that they can physically do, because I've realized throughout my time that I can go into any room and start inspiring kids about STEM and I'm pretty good at it. But if there's no action afterwards, it just goes back to their regular kind of opinions of math and science. If they're unfortunate to have, teachers that aren't showing real life examples or aren't doing hands-on things, then they kind of go back to the regular flow and the inspiration that you just poured out and loved and excited them with your robots and all the other cool things you're doing. I don't want to say it goes to waste, but it doesn't have the same impact as if they have some kind of hands-on experience afterwards. And then here's an exploration video.
Welcome back to It's Not Magic, It's Science. And if you watched the first 2 videos of our 3rd episode, The Invisible Firefighter, you saw us light a candle and then blow it out with magic. But what you learned was that in the bottom of our Invisible Firefighter cup, we had a little bit of vinegar and baking soda. So this is the exploration episode. This is where you are going to use what you learned and figure out how you can use that to solve real life problems that could potentially make the world a better place. So you learned that fire requires heat, oxygen, and some sort of fuel in order to continue burning. And in this case, we removed the oxygen with the heavier carbon dioxide particles. So take what you learned and come up with some really cool ideas of how we can fight forest fires, house fires, any type of fire that may be impacting your community. And share your ideas in a video, in the comments. Either way, we're excited to see what you come up with and hope that you'll stay tuned for more. It's not magic, it's science.
All right, so in this one, again, I touched base on the experiment again a little. I encourage them to do it themselves once again. And then we came up with the real life. So for example, students in Australia might start thinking about how now that they learn a little bit more about how the fire burns, what they could do to prevent future fires. Or students in California, very similar situations where there's significant forest fire threats often. Or someone who may have actually seen a house burn down in their community or been a part of a fire in the past, can start to think about, okay, now that I know this, how could I become part of the solution to preventing these kind of things? And so this is the most important part. I can't stress that the most. They need to be able to connect what they're learning to something in the real world. Otherwise, there's no need for it, right? So in order for a student to continue pushing that forward and learning the hard math and the science, they need those real life examples. So I compare it to your robots, right? A lot of you are more passionate about your math and your science classes because of the robot, because you want to get better at FIRST, right? You want to have more success with your team. You want to take on a leadership role with programming or with mechanical design. So you want to learn these skills so that you can do this cool thing. Or for example, someone who's really passionate, let's just use Elon Musk as an example. He's super passionate about space exploration. So he's going through all these really challenging things that a lot of people wouldn't have thought of before or wouldn't have even taken the risk on, because his passion for it is just way, way high. And so what I want is for young people to find one of these examples. Not every single one of them is going to encourage them to go on and explore that particular topic, but hopefully, a few of them do, and they continue to expand their knowledge in that space. You also notice in these videos that my hair just keeps growing and growing, and it's really long right now. So hope you guys enjoy that part of the journey. So then I also have some bonus content. So this is a fail video that I shared. I just want young people to understand too that failure is part of the process. And by sharing my failures in this experiment, I actually failed this experiment many times. I got it right the first time, and I got it.
My name is Jay Flores, and if you tuned in for the second episode of It's Not Magic, It's Science, you saw that we had our super egg trick where we took an egg and we made it bouncy, bouncy, and that time it didn't work. Fail.
I had to clean up a lot of eggs off of that countertop. The first time I did it, I dropped it from a high place because it was the first time I had done the experiment. And for whatever reason, that particular egg worked well. It bounced. I dropped it again from a high point, and it was amazing. Like, I'm gonna have to use that particular video for like forever because I tried it so many times, and that was an experiment that you put the egg in vinegar and you let it sit overnight, at least 24 hours. And so it took a long time to repeat the experiment. At one point I was like, okay, I got to do 2 at a time, because if they keep failing, I'm just going to be here forever on this one experiment. We're never going to get to episode 3. But it ended up being a very important video because it showed that it's okay to fail. Failure is part of the process of experimentation and learning and growing and innovation. You find a bunch of ways how something doesn't work, and eventually, find the way that it does, or a way to make it better, etc. You learn a lot from those different experiences and failures, right? And that's one thing that LEGO League and FIRST are really good at showing us, is that you just keep, reiterating, you keep editing your design and improving, and you eventually get to a never perfect, but at least a better and potentially excellent solution. And so the bonus content is things like fail videos, bloopers. I do some of the TikTok trends. So if there's any TikTok trends that I can try to find a way to connect to some of my experiments, I do those. Just again, meeting the young people where they're at, and trying to use those things that a lot of people celebrate to bring some attention to STEM. And so I've also done some translations to Spanish to make sure that, again, it's more inclusive and I can reach more people. I've considered other languages too. It's just going to try to find ways to do more of that so that I can reach a greater audience. So if you guys have a particular language that you can help me translate it to, I would love to find ways to do that. So the response. So the response has been overwhelmingly positive. I was worried when I got started, are people gonna like this? Or are they gonna think it's stupid? Is my hair too long? Is my kitchen the right place to do it? Like, I just had so many different worries and concerns. Unfortunately, I decided to just do it and just put the content out there and see what people liked and learn from the process instead of worrying and trying to make it perfect. And it's led to across my social media platforms. So I post these first to TikTok, and then I use that video to share to Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and then I started putting them on YouTube. And so it's led to almost 1 million views of just 5 episodes. And that 5 episodes has translated to around 22 videos, and no video is longer than 1 minute. So it's not a lot of content. It's only like 25 minutes. No, it's less than 20 minutes of content that has generated close to 1 million views for STEM in just 2 months. So I'm just super excited about that. And I just want to share some of those important things from the response so that you guys, with whatever project you want to work on, can learn from that too. And so some of the key things from that is that TikTok and Instagram are definitely the best platforms for it. Young audiences are on those platforms. TikTok is just very young and new now, and it's easier to get content out there. It's not super easy, but it's easier than some of the other platforms. And also, since there's such short videos on TikTok, nothing over a minute, most of them are 15 seconds or less. People kind of go through more content. It's more likely that your particular post will get viewed. And also, what I've learned about TikTok compared to let's say Instagram, for example, which is a very popular platform for young people too, is that I think TikTok users are more likely to spend a lot of time on the For You page instead of the following page. So for those that aren't super familiar with TikTok, For You is basically just content that's generated from all over the world. You don't have to necessarily be following a person to see their content show up there. It's kind of like the general stream. And then there's the stream of the people that you follow. And I found that, at least myself, and what I think I see from a lot of people, is that people end up scrolling through the For You, the general feed, a lot more than even just their following. Versus on Instagram, you're not usually scrolling through and looking for random people's photos. You're usually looking at the photos of the people you follow, your friends, your family, your colleagues, etc. So I've learned that TikTok is a great way to get exposure to things that people don't normally look for or see. So in a world that doesn't always celebrate science and engineering, it's a great place to start throwing some STEM in there, and eventually some kids, parents, people in general are gonna start seeing some of that content. Instagram is where I have my biggest following. TikTok is getting very close. So I'm not surprised that Instagram is high, but I think it's also because of the young audience on it. But also one caveat there is that I haven't been able to post all of the videos on Instagram because the way that you film vertically in TikTok does not always translate well to the squares on Instagram. So think about how you're filming your content as well, and which direction to put your camera, et cetera, is going to be better for different platforms. And I'm trying to spread this across as many platforms as I can. So I've had to make some sacrifices and not posting on certain areas just because it doesn't look good. But TikTok has definitely been the best platform for it. So I'm prioritizing filming in the way that's best for TikTok. And then LinkedIn has been great too, reaching a lot of parents and educators and science centers, leaders, et cetera. Those are the people that are then going to show these to their kids and help them complete the experiment. So it's very important as well. I don't have as big of a following on Twitter, and I think this is going to do very well on YouTube eventually. I just didn't really have much of a presence on YouTube prior to starting this. So if you guys are on YouTube, please subscribe, please share some of the videos, at least view them. I could definitely use help spreading the word on YouTube if anyone wants to support there. But I think YouTube will be one of the highest eventually as well. In terms of the top content, so the blooper and fail video, not the one that I showed you, I have another one. You'll have to check out episode 5, is by far the most viewed. So it just shows you that sometimes you got to be fun with the science. You can't be too serious about it all the time. We definitely have serious goals and mission with FIRST and what we're doing. But at the same time, when we're trying to inspire people that aren't already excited about this or have been kind of lost their passion for math and science, some of the stuff that is actually the science going wrong is what might draw them in originally. And, originally I was kind of bummed that this was the highest viewed one, but what it helped me see is that, okay, it's probably the highest viewed because a lot of people could relate to it. And it is then hopefully drawing them into the series. And so even though what maybe it was the draw was the blooper fail video, hopefully they'll get excited about it and continue to learn and watch more of the videos. So maybe pizza is what gets someone to your first meeting, but as long as they're excited and inspired, then, and you have a new member of your team, then that's all that matters, right? Second most viewed was one of the ones with the TikTok trends. Again, just trying to find out what's relevant in the world and how can I connect science and math to it. And then the last was a slow motion one. The third top viewed was a slow motion video of the paperclip experiment. And I think this one was very popular because it showed that this was not fake. It was actually science. It wasn't just magic. And people were kind of amazed by that I wasn't tricking them, that it was actually science and I wasn't just kind of throwing smoke and mirrors, right? A lot of good comments on LinkedIn. I share a lot of them here. One of the things I want you guys to notice, and I don't have enough data to share like a solid conclusion here, but you'll see in Lauren's comment, can't wait to share this with my girls. Jose says, my daughters enjoyed it. Sandra says that her daughter put on the show for their whole family. So I'm realizing that all of the comments except for one came from a female, and a lot of them are talking about their daughters. So I'm not sure if it's just that magic and science are more appealing to moms and what they want their daughters to see. Maybe it's a little bit less intimidating than the word engineering or the word STEM. I don't know. I really wish that any mom would see engineering would just say, okay, this is for my daughter right away. And I'm not saying that any of these people, because a lot of them are in STEM already, I'm not saying any of them are limiting their specific daughters with STEM opportunities. But I just thought it was cool that a lot of them were thinking this was great content for their daughters and their girls. So hopefully it's something that then encourages them to look into other areas of STEM. But that was just one of the things that stood out, and then the people were doing it with their families, and that they're enjoying it. So I got good feedback from there. There's one comment that I got that was awesome. That it was actually a message. It wasn't a comment, but she said that she ran into a rubber egg in her fridge the other day and was wondering what that was all about. And I guess her daughter was following me on TikTok, and then she tried the super egg experiment. So it was good to see that. But I hope families will do them together too. That's why I share them on a wide variety of platforms. I want adults to see these, even though they're intended for kids. And that's a very important point for all of you too. The more you can involve the family, the more likely the child is to have support and success in your space, whether that's being able to get more rides to join robotics, or just more general support and guidance at home. Do a quick summary of some of the lessons learned, and then we'll go into questions and comments. Definitely think of access and inclusion when you're designing anything in terms of outreach, and really think hard about it. So I thought about this. I'm like, yeah, it's cheap, or it's things you can find around the house. But what if a family, just someone in the family lost a job and they're struggling with money already, and I do an experiment that requires a lot of, I don't know, like all the spaghetti, right? And then a kid innocently goes and tries it out and then gets in trouble because, the family is struggling with food right now. And so you can't be perfect. Not everything you're going to do is going to be able to be free. but I try to make sure that it's as easy as possible, that the materials can be recycled or are, easy accessed, right? Some of them they're going to have to buy or and they might not be able to do that activity, or they might not be able to use as many eggs, whatever, but I want to make sure that I'm trying to reduce as many of those cost and access barriers as possible, and making sure that it's available and inspiring to boys and girls and to people of all ages and countries and everything. Make sure that's part of it, not only just because it's the right thing to do, but it's going to get you more views and more results, right? The next one, meet youth on their terms. That's why I opened a TikTok. For a while, honestly, I thought it was going to be something very stupid. I was not really, honestly, excited about the app at first, and I just realized how powerful it was and how much attention it had. And that's what matters, is where young people's attention is. You need to be there, and you need to find a way to show STEM in that environment. The next one is just post it. There's so many of the videos where I was like just nervous, or I wasn't sure if I should put it out. And some of those ended up being the most viewed, like the TikTok trend one. I wasn't going to do that one because I was like, okay, I'm not just going to fall into all the TikTok trends. And it actually ended up working. So I posted it, right? And then same with the blooper and fail. I needed to put myself in an uncomfortable situation, but it worked, right? And that goes into the next point. Don't be afraid to fail. And don't be afraid to share your failures, right? People need to understand that the world is not perfect. That's the problem with Instagram and social media right now, is that people paint this perfect picture of everything. But especially in the world of science, we need to know that it's not perfect. It's going to be challenging, but it's awesome and it's fun. And when you get it right, it can change the world. Exploration makes the magic come to life. That's one of the most important parts of the series, is the exploration video. And you need to make sure that they have a way to engage and continue their journey on their own, hands-on if possible, because that's what brings it to life. So I have the equation F equals MA, which is actually fun equals math times application. If you don't have an application and you only have math, there's a very small portion of the population that just likes math as math, right? Or if you have an application, but you don't have the math, you can't have the fun, because you can't like do cool things with your application or change the world in that space, because you don't have the education to make that happen. STEM is everywhere. I'm showing STEM with eggs and paper clips and dice and penguins and all these kinds of things. Literally, no matter what you're passionate about, there's some STEM behind it, and just find out how you can show young people that passion and have fun with it. Just like, this has been a fun project for me, and I'm hoping that it's really inspiring a lot of people. So that's it in terms of presentation. Let's connect. Definitely, if you can support on the YouTube, that will help a lot, but let's connect on Instagram and TikTok. I'm Jay Flores Inspires. On LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube, just search my name. Under my channel, Jay Flores, there is a playlist of all the It's Not Magic, It's Science videos. And then on Twitter, I'm Jay Flores 2032, and I also have a website. So let's connect. And now I think we have a couple minutes left. We can go into questions before we run out of time.
Well, first off, thank you for this presentation. It's been absolutely awesome so far.
Appreciate it.
We have a lot of questions coming in right now. I'll start with the first ones. The first one is coming from Cam from FRC team 1073. And he asks, what advice would you give to a new first alumni to keep that why mindset alive?
The why mindset, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So basically you're asking, how do you keep the curiosity going? And
yeah,
that's very important, because as we become older, we start to think about limitations and challenges. And oftentimes when we look at a problem, we start thinking of like why it's not going to work, instead of thinking about it the other way when we were little, when anything was possible, right? So I encourage you to go back into that little version of yourself. This picture right here is not intentional to this question, but the little first Lego League students, right? The world is, there's so many Lego League juniors, students, so many opportunities are open to them, and their creativity on their projects is incredible. Just think back to that time and try to reverse engineer everything. So when you're looking at a problem, or when you're passionate about something, think first about, what do I want the world to look like? in however many years? Or what do I want this particular area of something that I'm passionate about to do in the future? And then reverse engineer, okay, what needs to happen in order to make that possible? So your initial thought or your first question why might seem too crazy, and you'll start thinking of limitations, but then just divide that into reverse engineered steps and start attacking those, and then eventually that will become possible. So just always think young, and then in reverse engineer those crazy awesome ideas you have.
That is very good advice. You heard it here first, folks. Another question from Cam is, what is your favorite thing to ask during a project? Like what fill something and fill in blank, or how or why something. Do you have a favorite thing to ask?
To ask during a project?
Yeah.
So this is going to sound like a lame answer, but again, the same question is why. Whenever I'm working on something new, I want to understand what the vision is. So maybe not necessarily specifically why, but what is the vision of it, and what's our kind of end goal look like, even if it's 20 years down the road, because that gives you a bigger inspiration than the individual tasks, right? So you might be bored in the moment by an individual task, but if you can keep your why and your vision close to your heart, you're going to keep moving forward to make that project successful, or to keep moving forward towards that vision and that long-term impact that you want, right? So I can think of, like, for example, Dean, when they first started, right? They had just a couple of teams, but had a vision of a world where young people celebrated science and technology. And we've gotten closer and closer, and there's still a long way to go, but that bigger vision is probably what keeps Dean so energized and motivated.
Okay. Now we've got 3 more questions and just a couple minutes, so I'm going to ask them quickly. Yep. Catherine asks, what made you really love inspiring students?
What makes me love inspiring students? Part of it was I was inspired when I was younger, so people did outreach that supported me in my journey, so I had a passion for giving that back. But then it's just like the smiles and the aha moments that young people have, and just especially Lego League and Lego League Junior. I just love being around young students and helping them see that. And then part of it is selfish in the sense that there's problems that have affected me that I don't necessarily have the solutions for. For example, I have a friend that's been battling cancer for 16 years, and it's very frustrating for me to not be able to help him. But I hope that I can inspire someone that can help him. And, that motivates me every single day.
Well, very powerful message indeed. Katie says, hi Jay, great to see you. Stay healthy. What is your favorite Woody Flowers lesson or memory?
Oh man.
There's a lot to choose from, of course.
Yeah, it's really hard to choose from. I admire Woody a lot. I started, I bought a pair of white Converse this year and had people sign it. And I got to have Margaret Flowers, Woody's wife, sign them, and that was just an incredible moment. And I'm just trying to walk like Woody, trying to continue kind of his lessons and journeys. I don't know if I have a favorite, but one that I've heard recently was something along the lines of anti-science is pro-stupid. So it might not be the most inspiring one, and I'd have to think back. There's definitely better ones than that, but that one's very relevant right now, and just understanding that we need to celebrate this community, you guys, so that we can make the world a better place.
Yeah, okay. And then we've got one final question from Cam again. He asks, what is your favorite failure?
Oh, my favorite failure. That's really hard too. Man, you guys got good but hard questions.
Yeah, exactly. They're going off in the chat.
Yeah, my favorite failure. I don't know if it's, how do I explain this? I chose my major based on a really not smart idea. So I went to an advisor, and I was interested in mechanical engineering, chemical engineering at the time. And I went to an IB school so you could test out of certain classes. And the advisor was like, well, you did very well in IB chemistry. So if you do mechanical engineering, you don't have to take any more chemistry in college. And at the moment, that sounded like a great idea. Yay, no more chemistry in college. But I was passionate about chemistry. I probably should have become a chemical engineer instead of mechanical. Physics was my hardest A to get in high school. So like, I shouldn't have become a mechanical engineer. But it actually ended up opening my eyes, because when I wasn't as passionate about certain aspects of mechanical engineering, I started expanding, well, like what else can engineers do? And that really just helped me understand that engineers are just problem solvers, and you get to pick the types of problems you want to solve. And different disciplines of engineering will help you learn how to solve certain problems better. But in the end, it just helped me realize that at the core, I'm a problem solver. Sometimes I like solving mechanical problems. Sometimes I like solving chemical problems. Sometimes I like solving people problems, which is ended up what my career ended up being, which is trying to inspire people and solving the problems that we have in STEM right now. And so that failure of choosing my major, which led to certain classes that I didn't enjoy as much, ended up helping me find out where I ended up really wanted to end up being.
Well, that's something good to end up this presentation with, because our time has unfortunately come. I want to thank you for your time for this presentation. It's been awesome to learn more about your experiences and about your passion. And yeah, I think the chat also really appreciated you coming on this stream. Of course, they were all excited, and I think the most engagement we have seen with the speakers so far. So that's something positive.
I appreciate it, guys. And let's keep the connection going. If you have other questions that didn't get answered or other ones that come up later, just shoot me a message on any of these platforms and I'd be happy to connect with you guys. Thank you for all you're doing.
Yeah, no problem. Also, this presentation is being recorded. So if you want to look back at his socials at a later date, you can find the streams back on our website, where you can find his tags for different social medias. So that's not a problem. Yeah, I wish you a good day. We really need to wrap this up because some other people are waiting. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the stream.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, everybody. What I'm going to do is I'm going to post the link to the different stream in the chat. It is there right now. Yeah, what we're going to do is hand over the stream to the US Eastern correspondent of the 24 Hours of STEM. They are Team 503 Frog Force in FRC. They are ready with their stream right now. They are going to start quite soon. I think they might have already started. So just follow that link, and yeah, be sure to check them out. Thank you all for listening to this stream, to our European leg. We're going to close off, and yeah, have fun in the next parts of this stream. All right. See you later, everybody. And I'll finish this one up. There were a lot of buttons, and I don't know how. Yeah. Bye, everybody.